394, when a strange phenomenon appeared on the outer wall of Lion's Garden. Lu Boqi took the lead and flew to the top of a pavilion. He nodded slightly with an expression of admiration. Cultivating at the inverted hanging mountain master saber room, one could see more strange people than any other continent in the world. Lu Boqi was also the favored one that the Lord of Heaven had high hopes for. He often followed the seniors of the sect out to sea to catch tired old flood dragons. Naturally, she had high standards. Zhu Lian stood beside the railing while Pei Qian stood on the railing and asked curiously, "Is that my master?" Zhu Lian smiled and said, "Young master knows how to use the talisman. I saw it with my own eyes during the battle at the border of Daquan." 3 iron cavalry circling talismans formed a set of tripartite talismans. It was very powerful and trapped the great demon buried river. I didn't expect young master to be able to draw talismans by himself. His attainment is not low and his boldness is not small. Pei Qian said angrily, "What doesn't my master know? What's so strange about it?" Zhu Lian teased, "Then why were your eyes wide open like a dustpan and you were secretly smiling with your bloody mouth wide open?" Pei Qian pulled a long face and stopped talking nonsense with old chef. She raised her head and glanced at the roof. Then she looked at the ground outside the railing. She took a deep breath and jumped up high. She grabbed the roof with both hands and wanted to roll to the roof. However, she fell down with the roof tiles. Zhu Lian was about to grab this reckless girl's collar and pull her back to the corridor. However, he suddenly changed his mind and let Pei Qian fall into the courtyard. During the fall, her mind was blank. She relied on her instincts to circulate the qi of the fire dragon in her body. She instantly curled up into the shape of an ape that was similar to Zhu Lian's fish stance. When she was 10 feet above the ground, she suddenly stretched out her arms and legs and landed lightly like a little wild cat. Zhu Lian leaned on the railing and said, "This heroine can even leap onto roofs and vault over walls. Her lightness skill is amazing." Pei Qian sat on the ground. She was so scared that her face turned pale. When he came back to his senses, he yelled at Zhu Lian, who looked at him with ease, "Old chef, why didn't you save me? What if I fall half to death and lose an arm or a leg? What if master dislikes me? I am already a burden. I walk slowly, and I will always slow master down. At that time, master will not be happy and will directly abandon me." Pei Qian started bawling at the thought of that tragic scene. The howling made Zhu Lian's ears unable to calm down. Even the maidservant Xiaoye hurriedly ran out of the room and saw Pei Qian sitting on the ground. Xiaoye, who had been whispering to the young miss, was puzzled at the moment. She did not know why this strange little girl was sitting in the courtyard. Zhu Lian pretended to panic. "Quickly go upstairs. There's a monster." Without another word, Pei Qian quickly got up and stopped wailing. She ran up the stairs of the embroidery building and rushed into the unlocked door of the boudoir. She turned around and closed it tightly. She picked up the mountain walking staff and ran to Zhu Lian's side in one go. She looked around and wiped her tears while patting the yellow paper talisman on her forehead. She asked, "Where? Where?" Zhu Lian held back his laughter and said casually, "Consider yourself lucky. It seems that the monster saw that it couldn't take down the embroidery building and left." Pei Qian wiped the tears and sweat from her face. She was too scared. She did not pay attention to Zhu Lian's mischievous expression from beginning to end. She kept her eyes wide open and carefully searched for traces of the monster. She said in all seriousness, "Zhu Lian, if the monster comes to the embroidery building again, you must protect Miss Lu and Sister Ye. Otherwise, when master comes back and sees that the two of them have been captured by the monster, even if master doesn't scold me, he will definitely be angry with me." Zhao Ye turned her head and covered her mouth to laugh. Zhu Lian said with a smile, "Aren't you worried about your own safety?" Pei Qian took out another talisman and stuck it to her forehead. She clenched the mountain walking staff in her hand. "Master wants me to protect myself, so I must do it." Zhu Lian clenched one fist behind his back and placed the other hand on his abdomen. He imperceptibly displayed the demeanor of a master. He said with a smile, "Don't worry. Your master also said that he wants me to protect you." Above Zong. Young Master Dugu said with a smile, "That sneaky monster will probably be locked up and beaten." Meng Long asked, "Can it really trap the entire lion's den?" Young Master Dugu explained, "It might not be able to withstand a few collisions from the monster. However, as long as it appears in its true form, it will be time for the Taoist nun to kill it." Meng Long asked again, "But what if the monster is determined to hide and not come out?" Young Master Dugu pointed at the spiritual energy phenomenon at the edge of the lion's den. Ordinary people might not be able to see anything in the lion's den, but in the eyes of experts, it was a golden light that flowed like a stream and circled around the mountain. This unknown talisman set up a formation and liquidized spiritual energy. The wonder is not just the word trap. If there are no accidents, it will also involve the mountain roots and water veins of this place. In addition, now that the land has been freed, searching for the hiding place of the monster will be even easier. Furthermore, since this young immortal master can draw such a large set of talisman formations, he will continue to draw in circles in the lion's den. Some of the central locations where wind and water gather will be drawn with talismans. Even if the monster doesn't suffocate to death, it will be disgusted to death. It will be like a person being placed in boiling water. It will be very uncomfortable. Meng Long said disapprovingly, "He drew so many talisman to create such a commotion. It's not considered impressive. Young Master's master can cause purple smoke to descend with a casual talisman, entangling a city with hundreds of thousands of people. Otherwise, he can grab black clouds and turn them into flying snakes, directly suppressing and killing a golden core great demon." Young Master Dugu said helplessly, "I'm talking about how good that young man is. You are talking about how impressive my master is. The two are unrelated. You don't always look down on chi refinement warriors and pure martial artists other than me." Meng Long said bluntly, "I just can't bear to see others being compared to you. If that young man's surname Qin is a woman, even if she is a sword immortal, do you think I will be jealous?" Young Master Dugu smiled and asked, "Then what if she is a young female sword immortal, and also looks better than you?" Meng Long leaned on the railing, "Then I will be so jealous that I will want to kill someone." Young Master Dugu smiled and said, "You are narrow-minded and greedy. You have to take this as a warning." Meng Long looked into the distance and said softly, "We sword cultivators have always walked the most dangerous and narrow path. It is fine as long as our flying swords can pass." Young Master Dugu shook his head and said, "That is because you have not walked high enough and far enough. But it doesn't matter. Your talent is good enough. You just have to slowly climb on the path of sword Dao. Even my parents think highly of you and think that you are an excellent connate sword embryo. Otherwise, they would not have bestowed the God of Night to you." Meng Long suddenly felt that her young master seemed to have something on his mind but did not say it out loud. She turned her head and pressed her cheek on the railing. Young Master Dugu was silent for a moment and said with a smile, "Are you a roundworm in my stomach? All right, I will tell you an interesting story. My parents once accompanied that person to the Wind Thunder Garden to visit Li Tuanjing. They were able to watch the third battle between nascent soul sword cultivators. Of course, we lost. But that Li Tuanjing brewed tea for the guests after the battle and said something very strange. This number one nascent soul chi cultivator of the Aquarius continent did not have the face to look down on the mortal world and look down on the people below the mountain. It was just a coincidence that he walked the open path. If the earliest rules had nothing to do with the cultivation of spiritual energy, but whoever had the greatest ability to grow crops would be the most compatible with Tao, or whoever was the best at mending shoes would be the blessed by heaven. Then, what do you think of those high and mighty immortals now? Meng Long said softly. Li Tuanjing of the Wind Thunder Garden was really a weirdo who liked to say strange things and do strange things. Young Master Duge nodded and said, Li Tuanjing was a perfected person of the present age. But after his death, even with the Yellow River and Lu Baqiao in the Wind Thunder Garden, they still could not suppress the sword qi of Xingyang Mountain. Meng Long suddenly thought of something. Then, what happened to Lu Baqiao and Su Jia? Was it as perfect as a novel, where the lovers finally got married? Young Master Duge thought for a moment. Even if the love story between the two of them was really a novel, I reckon we've only flipped through half of the book. Meng Long suddenly lowered her voice and whispered, Young Master, is there really a school of novels that gathered in paper white blessed land, where the people in the blessed land could do whatever was written in the book? Mistress also said that the sages of the 100 schools of thought were very impressive. Those with high cultivation could write about the situation of a country, those with lower cultivation could write about a province or a land, and the disciples of the school of novels with the lowest cultivation could only write about the birth, aging, sickness, and death of a person. In the end, more and more people were written by the school of novels, and the Blessed Land's territory became bigger and bigger. Young Master Duge smiled. There are all kinds of strange things in the boundless universe. Who knows if it's real or fake? Meng Long asked, Young Master, when we become earth deities one day, shall we go and see if it's real or fake? Young Master Duge held the back of his head with both hands and smiled with squinted eyes. All right. In the Luqing Mountain study room, the black-robed youth had a panicked expression. That damned young man with a sword on his back, how could he be proficient in talisman arts, and even have so many talismans with him? Was he determined to fight to the death with him? Was he not afraid that in the end, both sides would fight to the death? No one would be able to gain any advantage. What are you, an outsider with the surname Qin, trying to do? The treasure on the table was taken by that old pervert from Fu Long. With so many talisman thrown down, did he really think that he was the disciple of the Lu family, the god of wealth of the snow-white continent? He was like an ant on a hot pan, walking in circles in the study room. Lunatics, they were all lunatics. Forget about the god of gluttony, or some bullsh T saber room auntie, there was also a righteous gentleman who did not expect to be repaid for his kindness. The two of them were completely unrelated to each other, but they actually knew how to work together to set up a trap for him. One was outside drawing talismans around the wall, and the other was inside the garden to divert his attention and disturb his line of sight. Could it be that this time he had followed the general trend and plotted against the lion's garden? Would all his efforts be in vain? When he thought of that old pervert with a hooked nose, and that old man from the Tang family who held great power in his hands, he felt somewhat weak. It almost had the urge to reveal its true form and smash through the wall. As long as it could leave the lion's garden, it would be able to fly freely in the vast sky. With its innate earth tunneling technique, and the garden being surrounded by mountains in all directions, unless an earth immortal of nascent soul realm personally came to hunt it down, or someone with an earth-shattering strength capable of splitting the mountains in all directions, it would not be afraid of anyone. However, he quickly and silently reminded himself that he had to remain calm in the face of danger. The lion's garden had temporarily become a cage, and it was a foregone conclusion. He could not be anxious, and he absolutely could not mess up in his hurry. It cracked a smile and came up with an idea. Then let Master Qing test you guys first. On the outermost wall of the lion's garden, Chen Pingan was hesitating whether or not he should let Shi Ro ask Lady Lu for the official silver ingots of the Qinghuan kingdom. He could also draw talismans, but the material of the silver book was far inferior to the gold book made by grinding gold ingots. However, there were pros and cons. The downside was that the effect was not good, and the power of the talisman was reduced. The upside was that Chin Pingan could draw talismans with ease, and he did not have to exhaust his mind and spirit. To be honest, this was a losing deal. Other than the yellow paper talisman that he had accumulated for a long time, he had also squandered more than half of the spiritual energy in the robes that he had not had the time to refine in. However, these inside stories were not to be told to outsiders. He would try to think positively. For example, if he really drew talismans in the Lion's Garden, such a grand undertaking, it would be worth talking to Zhang Shanfeng and Su Yuanxia in the future, a dish to go with wine. Just as Chen Pingan made up his mind, he narrowed his eyes and looked over. He saw that in the vast Lion's Garden, nearly 100 black-robed youths appeared at almost the same time. They began to either run wildly in the corridors or on the roads, or leaped onto the rooftops. They all fled out of the Lion's Garden. It was very likely that one of the handsome youths was the demon's true body. Once it escaped from the Lion's Garden, the next time it sneaked back, Chen Pingan really would not be able to do anything to it. Chen Pingan knew the weight of the talisman he drew. It could barely be considered vigorous, but it was not long enough. The spiritual energy dissipated very quickly. This was the fatal flaw of a martial artist drawing talismans. Chen Pingan decisively said, "I will stay here. You go guard the wall on the right. It is not difficult to break the fox demon's illusion. If the real body is discovered, we only need to delay it for a moment. The demon binding rope that I lent you." Shi Ro thought that Chen Pingan wanted to retrieve his magic treasure, so she calmly handed over the golden rope. Chen Pingan laughed angrily, "I want you to use it well. Quickly go guard over there." Shi Ro was slightly surprised. She held the high-quality demon binding rope in her hand and rushed over. Chen Pingan lightly patted the blade-strengthening gourd and said in his heart, "Don't be in a hurry to come out. You are my trump card. It won't be too late for you to come out after confirming that the demon's true body is breaking through in this direction." On the other side, the maid Meng Long was eager to try. Her eyes were filled with desire. "Whether it is a trick or not, young master, let me do it. It is so boring to stay in the Lion's Garden." Young Master Dugu reminded her, "Now there are many people in Qinghuan country watching the Lion's Garden, so you are not allowed to use your life source flying sword. I don't want to cause a lot of trouble. Also, don't destroy too many buildings in the Lion's Garden." The maid was a little disappointed, but it was better than standing there like a piece of wood. She touched the ground with the tip of her foot and floated to the railing. She muttered something and formed a seal with one hand. The other hand stretched forward. Her beautiful eyes were filled with golden light. Finally, she shouted softly, "Come out." A god in golden armor that was 30 feet tall landed on the ground with a loud crash. Dust flew everywhere. In addition to the god's towering figure, his tall body was wrapped with 5 ribbons of spiritual energy. He wore a crown on his head. The golden armor on one arm was overflowing with miasma. The golden armor on the other arm was engraved with various ferocious patterns of ghostly faces. However, the god kept his eyes closed. He seemed to have received Meng Long's orders. Every time this god of night walked forward, although his eyes were closed, he could still deliberately avoid the buildings in the Lion's Garden. As he walked, the earth shook. With one kick, he crushed a black-robed youth who couldn't dodge in time. The 5 ribbons that were refined by the immortal master were like 5 flood dragons that left the dragon pool. They were less than 20 feet long, but they swam quickly and violently, easily piercing through the bodies of those handsome youths. The god of night swept his arm across and smashed the illusion of a monster flying above the roof with a slap. Once this is over, you still have to stay in Qingyuan to watch the debate between Buddhism and Taoism, and visit old friends. Reputation is very important to scholars who care about their reputation. Chen Pingan put one hand behind his back and gave Shi Ro a thumbs up. Lu Boqi glanced at Shi Ro. You're a ghost woman, hiding in an old man's skin. Don't you find it disgusting? Shi Ro smiled without saying anything. The Lu clansmen were getting closer and closer. Lu Boqi stretched out her hand and grabbed her life blade. She then took out an extremely small hand from her sleeve and twisted the gourd, putting the slug into the yellow gourd. She lowered her voice and said angrily to Chen Pingan, "We'll split the spoils later." Chen Pingan smiled and nodded. Okay. Old Assistant Minister Lu and his family were naturally grateful to everyone for working together to subdue the demon. They were especially grateful to Lu Boqi and Chen Pingan. Cripple Lu Qingshan's eyes were red. He found a chance to bow to the middle-aged female Taoist priest, followed by Chen Pingan and the rest. Lu Boqi pursed her lips and did not say anything. At night, the Lion's Garden held a celebratory banquet. Lu Boqi was still expressionless. She only occasionally picked up some food with her chopsticks. However, even if she felt that it was boring and a waste of time, she still sat until the end of the banquet. The next day, for some reason, Lu Qingshan stood side by side with Lu Boqi and invited Chen Pingan to the Lion's Garden to enjoy the scenery. Chen Pingan declined tactfully, but to no avail. He could only go for a walk with them. On the way, Lu Boqi coldly glanced at Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan ignored her. The sun was just right today. After receiving Chen Pingan's approval, Pei Qian volunteered to go alone. She was like an ant-moving house, drying books and bamboo slips in an empty space in the Lion's Garden. After busying herself, Pei Qian squatted on the ground, satisfied. Two people walked over from afar. Pei Qian knew their identities. The old man was called Fu Xing, and the middle-aged scholar was surnamed Lu. He was a teacher at the Lion's Garden. Therefore, Pei Qian did not stop them from approaching. The middle-aged scholar stood in the distance and stopped in his tracks. Only the old man walked to Pei Qian's side and asked with a smile, "Young lady, can I take a look at the contents of the bamboo slips?" Pei Qian stood up and bowed. After greeting Fu Xing, she thought for a moment and squatted back on the ground. She waved her hand and said, "Take a look. It's not like it's something shameful. It's good. My master painstakingly copied it from a book, or he traveled far and wide and heard about it from others. Just like Zhu Lian's recent nonsense about the hardships of life, it was the best way to teach people how to behave." Chen Pingan also engraved it on a bamboo slip. However, Pei Qian did not like this bamboo slip the most, so she placed it at the outermost place, all by itself. Anyway, she felt that this bamboo slip could not compare to her master's other bamboo slips. Pei Qian raised her head and said meticulously, "Old man, I'll say this first. If you see these treasures from my master's collection, if my master gets angry, you'll have to bear the consequences. You don't know how strict my master is with me. Sigh, I can't help it. My master likes me. Copying books, moving stool. Forget it. Old man, you probably don't understand these things. The old man who studies in the study room probably doesn't even know how much a steamed bun costs." Pei Qian solemnly reminded him again, "Old man, you can't let my kindness go unrewarded. Do you hit the mark?" The old man in blue smiled and said, "Yes." So the young one squatted in place, and the old one also squatted down. They skimmed through the bamboo slips one by one, gently picking them up and carefully putting them down. This made Pei Qian breathe a sigh of relief. After skimming through about half of the bamboo slips, the old man asked with a smile, the biggest fist is the biggest principle in the world. Little girl, do you believe this? Pei Qian said without hesitation, of course I do. Otherwise, why would I practice my stool and my sword skills every day at such a young age? Jianghu is very dangerous. There are countless bad guys. Pei Qian originally wanted to say a few words about her lofty ambitions, but she suddenly remembered what Old Wei said. It was taboo in Jianghu to talk too much with strangers, so she held back. These heartfelt words should be kept in her own heart. It was enough that her master alone knew. In the distance, the middle-aged Confucian habitually frowned. But the old man laughed heartily. Pei Qian didn't know what was so funny. She turned over some of the bamboo slips nearby to bask in the sun. As she worked hard, she said casually, but my master taught me that if I want to explain this principle clearly, I have to talk about the order. The order can't be wrong. As a person, you have to be reasonable first, and then when your fist is big, it's more convenient to reason with unreasonable people. It's not like persuading people to only talk about whether your fist is strong or not, and then you forget to be cautious, restrain yourself, ask yourself, and so on. Alas, my master said that I'm young, and that it's enough to remember these. Whether I understand or not, it's all waiting for me in the book. Pei Qian finally came to a conclusion. Therefore, what old Mr. said is reasonable, but not complete. The middle-aged Confucian's face became slightly better. The old man didn't laugh at Pei Qian, nor did he say anything. Pei Qian's eyes were shining. Old man, is my master's knowledge very great? The old man replied, just from your master's words, I can't tell whether his knowledge is great or not, but at least, he's right. Yes, he's not wrong. It sounds simple, but it's actually quite difficult. It's even more difficult to practice this principle. Pei Qian raised her eyebrows and angrily blocked the old man from continuing to look at the bamboo slips. She crossed her arms, then old man, you should look at less bamboo slips. The old man smiled, oh, this little girl is quite vengeful. Pei Qian nodded, respect the old and love the young. Old man, you're old and I'm young, so we're even. Old man, don't take advantage of your seniority in front of a little girl. The old man could only say, your master's teaching is right. What's even more commendable is that he was able to preserve your spiritual qi. Your master is very powerful. Pei Qian smiled happily at first, then shook her head, old man, do you want to look at more bamboo slips? Fine, fine, look, I'm afraid of you old masters. You have so many tricks up your sleeves. Alas, it's worrying. As a result, even the middle-aged Confucian had a smile on his face. 395. After exiting the small path of the Lion Garden, they passed by a small lake and a patch of emerald green reeds. With a turn, they would be able to enter the official road to the capital of Qinghuan Kingdom. As a result, when they walked out of the small path of the reeds, they saw someone riding an ox cart. They had just entered the small path from the official road. The road was narrow and bumpy. When the ox cart bounced, the man in green, who was sitting at the back, was almost flung off. He was dizzy and almost fell apart. The driver was a youth who looked like a page boy. Probably because he had been urged by his master all the way, his impetuous age and temperament, plus his unfamiliar driving skills, the ox happily rushed into the small path. In the end, he did not expect that at the end of the small path, there would be a group of people walking out from the reed bank of the Lion Garden. The person in the lead was a little girl who was bouncing and holding a walking stick. If they bumped into her, wouldn't they die? The young attendant panicked, and the green-robed man was even more anxious. One of them was in a flurry, and the other one reminded Pei Qian loudly. As a result, Pei Qian opened his eyes wide and stared at the ox cart. The old ox was swaying back and forth, dragging the two big fools, and dashed into the lake filled with reeds. In fact, Pei Qian had already dodged. She stood in the middle of a large patch of reeds. Even if the ox cart went straight ahead, there would be no problem. It would definitely not hit her. What? There were people taking a bath early in the morning. Could it be that they were actually a group of immortals? That ox could pull the cart and walk on water, especially immortal. Didn't she ride a yellow ox that belonged to the earth ox before? It was indeed magical. It went up the mountain and into the water steadily. But the scene in front of her didn't seem to be the case. One big and one small, shouting, and then with a splash, they disappeared. Pei Qian moved her feet and looked along the small path where the ox cart rolled over the reeds. The whole ox cart directly rushed into the water. Pei Qian pinched her chin and fell into deep thought. She heard that the immortals on the mountain only needed to carry the water-repelling pearl to explore the abyss and wade through the water to catch dragons as if they were walking on flat ground. Zhu Lian and Shi Rou flew to save the ox. Chen Pingon pulled Pei Qian's ear. Watch the road carefully. Pei Qian stood on his tiptoes and begged for mercy loudly. He explained, how could I have known that the ox cart would not take the right path? It was like a drunken man, twisting and swaying. That's how I ended up in the ditch. Ouch, 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 ouch. Master, I've really made way for it. Moreover, you've seen ox carts and mule carts before. Aren't they all slow? This ox cart is so domineering that it wants to fly. Chen Pingon loosened his hand and let Pei Qian stand still. Pei Qian grimaced in pain and rubbed his ears. It really hurt. Sure enough, Zhu Lian had a crow's beak, telling him not to get carried away. Chen Pingon breathed a sigh of relief. After Zhu Lian and Shi Rou entered the water, they quickly carried the master and servant, as well as the oxen and the cart, ashore. The young man still had a lingering fear in his heart. He sat on the reeds that had been crushed by the ox cart and cried loudly. After the old ox came ashore, it shook its body and just happened to hit the young man's head with its tail. It stopped crying. The green-robed man was about 30 years old and did not look old. After he was rescued ashore, he bowed to Shi Rou in gratitude. Chen Pingon walked over and cupped his fists to apologize. The green-robed man was ashamed and hurriedly bowed again to apologize. Finally, the man wiped the water stains on his face. His eyes lit up and he asked Chen Pingon, "Are you the child Qin who joined hands with the female immortal master to save our lion garden?" Chen Pingon nodded and asked tentatively, "Are you Magistrate Lu?" The green-robed man laughed heartily. "I'm Lu Qingfeng, Lu Qingshan's eldest brother." Old Assistant Minister Lu's eldest son, Lu Qingfeng, was now a county magistrate. Although he could not say that he had a meteoric rise, he could be considered a scholar who had a smooth career. However, when his father was Lu Jingting, who had a smooth career and a famous scholar, Lu Qingfeng seemed very mediocre. At his age, Lu Jingting was about to become the Assistant Minister of Rights of Qingyuan. Lu Jingting was also recognized as the leader of the literary world and a refined master of the country. Now, looking at his eldest son, Lu Qingfeng, it was no wonder that people would sigh for a tiger father and a dog son. It should be known that after Lu Jingting passed away, he would definitely receive a first-class title in the imperial court. This was something that was set in stone. As for what the word after literary was, could it be righteous, loyal, or even the slightly inferior respectful or Qing? Both were possible. Both required the emperor's special edict and could not be decided by the ministers. Previously, the imperial court thought that the former was more likely. However, after the second son, Lu Qingshan, became a cripple, the expectations were greatly lowered. Not to mention that there were only a handful of literati in the history of Qingyuan, they even felt that it was a bit difficult to become a literati. Chen Pingon called Pei Qian. Pei Qian, who had been like being stuck with an immortal's talisman, felt as if she had been granted amnesty. She ran all the way to Qin Pingan, bowed to Lu Qingfeng and the young attendant, and loudly explained her many mistakes. In fact, in her heart, Pei Qian did not feel that she had done anything wrong. She even complained that Lu Qingfeng was too useless. However, her master was angry. What could she do? Not to mention an apology that would not make her lose her flesh, even if she was asked to pay for it and move things out of the treasure box, Pei Qian could only do it obediently. Lu Qingfeng hurriedly spoke for Pei Qian. Only then did Pei Qian feel better. She felt that this scholar who had become a county magistrate was quite sensible. After that, of course, he urged Qin Pingan to go back to the Lion Garden together. However, when Qin Pingan said that he wanted to go to the capital to see if he could catch up with the end of the debate between Buddhism and Taoism, Lu Qingfeng felt embarrassed to persuade him again. Qin Pingan first helped Lu Qingfeng repair the ox cart. Then they said goodbye and continued on their way. After turning into the official road, Zhu Lian said with a smile, "I think Lu Qingfeng, the eldest son of the old assistant minister of the Lion Garden, is more suitable to be an official than his younger brother, Lu Qingshan." Lu Jingting, on the other hand, was experienced and insightful. He was most familiar with his eldest son's temperament. He was unusually calm and open-minded, far beyond ordinary people. Therefore, the old assistant minister's face changed slightly. Lu Qingshan closed the door after Lu Qingfeng left the study room. Lu Qingfeng looked tired and said with a smile, "On the way here, I happened to meet Qin Pingan." Lu Jingting suppressed the trembling in his heart and said with a smile, "What do you think?" Lu Qingfeng nodded and said, "An extremely rare mountain person. He's more like a serious scholar from a rich family." Lu Jingting smiled and said, "Indeed." Lu Qingfeng wanted to say something but stopped. Lu Jingting stood up and put his hand on his eldest son's shoulder. "Don't be so polite. Qingshan will understand your good intentions in the future. As for father, to be honest, I don't think you're right, but I don't think you're wrong either." Lu Qingfeng looked sad. Lu Jingting said, "Go and see Qingqing. She is close to Qingshan, but she is in awe of you. Therefore, some words are more useful for you to say." Lu Qingfeng nodded and said, "I'll sit for a while. After I meet the two gentlemen, I'll go to the embroidery building." Lu Jingting sighed and said, "Of course." The old assistant minister left the study room first. Lu Qingfeng sat alone in a chair and turned to look at the couplet. Thousands of troops in the pen, thousands of horses and soldiers in the poem. Li Di Qi through the ancient and modern times, Bibliothekit taught the descendants. In fact, this was not written by the owner of the study room, Lu Qingshan. It was written by Lu Qingfeng himself as a gift to Lu Qingshan during his brother's coronation ceremony. Lu Qingfeng looked bleak as he walked out of the study room to meet the old master Fu Xing and the middle-aged Confucian scholar Mr. Lu. The former was not at the school, only the latter was. Lu Qingfeng asked the latter some questions about knowledge before he left and went to the embroidery building to find his sister Lu Qingqing. After Lu Qingfeng left, the old master Fu Xing appeared out of thin air. The middle-aged Confucian scholar asked, "Sir, what Lu Qingfeng did was right to drag Lu Qingshan into the vortex of the battle between the three sects of Qingyuan Kingdom." Fu Xing smiled and said, "Didn't someone say that what happened yesterday died yesterday, and what happened today lives today? Today's right or wrong may not be right or wrong in the future. It still depends on the person. Besides, this is the Lu family's matter." I also want to take this opportunity to see how much Lu Qingfeng has read. The integrity of a scholar can only be achieved through hard work. The middle-aged Confucian scholar was helpless. It was not polite for Mr. Fu to talk about the actions of the Confucian scholars with Buddhist teachings. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm convinced by these words, sincerely convinced. I'm a stubborn person, but I can still distinguish between good and bad words." Lu Qingfeng felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. He smiled and said, "My brother has good taste." Lu Boqi stretched out his palm towards the ancestral hall. "You're an immortal on the mountain. Just kowtow to our Lu family's ancestral hall 3 times. Lu Boqi did as he was told. But he discovered that Lu Qingfeng also kowtowed 3 times from afar. Lu Boqi's heart was heavy. Lu Qingfeng said softly, "If there are no accidents, my name will be removed from the Lu family's genealogy very soon. At that time, I will no longer be Lu Qingshan's elder brother. At that time, if Lu Qingshan receives a letter from home and wants to give up on his long journey, no matter if you are in Aquarius continent or Central continent, if he insists on returning to Lion's Den and denouncing me, you must stop him and protect him as he continues his long journey." Although Lu Boqi did not know the reason behind it, he still nodded. He then smiled bitterly and said, "You want me to be the bad guy so soon? You don't regard me as an outsider." Lu Qingfeng changed the topic. "I heard that you taught Queen Willow a lesson." Lu Boqi began to feel guilty. Lu Qingfeng squinted his eyes and smiled. "When I was very young, I wanted to do that. I originally thought that it would take another 7 or 8 years before I could do it. Thank you again." Only at this moment did Lu Boqi begin to fully acknowledge the Lu family style. In the distance, Lu Qingshan limped towards the ancestral hall. Lu Qingshan found that his elder brother was chatting happily with the woman he loved. As long as his elder brother nodded, then his marriage with Lu Boqi should be secure. Lu Qingshan smiled. This young scholar only felt that there was nothing in the world that was difficult. Chen Pinggan's group successfully entered the capital of Qingyuan. After Old Dragon City, this once again gave people the feeling that the world was bustling with activity. In the end, Chen Pinggan still gave Zhu Lian some gold, silver, and white items, allowing him to purchase the paintings that Shi Ro hated bitterly. Chen Pinggan himself also found a century-old shop and bought a lot of fine rice paper that cost a copper coin. Before entering the city, Chen Pinggan emptied the bamboo boxes in a secluded place and placed the items within close proximity. Cui Dongshan had previously mentioned the inside story of this debate at the 100 Flowers Garden Inn. Among them was the Baiyun Temple that was unknown in Qingyuan, so Chen Pinggan deliberately avoided this place. He felt that he had used up most of his good luck in the Lion's Garden. He should not be too ostentatious and take the initiative to enter the sites of the Jiang family of Yunlin and the Tang family of Qingyuan. While eating in a restaurant in the downtown area, the diners in the capital were all talking about the debate between Buddhism and Taoism that was nearing its end but had not truly ended. They were in high spirits and beaming with joy. Whether it was worshipping Buddhism or Taoism, it was difficult to conceal the pride of being a citizen of Qingyuan in their words. In fact, this was one of the manifestations of a country's strength and fate. Chen Pinggan had seen it in some places. For example, he had seen it on the scouts of Dali's border army in the snow, on the people of the Great Sui Kingdom's capital, on the young girl in the carriage in Old Dragon City, and on the inverted mountain. A few tables nearby were talking about a wonderful thing that had just happened in the capital, which was widely spread. Chen Pinggan listened. When Pei Qian saw that Chen Pinggan was listening carefully, he slightly let go of the half-delicious roast chicken and pricked up his ears to listen. Zhu Lian secretly stretched out his chopsticks and wanted to put a drumstick into his bowl, but Pei Qian quickly blocked him with his chopsticks. The old man and the young man stared at each other and moved their chopsticks quickly. When Chen Pinggan picked up the food, they beat the gong to retreat. When Chen Pinggan lowered his head to eat, Pei Qian and Zhu Lian began to compete again. Chen Pingon was too lazy to pay attention to this pair of buffoons, but he was curious about the seemingly accidental exchange of words. It turned out that there was a heavy rain in the capital yesterday. A scholar came to the capital to take shelter from the rain under the eaves, and a monk held an umbrella in the rain. So there was a wonderful conversation. The content was not much, but it was meaningful, which made the diners near Chen Pingon ponder countless mysteries. At that time, the scholar asked the monk if he could give him a ride to take shelter from the rain. The monk said that he was in the rain and the scholar was under the eaves, where there was no rain, there was no need to cross. The scholar walked out of the eaves and stood in the rain. The monk shouted and went to find an umbrella. In the end, the scholar returned to the eaves in a daze. Most of the diners marveled at the monk's profound dharma, saying that this was great mercy and the true dharma. Because even though the scholar was also in the rain, the monk was not drenched because he had an umbrella in his hand, and that umbrella represented the dharma of salvation for all living things. What the scholar really needed was not the monk to cross him, but the dharma of salvation in his heart. So he was finally awakened by the monk's shout. It was really difficult to get a drumstick under Pei Qian's nose, so Zhu Lian poured a bowl of chicken soup for himself. He drank a mouthful and curled his lips, saying, "The taste is not very good." Chen Pingon laughed. "You are still a scholar in your bones, of course you would think that the taste is ordinary." Zhu Lian nodded. "That's right, the hard work is not worth it." If it were the young master or the Lu brothers, they would have to obediently take out an umbrella to shelter the scholar from the wind and rain and take him home. Maybe they would step into a puddle on the way, or the scholar's shoulder would get wet from the rain, and the scholar would remember your kindness. If it were the stinky cow's nose, there would probably be no such thing. He would not even look under the eaves and directly leave. Chen Pingon thought for a while and asked with a smile, if after a shout, the monk lent the umbrella to the scholar, and they walked together in the wind and rain, how would the taste of this bowl of chicken soup be? Zhu Lian shook the chicken soup in the bowl and smiled. It would probably be much better. Shi Rou understood. Pei Qian was confused, not to mention he was busy eating the drumstick. Chen Pingon smiled at Pei Qian. "Don't just eat the drumstick, eat more rice." Pei Qian nodded vigorously, his body slightly leaning back, holding up his round belly, proudly saying, "Master, I ate quite a lot." The young monk's face was full of tears, and he looked into the distance. "If people follow me, it's like entering the devil's den. I was wrong, I was wrong." In the Baiyun Taoist temple in the capital, a woman near the small Taoist temple and a child who had thrown a kite kept scolding. The middle-aged Taoist priest hid far away. The little Taoist priest cried and went to find his master. He said sadly, "Master, why don't we cut down those trees? We've been scolded by our neighbors, and the pilgrims have run away. Then we won't have any incense anymore, and we'll starve. Master, you won't be able to afford those books in the future." Of course, the middle-aged Taoist priest would not cut down those ancient trees, but his little disciple was crying so sadly, so he had to comfort him. He held the little Taoist priest's hand and went to the study room. The little Taoist priest sniffled. After all, he had been through a lot in the Baiyun Taoist temple. After being sad, he immediately returned to his child's naivety. He was not so bad. Some of his senior brothers had even been scratched on the face by some shrews who complained about their morning bells and evening drums. Anyway, the senior brothers in the Taoist temple were like rats running across the street every time they went out. They just needed to get used to it. The Taoist priest said that this was cultivation. In the summer, everyone was too hot to sleep, and so was the master. He would run out of the house and fan himself with them under the tree to enjoy the cool air. He asked his master why they were still hot after doing so much homework. His master could not give him an answer, so he just laughed. The little Taoist priest would be so angry that he would snatch the fan from his master. Fortunately, his master never got angry. At this moment, the middle-aged Taoist priest helped the little disciple settle down. He took out a Confucian book and showed it to the child. The middle-aged Taoist priest continued to read the legalism book on the table. Previously, he had read a sentence, "Even if you lose your hair, you have to do it." Thus, he began to annotate the book. To be precise, he was annotating his reading experience again. Because there was no place left for him to write on, he could only take out the cheapest paper so that after he finished writing, he could sandwich it between the pages. The little Taoist boy did not like to read. In the past, he liked to listen to his master telling him stories from the books. He put down the book and walked to his master's side. He saw his master writing something that he could not understand. He stood on his tiptoes and looked at the book that was open. He turned to his master and asked curiously, "Master, what are you writing?" The middle-aged Taoist priest put down the writing brush in his hand and put it on his self-made wooden carving brush holder. He smiled and said, "I read a sentence in the language of legalism again and felt inspired. So I wrote something so that the next time I read it, I can reflect on myself and know what I thought yesterday. Then I can verify my thoughts tomorrow." After many rounds of practice, the knowledge can be transformed from the books of the sages into our own knowledge. The little Taoist boy nodded, but was still a little unhappy. He asked, "Master, we can't bear to cut down the tree, but we also have to be despised by our neighbors. They hate us and hate us, as if everything we do is wrong. When will this end? My senior brothers and I are so pitiful." The middle-aged Taoist priest looked kind and smiled apologetically. He said, "Don't blame the neighbors. If there is any resentment, just blame our master. Because our master does not know." The little Taoist priest scratched his head. The Taoist priests of Baiyun Taoist Temple all wore square headscarves instead of hibiscus, fishtail, or lotus. In the southeastern territory of the Baoping continent, the world only knows that there is a hereditary governor of the Wei family in the central part of Qingyuan. He is the sole heir of the Wei family. Unfortunately, the inheritance of the family line is daunting but not dangerous, smooth and profitable. Since the founding of Qingyuan's Tang family, the emperor has changed so many times, but in reality, Governor Wei has always been the same person. This Wei Liang, who hides his strength and has an extremely deep relationship with the Tang family, is the person that Zhou Lingji fears the most in Qingyuan. After the pure jade stage cultivator Jiang Imo finished reading and listening, he smiled and asked, "I heard that after Lu Qingshan of the Lion's Garden was temporarily added to the examination, his performance was extremely outstanding. Other than written records, are there any scrolls that can be viewed?" Tang Zhong shook his head and said, replying to Elder Jiang, "Someone reminded us that it is best not to enter the Lion's Garden without permission. Even our consecrator Zhou can only watch from the mountain peak outside the Lion's Garden. But through the information of the spies inside, in addition to consecrator Zhou's advice of watching the mountains and rivers, Lu Jingting's second son Lu Qingshan indeed passed the examination on his own, without any outside help." Jiang Imo smiled and said, "Isn't it just that dolly imperial tutor Cui Dong? What is there to avoid?" Tang Zhong smiled and said, "It is indeed imperial tutor Cui." Emperor Tangli was not very comfortable in his heart. Qingyuan was forced by the power of a continent and had no choice but to scheme with Cui Dong and Dolly. As the emperor, he was well aware that facing that embroidered tiger, he was already at a disadvantage. Now that Jiang Imo had called out Cui Dong's name so casually, wasn't it clear that he, Jiang Imo, and the Yunlin Jiang family behind him, did not place Dolly and Cui Dong in their eyes? Then, towards Qingyuan, even though they were polite on the surface, just how much did the Jiang family look down on their Tang family in their bones? Although Tangli was displeased in his heart, he did not show it on his face. To put it bluntly, if Jiang Mo really spat a mouthful of phlegm on his face, he, as the emperor of Qing Yuan, would have to accept it with a smile. Perhaps he would even ask if the old immortal was thirsty. Jiang Mo did not continue to make things difficult for Tang Li. He took out several scrolls. On the scrolls, there were 2 people in 2 places. South of the capital, the White Water Temple, famous for its clear spring water. In the capital, the White Cloud Monastery, which was not well known, there was a young white-robed monk and a middle-aged Taoist. Jiang Mo nodded his head and said, "From the current situation, Buddhism wins on the surface, Taoism wins behind the scenes." The Lion Garden's Lu Qingshan that was promoted by the Confucian students of Qing Yuan has performed well. Perhaps there is still a chance. The original sentence of the person who wrote the book was, "Do not love others, do not hate others, do not harm those who love and evil, do not harm those who hate, do not love and evil in their own right, rule them to the utmost." On the page closest to this sentence, Lu Qingfeng wrote for the first time, "The word tu is not appropriate. It is too high. It should be changed to tu." Jiang Mo looked at the other 2 readings and smiled. Not bad. We can use it to test the weight of the Taoist from Baiyun Temple. The old immortal with the highest cultivation in the Jiang family of Yunlin County tore off the page with Lu Qingfeng's seal and returned the 2 books to the table in front of Tang Zhong. Jiang Yao smiled and said, "Let's find an opportunity to let the Taoist of Baiyun Taoist Temple get this book by chance. We'll see what the Abbey Dean has to say then." Tang Zhong agreed. Compared to the undercurrent of Jiang Mo's place. In a secluded pavilion surrounded by green bamboo in the summer palace, it was much more harmonious and festive. The tall young man who had obtained the iron chain from Pearl Cave Heaven, Jiang Yun, who lived at the end of the alley of Betail Ferry, was chatting with a sister who had married into Old Dragon City. Governor Wei Liang was sitting at the side, chatting with the dispirited teaching nanny. Jiang Yun looked at the sister's appearance in front of him and did not know whether to laugh or cry. The woman raised her eyebrows. "What's wrong?" "Judging by appearance, I think it's quite beautiful." Jiang Yun said with a smile, "Sister, I have to say something in good conscience. Your current appearance is really not close to beauty." The fat woman rolled her eyes and said, "I want to see what kind of fairy you will marry in the future. When the time comes, I will help you to see, so that you won't be deceived by the vixen." Jiang Yun put his palms together and begged for mercy. "Don't, I'm afraid that with your temper, you will scare my future wife away with a few words." The woman was about to nag a few more words, but Jiang Yun had already tactfully changed the topic. "Sister, how is Fu Nanhua?" The woman shook her head and said, "Just like that. It's quite good. No one cares about anyone, and they treat each other with respect. It's very good." Jiang Yun laughed and said, "Then if I have the chance, I must find this poor brother-in-law to drink wine and complain to each other. After a few days and nights of talking, we might become friends." The legitimate daughter of the Jiang family said indifferently, "You can do whatever you want." She thought of something and asked in a low voice, "Your master and his best friend went to look for treasures, did they succeed?" "If they succeeded, I will secretly go to Betail Crossing with you. I haven't seen the glazed golden body of an ascendant realm cultivator with my own eyes. There is one at home, but the old ancestor hid it. I haven't been able to find it for so many years." She whispered, "If you let me see that thing, sister will give you a very special gift. I guarantee that you will be envied by all the young cultivators in the continent." Jiang Yun waved his hand and said, "Forget it. My master's temper is also bad. If I dare to make a decision on such a big matter like the glazed golden body fragment, no matter how nice I usually talk to him, he will peel off a layer of my skin. It's not a joke. Back then, my master said that I must either go to the Black Pearl Grotto Heaven or the blessed land of the Divine Grandeur sect to train. But when I came back, my master began to regret. He said that training in the blessed land was also necessary. Since I have already been to the Black Pearl Grotto heaven, good things come in pairs. Taking advantage of these 2 years of good luck and obtaining a treasure in the grotto heaven, I might be able to get a beautiful wife in the blessed land. Jiang Yun frowned and said helplessly, with such a scoundrel master, there is no way to reason with him. The lady sneered, you really don't know how lucky you are. In the history of the Aquarius continent, how many people were able to enter the upper 5 realms with the background of a mountain cultivator? To be able to make Li Tuanjing, a person with high standards, to be so respectful. To be able to become friends with that eccentric old sect leader. You should be content. If you have time, quickly go back to the clan and burn some incense with the old ancestors. Thank them for their kindness. Jiang Yun's expression was indifferent. He shook his head and said, don't persuade me to go back. I really can't muster up the energy. The lady sighed. She extended her hand and flicked Jiang Yun's forehead. Since young, you have been so stubborn. Now that you are an immortal, you still can't let go of the past. Jiang Yun did not reply. He looked at the instructor Granny. The lady lightly shook her head, indicating for Jiang Yun not to ask. While the two of them were silent, Governor Wei Liang and the instructor Granny were chatting about the Bamboo Sea Paradise and Lady Qingxin. Wei Liang looked around, his eyes were filled with jade-green bamboos. He joked, virtuous gentlemen and scholars all like this green bamboo. I want to chop down thousands of bamboo. The Jiang family's first daughter teased, Mr. Wei, if you are chopping bamboos here, you will leave our old ancestor who wants to spar with you to the side. That's not good, right? Wei Liang laughed, if I sit there, I will be stealing the limelight. I will be violating my duties as an official. She was about to rebut him. Wei Liang laughed, little ginger, I carried you when you were young. Time passes so quickly. In the blink of an eye, the black girl in swaddling clothes has become a married lady. She glared at him, took out a piece of ginger that she loved to eat since young, and took a big bite. Wei Liang laughed heartily. Jiang Yun was impressed. Many people had left the Lion Garden in the suburbs of the capital recently. Once the demons were eliminated, the outsiders left, and their own family members also left. The eldest daughter, Lu Qingya, who had been trapped in her mother's house for a long time, hurriedly left with her husband. Once bitten, twice shy. Her husband was really scared this time. After that, the two teachers from the Lu family school left together. Then, the second son, Lu Qingshan, and the female Taoist, Lu Boqi, prepared to travel on horseback. They went all the way up north to take a look at the Lakeview Academy. Then, Lu Jingting's youngest daughter, Lu Qingqing, and her servant, Xiaoya, headed to a certain celestial sect. Her brother, Lu Qingfeng, applied for leave from the imperial court and personally escorted his sister. The mansion on the mountain was not close to the capital of the Qinghuan kingdom. It was more than 600 miles away. When old Assistant Minister Lu was still in office, he had a good relationship with the person in charge of that sect. Therefore, in addition to a generous gift for apprenticeship, he also wrote a letter for Lu Qingfeng to carry. The general content was nothing more than pleading to take his daughter as a registered disciple even though Lu Qingqing's aptitude was not good and she was not a talent for cultivation. In fact, even if Lu Jingting was no longer the Assistant Minister of Rites, as long as he was still alive, it would not be difficult for his daughter, Lu Qingqing, to enter any celestial sect in Qinghuan. She did not even need this letter at all. Along the way, the two carriages moved slowly. Lu Qingqing smiled more and more, and her servant, Xiaoya, was naturally happy too. Lu Qingfeng mostly sat in the carriage and flipped through books. When they arrived at the courier station along the way, he would get to know people and treat them well. It was not as simple as the etiquette of a noble family's son. The local officials, regardless of whether they were upright or turbid, were all slippery and blind even if their official rank was very low. Lu Qingfeng, as a magistrate of a county, could tell at a glance whether he was pretending to be polite or treating them with respect. Therefore, Lu Qingfeng did not look like the eldest son of Lu Jingting, the leader of the scholarly circle of Qingyuan. Everyone had a good impression of him and it became an interesting topic in the courier stations all over the country. Lu Qingqing was a woman and she was not old, so she could not see the details of her brother, Lu Qingfeng. However, the meticulous Xiao Ye was amazed. She always felt that the young master in the lion's garden was completely different from the magistrate Lu who walked out of the lion's garden. When they arrived at the Celestial Sect mansion, Lu Qingqing's visit to the Celestial Sect went smoothly. After Lu Qingfeng settled Lu Qingqing down, he did not immediately go down the mountain. Instead, he was led to a tall building with a view of the cliff. After climbing up the building, he saw an old Confucian in a green robe leaning against the railing and admiring the scenery. It was a distinguished and elegant young master. Lu Qingfeng sighed in his heart. He restrained his complicated emotions and bowed. Lu Qingfeng pays his respects to Imperial Tutor Cui. Dolly Imperial Tutor Cui Dong. He actually came to Qingyuan in person. Cui Dong smiled and raised his hand, indicating that Lu Qingfeng did not need to be so polite. He then pointed to the person beside him, Li Baozhen, from Longquan County. He is now the person in charge of Dolly's Green Wave Pavilion in the southeast of Aquarius Continent. In the future, you will have frequent contact. The handsome young man bowed to Lu Qingfeng. Greetings to Mr. Lu. Lu Qingfeng could only return the greeting. Li Baozhen said in the Qingyuan official language, Mr. Lu, this trip to Qingyuan in the south has opened my eyes. There are too many wonderful people. Just that Taoist from Baiyun Temple, with his insignificant cultivation, dared to perform the unification of Tao and steal the secrets of heaven. He really crossed the natural moat that even earth immortals of the nascent soul realm find difficult to cross. It's just that he's too eye-catching. Whether it's a blessing or a curse, it's probably up to the Yunlin Jiang clan. Lu Qingfeng smiled and did not say anything. A show of strength. He's really young and aggressive, showing off his ability. Li Baozhen waited quietly. Seeing that Lu Qingfeng was soft and did not speak, he also smiled. Cui Dong looked at Lu Qingfeng and smiled. Lu Qingfeng, in the future, you two don't have to worry about the big matters of Qingyuan, Qingshan, and Yunshao. As for the small matters, you can teach Li Baozhen more. Lu Qingfeng nodded. Li Baozhen looked at ease. With a smile on his face, he bowed deeply. Thank you, Mr. Lu. It was the Hebo ancestral temple that Qin Pingan once inscribed on the wall. Recently, a group of generous pilgrims had come and stayed in the ancestral temple. 2 people and a yellow ox. The temple was trembling with fear when receiving the incense money. A young man in white with a mole between his eyebrows liked to visit the monument corridor. It was Cui Dongshan, who was still in Qingyuan for some reason. That night, the full moon was in the sky. Cui Dongshan asked for a bamboo basket from the Hebo ancestral temple and went to fetch a basket of river water. It was already very magical that not a drop of water leaked out. What was more mysterious was that the full moon reflected in the bamboo basket swayed with the water in the basket. Even if he walked into the shadows of the corridor, the moon in the water was still bright and lovely. Cui Dongshan walked to a corridor and sat on the railing. He put the bamboo basket aside and looked up at the moon. Only the water in the bamboo basket and the moon in the water were his companions. Cui Dongshan's thoughts drifted away. The Buddha worried about the suffering of all living beings. The Saint Master worried about Confucianism. In the end, it only became the knowledge of those who did not starve. What about the Tao ancestor? It was said that he was watching that one. Maybe Wang Zhu, who was trapped at the bottom of the well, was one. Maybe the old man in the Yang family's medicine shop was one. Or maybe in the eyes of the Tao ancestor, who was so powerful that no one was one. Cui Dongshan rubbed his cheeks and took out 2 scrolls made of ordinary jujube wood from his sleeves. He spread out the 2 scrolls and suspended them in front of him. One of the scrolls. There was an old scholar in old clothes sitting in the middle of a bench. Cui Dong, who was in his 20s, sat on one side. The young man on his left and right and the young man Qi Jingchen sat on the other side. 4 people sat on a long bench, making it a little crowded. There was a head that broke into the scrolls that should belong to the 4 of them. He tilted his head and smiled brightly. He even stretched out 2 fingers. In another place, there was a strong figure squatting in the corner with his back to everyone. The second scroll. The guy who poked his head out of the first scroll stood openly in the middle of the scroll. He spread out his arms. The young man on his left and right and Qi Jingchen hugged the man's arms. They bent their knees and retracted their legs. They hung in the air. The 2 young men grinned. The young scholar Cui Dong stood behind the man. His smile was more reserved, but it was also very sincere. Cui Dongshan was wondering when he, Chen Pingan, and that little girl, Charcoal, would also leave behind such a painting scroll. 10. 397. For the next 2 days, Chen Pingan brought Pei Qian and Zhu Lian to visit the shops in the capital. Shi Rou stayed at the inn to look after the house. It was really lively. Because of this huge debate between Buddhism and Taoism, this Qingyuan country was filled with people from all walks of life. Some sought fame, some sought profit. Of course, there were also people like Chen Pingan who came purely to enjoy the scenery and buy some of Qingyuan's specialties. Pei Qian and Zhu Lian were probably blind under the light. They did not see anything strange about Chen Pingan's hobby of visiting bookstores. However, the meticulous Shi Rou saw some clues. Chen Pingan visited those big and small bookstores. He almost never touched the exquisite new books. He also did not have much interest in the classics of the 100 schools of thought. Instead, he would flip through half of the books he saw. However, Chen Pingan would not buy them after he finished. This caused many people to roll their eyes. Fortunately, Zhu Lian, who liked to spend money extravagantly, helped him. Thus, he did not receive any malicious remarks from the bookstores or bookstores. Pei Qian probably felt that in the capital, Chen Pingan first bought more than 10 pieces of the most famous and expensive rice paper in Qingyuan Kingdom, then bought a pair of green-glazed imperial chest jars for Liu Baixiang, and then bought a hand-twisted gourd for her. His expenses were very high, far exceeding his usual expenses. Even if he saw something that he really liked, he would only sneak a few glances at it. Moreover, the treasure box that Yao Jinji gave him back then was really full and couldn't fit any more items. Otherwise, he would ask his master for a brand new treasure box. After thinking for a while, Pei Qian dismissed the idea. He felt that although his master earned some money from the lion's garden, he also bought a new one. He would ask his master again when he earned money next time. In the end, he was poor. Pei Qian was a little sad. He did not know when he would be able to accumulate a treasure box full of treasures. Old Chef said that what was better and bigger than the treasure box was the treasure shelf that all rich families had. After it was filled with items, it was truly a dazzling array of items. It would make people's eyeballs fall to the ground and not be able to pick them up. In these 2 days of shopping, he had heard some gossip that was barely related to Chen Pingan. According to Zhu Lian, the emperor of Qingshan's tastes were extremely outstanding, and he admired him endlessly. This monarch of Qingshan, whose words carried enormous weight, did not like graceful and slender beauties. His only hobby was the world's plump women. There were 4 of his most favored concubines in the palace. They could no longer be described as plump or plump. And the head of the 4 charms, charming pig Yuan Yi, had an even more famous identity, and was one of the 4 great martial masters of the southeast countries of the Aquarius continent. The emperor of Qing Shan, Zheng Kuei, was currently staying at the Qing embassy in the capital. He was accompanied by 4 beauties. The day before yesterday, Zheng Kuei wore casual clothes and took the relatively slender Mei Kei to tour the temples in the capital. In the end, when they were burning incense, they had a conflict with a group of aristocratic children. Mei Kei attacked fiercely and directly beat them half to death, causing a great disturbance. The Yamen in charge of the security of the capital, the Ministry of Rights of Qing, had high-ranking officials appear. After all, it involved the diplomatic relations between the 2 countries, and it was not easy to calm things down. The troublemakers were the children of aristocratic families in the capital and a few friends of the same age who had traveled south. After learning of the identity of the emperor of Qing Shan, they calmed down. However, another wave arose. Among the troublemakers that night, many people who had just settled down in the new residence in Qing died suddenly. Their deaths were tragic. It was said that even the Yamen's coroner was disgusted by the sight. Very quickly, there was conclusive news that spread throughout the capital. The murderer's method of killing was the usual method used by the great grandmaster of Qing Shan, the charming pig. The 4 limbs were removed, leaving only the head on the body. The mute acupoint was sealed, and the charm pig would help stop the bleeding. They struggled to death. The Qing Luan court had already quickly mobilized people from all sides to investigate this matter. There was also a group of experienced investigating officials from the Ministry of Justice, the court's immortal teachers, and Jianghu legends. They immediately entered the embassy where Zheng Kuei was staying. However, this could not stop the anger of the crowd. Countless scholars surrounded the embassy where Emperor Zheng Kuei was staying. If it were not for the obstruction of the Yamen runners in the capital and the 200 elite soldiers personally sent by Governor Wei Liang, who watched covetously and did not allow the situation to deteriorate, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Of course, those scholars who did not have the strength to truss a chicken could only be killed on the spot by one of the 4 beauties, Zheng Kuei's beloved concubine. The charming pig Yuan Yi spread the word that she would fight with one of the 4 great grandmasters, Zhu Fengxian of the Great Marsh Gang. If she lost, the Qing Shan kingdom would accept this huge scoop of dirty water. However, if she won, the scholars of Qing who had made a ruckus outside the embassy would all have to kneel outside the embassy and kowtow in apology. The old demon Zhu Fengxian, who was rumored to have once driven a scarlet carriage and caused a storm of blood in the Jianghu of several countries, was indeed in the capital recently and was staying at a Taoist temple. Then yesterday, the notorious Zhu Fengxian of 30 years ago reappeared in the Jianghu. As the number 1 hero of Qing, he arrived as promised. He stepped into the embassy and engaged in a battle of life and death with the charming pig Yuan Yi. From the moment Zhu Fengxian left the Taoist temple in the carriage, countless people of Qing and Jianghu along the way cheered for him. However, as the saying goes, the devil is 10 times stronger. Zhu Fengxian, who originally had high hopes placed on him, was not a match for the charming pig. In the end, he was seriously injured and lost to the second of the 4 great grandmasters, Yuan Yi. Yuan Yi, who was covered in blood but was not seriously injured, casually grabbed Zhu Fengxian by the neck and swaggered to the entrance of the embassy. Even if they picked out one of them, it would be enough to make a martial arts master of the Qinghuan country eat a big pot of wine. The Taoist temple wasn't big. Today, it was closed. Chen Pingan knocked on the side door of the Taoist temple for a long time before a Taoist priest opened the door with a vigilant look. Chen Pingan said that he was old friends with Zhu Fengxian. Could the Taoist temple please inform him that Chen Pingan came to visit? The young Taoist priest nodded and asked Qin Pingan to wait for a moment. After closing the door, about half an hour later, other than the Taoist priest who went back to inform, there was also one of the disciples who accompanied Zhu Fengxian to send Zhu Xiang to the mountain. After recognizing that it was Qin Pingan, Zhu Fengxian's last disciple was relieved. He led Qin Pingan to the depths of the Taoist temple's backyard. This person didn't say much along the way. He just thanked Qin Pingan for remembering the friendship of Jianghu. When they approached a house, the smell of medicine was extremely strong. Zhu Fengxian's disciples stood respectfully in the corridor outside the door. Everyone looked dignified. When they saw Qin Pingan, they just nodded to greet him. Moreover, they didn't relax at all. After all, the trip to the Gold Laurel Temple was just a fleeting encounter. It was hard to know what a person's heart was. Only God knew what this foreigner surnamed Chen was up to. If it wasn't for Zhu Fengxian, who was lying on the sickbed, who personally asked to bring Qin Pingan and his group here, no one dared to agree to open the door. Qin Pingan asked Zhu Lian and the other two to stay at the corner of the corridor. He didn't let them get close to the house. After one of Zhu Fengxian's direct disciples opened the door, Qin Pingan walked into the house alone with his sword and a box on his back. Zhu Fengxian leaned on the pillow. His face was pale. He was covered with a quilt. He smiled and said, "After we parted on the mountain, we met again in a different place. I, Zhu Fengxian, am in such a pitiful state. I've made a fool of myself." He was severely injured. Other than Zhu Fengxian who was lying on the sickbed, there was also an old Taoist with a wooden expression. After the disciple who helped open the door closed the door, he moved a chair for Qin Pingan and stood to the side. He didn't leave to prevent Qin Pingan from suddenly killing someone. Qin Pingan took down the bamboo box and placed it by his feet. He sat on the chair and asked softly, "Old gang leader, you didn't hide your whereabouts when you entered the capital this time." Zhu Fengxian coughed a few times and tried his best to smile. "How could I not hide? It's just that the imperial court's eyes and ears are sharp, so I couldn't hide well. This Taoist temple in the capital is a branch of the Great Marsh Gang that has been painstakingly operating for nearly 30 years. Perhaps it has long been targeted by the imperial court. This isn't a big deal." After exchanging a glance with Lu Qingfeng, Li Baozhen smiled and said, "All right, since Mr. Lu says that I've learned enough, then I'll do as Lord Imperial Advisor said and learn more from Mr. Lu. After all, this time is just an appetizer for Emperor Tangli of Qingyuan country after I take office. I don't want him to think that he can rest easy by relying on the big tree of the Jiang family of Yunlin. After all, some bad wind and rain can also make people sick to the bone." Lu Qingfeng didn't say a word. As they approached the lion garden, Li Baozhen suddenly smiled and said, "I won't enter the garden. I will wait in the carriage for Sir Lu to finish explaining things to the old assistant minister and then return to the county government office together." Lu Qingfeng got off the carriage and walked alone into the lion garden under the night sky. Li Baozhen got out of the carriage but didn't get off. He sat behind the coachman. This young man, who came from the Dragon Pearl Cave in the past like Qin Pingan, had nothing to do. He swung his legs and said with a smile, "When I think that my baby sister likes to call Qin Pingan young martial uncle, I get angry. What should I do? As her brother, I can't bear to say anything harsh to her, so I can only tease that bumpkin from the mud bottle alley. If it weren't for the fact that they had escorted the little treasure bottle, Yuan Yi and Zhu Fengxian wouldn't have killed each other like this. But what I admire most about the imperial tutor is that he calculates people's hearts and places his pawns in other people's courtyards. In fact, everyone does it. In the capital of Dali, there is the Changchun Palace, and even Song Jiankyang. In fact, there are a lot of people who do it. Even our emperor does the same. There are those masters from the 100 schools of thought who have ulterior motives. But in the end, when we look at the chessboard, it seems that one side loses a little and the other side gains a lot. In the end, our imperial tutor benefits more. This is very scary. Li Baozhen talked to himself for a long time and then asked the coachman with a smile, "Even I can't read your file for the time being. Can you tell me why you are willing to work for our dolly?" The old coachman said indifferently, "I hope you don't sprain your ankle on your official career. Otherwise, I will be the first to kill you." Li Baozhen didn't care at all. "You really have to change your bad habit of speaking your mind to everyone. At least wait until the day when you seize the opportunity to kill me." The old coachman sneered, "Okay, I will repeat it when the time comes." There was a moment of silence. Lu Qingfeng hadn't returned. Li Baozhen asked casually, "Is Jianghu fun?" The coachman said in a deep voice, "No, it's easy to die." Li Baozhen said, "Oh, I see. Then I will take it easy. It's my first time here, so I should familiarize myself with the local customs. I have been timid since I was a child. There are so many masters in my hometown. When I walk on the street, I am afraid that I will disturb the land immortals and martial arts masters next door." Li Baozhen patted his knees gently with both hands. It said that when people from the same hometown see each other, they will cry. I wonder who will cry the next time we meet, between me and that bumpkin surnamed Qin. Alas, when that stupid girl Zhu Lu found me in the capital, she was crying so hard that my heart almost ached to death. My heart ached so much that I almost wanted to slap her to death. How could she not handle such a small matter? She caused me to vent my anger on Her Highness and ruined my future in Great Li's officialdom for nothing. Otherwise, why would I need to come to such a shabby place and climb up step by step?" The old coachman said with a smile, "A bad child like you will be very miserable when you are in trouble one day." Li Baozhen sighed, "Look, you are speaking the truth again. Why don't you listen to advice? It's not good." The night was dark. Li Baozhen looked at the lion garden and said with a smile, "Our Mr. Lu is much more miserable than me. At most, I am full of evil tricks. There will only be more and more people who are afraid of me. He is full of bitterness and there will be an endless stream of people scolding him." In a small post house in the suburbs of Qinghuan country, the atmosphere was extremely solemn. There were hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the small post house tonight. In a room, big eyes stared at small eyes. The young man in white pointed at the old man in green's nose and scolded angrily, "Old bastard, we agreed that we would play by the rules and not play any tricks. You actually threw Li Baozhen to Qinghuan country at this juncture. With this guy's nature, won't he take revenge? Don't you have any shame?" The old man in green was expressionless. He said indifferently, "Little bastard, you secretly sent a message to Qin Pingan and asked him to block the way to the lion garden. Do you have any shame?" The handsome young man with a mole between his eyebrows continued to scold, "Old bastard, King broke the rules first and set up Qin Pingan. You are destroying the foundation of my Tao. You won't let me beat you back." There were two people in the room. It was Cui Dongshan. Embroidered tiger Cui Dong. There was only one person. Cui Dong's expression was still indifferent. He raised his hand and wiped the saliva on his face. "What is the point of scolding yourself?" Cui Dongshan sneered, "Very satisfying." Cui Dong sneered, "Seeing your pitiful appearance now, I finally understand why our highest realm back then stopped at the peak of the 12th realm." Cui Dongshan sat down on the chair. "If I had known it was such a good-for-nothing like you, I would have strangled myself to death back then." Cui Dong smiled, "It's not too late if you want to die now. But remember to leave behind this shed skin and the Fengsuan item." Cui Dongshan rolled his eyes. He spread out his hands and lay on the table. His face was close to the table, and he said in a muffled voice, "His Majesty the Emperor is dead." After a while, Song Jianqiang will be the regent. Cui Dong nodded. Cui Dongshan didn't even raise his head. Then who will be the new emperor? Or will the original two candidates each take half? Cui Dong turned a deaf ear. Cui Dongshan raised his head. He went from lying on the table to leaning against the back of the chair. So boring. Cui Dong said, "I think you're quite interested in being someone's student and disciple." Cui Dongshan just kept rolling his eyes. Finding joy in hardship. Cui Dong was also a little puzzled. 398. When Li Baozhen saw the young man who should not have appeared on the road, his mind turned quickly. The 3-inch world was it Lu Qingfeng behind him who set him up, hoping to dominate Qinghuan alone? It shouldn't be. The imperial tutor wouldn't let Lu Qingfeng dominate. It was reasonable for him and Lu Qingfeng to restrict each other. Was this a coincidence? Was tonight just a sudden encounter? Li Baozhen sighed. If his luck was so bad, it would be better for someone to set him up. After all, in the chess competition, one could rely on one's brain and skills. If his luck was bad, did he have to burn incense and pray to Buddha? Li Baozhen stood behind the old coachman and asked softly, "What do you mean?" The old coachman said in a deep voice, "One of the retainers behind this person, the stooped old man, is very likely to be a martial artist of the far-travel state. His realm is not lower than mine." Li Baozhen slapped his forehead. "The spy misled me." According to the recent spy report, Chen Pingan was at the 100 Flowers Garden Inn in the capital. 3 of his 4 retainers left and only 2 retainers were with him. One of them was called Zhu Lian, whose strength was unknown. He might be a martial artist of the Golden Body State. The other one behaved strangely. His performance in the Lion's Garden was mediocre. His strength should be inferior to Zhu Lian. As for Chen Pingan himself, based on the strength of the Lion's Garden's wall, he was at least a pure martial artist of the 5 states. He could draw talismans and wore an immortal robe of unknown quality. The gourd hanging from his body was the sword-strengthening gourd Ginger Gourd. It was unknown whether it nourished flying swords. Although he had pieced together all the bits and pieces of the spy report, he was still unable to reveal Chen Pingan's true background. But it was not important. Li Baozhen determined that Chen Pingan was in the capital of Qinghuan. Even if he suddenly became an immortal overnight, it still had nothing to do with Li Baozhen. Li Baozhen was using Dolly as his chessboard to tease Chen Pingan, who was in the game. Dolly's green wave pavilion spies in the southeast of the Aquarius continent followed the movements of the chess pieces, like a spider that was constantly moving. Before leaving Dolly, the imperial tutor Cui Dong gave Li Baozhen 3 choices. Go to the Great Sui Kingdom and be responsible for keeping an eye on the old vassals of the Great Sui Kingdom, including the Gao family and the Huangting country. Go to the biggest obstacle in front of the Dolly cavalry, the Zhuiying dynasty with many sword cultivators, and the movements of the Lakeview Academy in the south were also important. The last one was Qinghuan. Compared to the first 2, Qinghuan was originally a small rural place. It was only after the Aquarius continent's people started to move south that the Green Wave Pavilion began to increase its investment in the last 2 years. Of course, these were some of the superficial phenomena that Li Baozhen saw after taking up the position. Otherwise, he would not have been unable to look up the old coachman's file. But Li Baozhen was not stupid. The aristocratic family had Tang Zhong, the Great Lake Gang's Zhu Fengxian in the Jianghu. Especially the imperial tutor Cui Dong, who personally came here and even made an exception to meet Lu Qingfeng of the Lion's Garden. All of this showed that Li Baozhen's vision was not bad. He chose this place as his place of prosperity, in Dolly, temporarily away from the whirlpool of the Song clan that could easily crush people. Li Baozhen was somewhat annoyed. If he had waited for a few more days, he would have waited for an important person responsible for his safety to enter Qinghuan Kingdom. That would have been a great situation where he would not be afraid of anything. What Governor Wei Liang? What Chief Executive Zhou Lingji? None of them were worth mentioning. Chen Pingan stood still and asked, "If you die here tonight, will you regret it?" Li Baozhen nodded, "I'll definitely regret it." Chen Pingan laughed, "You'll regret not being careful enough in your actions, right?" Li Baozhen seemed to have nothing to lose and said frankly, "Yes, once I left Longquan County's Fulu Street and our Dali dynasty, I felt that I could fly freely. It was too unwise. Chen Pingan, you've taught me twice the valuable principles of being a person and doing things. You can't do things more than 3 times. In the future, you go your way and I'll go mine. What do you think?" Zhu Lian raised his arms and rubbed his palms, eager to try. He smiled and said, "Although the old coachman is a martial artist of the far travel state, I can totally deal with him. Young master, we're in the same realm after all. If I'm careless and can't hold back, please don't blame me." The old coachman's eyes were burning as he stared at the hunchback old man. Qinghuan, Qingshan, Yunshao, and the surrounding small countries were shallow in Jianghu and had responsibilities. It was not good to travel without permission and ruin the title of a pure martial artist of the 8th state. It was not easy to meet one tonight, so how could he miss it? However, there was the bad seed Li Baozhen behind him and Mr. Liu in the carriage, so he could not help but be restrained. He asked, "It's hard to deal with this retinue. Mr. Li, do you have any tricks you can teach me? Can I protect you from death and allow me to fight to my heart's content?" Li Baozhen smiled bitterly and said, "Who would have thought that there would be such a situation? My tricks only harm people and not save myself." The coachman stood up and sneered, "Then it's empty. Scheming here and there, it's dazzling, but in the end, it's so useless." Li Baozhen smiled and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you to put in more effort tonight and win me a chance to mend the pen after the sheep is lost." The old coachman was the #1 martial artist of the Aquarius continent. He was strong and had a heavy burden on his shoulders. He would not leave just because he hated Li Baozhen. The carriage trembled slightly. Li Baozhen only felt a breeze on his face. The old coachman had already rushed forward and pounced towards Chen Pingan. The reeds on both sides of the small road fell towards Chen Pingan and Zhu Lian. Zhu Lian habitually took a few steps forward. His body was as fast as lightning as he extended his palm. He caught the old coachman's fist aura and his sleeves swelled up. Zhu Lian slid backwards and stood shoulder to shoulder with Chen Pingan. The old coachman used the momentum to float backwards and landed on the ground. The reeds on both sides of the road fell to the left and right again. The rustling sound was extremely ear-piercing in the originally silent night. Li Baozhen saw the scattered fist aura drifting towards the motionless Chen Pingan. It was like a slanted wind drizzle meeting an oil paper umbrella. Not a single drop of water touched the umbrella holder. Li Baozhen's eyelids trembled. No wonder he was the weakest martial artist of the 5th realm. This clay bottle alley bastard, after leaving Li Zhu Grotto Heaven, he seemed to have had a good encounter. Li Baozhen felt a little regretful. Could it be that he should have walked the path of cultivation? A pure martial artist of the 5th realm who was not even 18 years old. In the Dali dynasty where there were many martial artists, he could probably be called a genius. Could it be that after Li Zhu Grotto Heaven fell, the majestic martial arts fate was all taken by this guy? No, the vassal King Song Zhangqiang, Li Er, and Jing Dafeng divided it among the 3 of them. At most, there would be some leftovers. Zhu Lian shook his wrist and said with a smile, "Brother, your fist is a little weak." "What, are you being polite with me? Are you afraid that you can't kill me with one punch?" No, just punch me as hard as you can. I'm thick-skinned and easy to beat. Brother, if you continue to hide like this, I won't be polite with you. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Lian rushed forward like a wild mountain monkey. He was so fast that it was as if an immortal master had used an object that could shrink 1,000 miles. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the old coachman and returned the favor by throwing a punch at him. Li Baozhen's eyesight was limited. He only saw Zhu Lian's punch. After that, they confronted each other in a small place, which made him dizzy. Li Baozhen soon felt uncomfortable in his ears. He swallowed his saliva and felt a little better. The old coachman let out a soft shout, his hands clinging and striking, throwing Zhu Lian towards the reeds. He himself took a step back and stomped heavily on the ground, while his other foot was lightly raised to stabilize his body. If he wasn't worried about Li Baozhen behind him, the old coachman would naturally be able to throw a punch more freely. Zhu Lian stretched his body in the air and stepped on a slender reed with one foot. He swayed left and right a few times and said with a smile, "Brother, it seems that you've been in the 8th realm for so many years, but it's not smooth sailing. You have to climb the road to the top, right?" The old coachman sneered, "Isn't it too early to say that?" Zhu Lian walked on top of the reeds like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. As his muscles and bones stretched, there was a series of cracking sounds like soybeans. He chuckled and said, "It's not too early, not too early. I'm just worried that you won't be able to leave behind your last words if we really have to risk our lives. I've heard that 8th realm martial artists are quite rare in the world. If you die suddenly like this, I'll grieve for the loss of my kind. While my young master doesn't find you an eyesore, I'll quickly chat with you." The old coachman didn't say anything. In the carriage, Lu Qingfeng wanted to get up. A white rainbow suddenly appeared from the blade-strengthening gourd at Chen Pinggan's waist. It quickly drew an arc and penetrated the carriage wall without any obstruction. It hovered between Lu Qingfeng's eyebrows. Lu Qingfeng smiled and sat back in his seat. Li Baozhen's hand hidden in his sleeve had just moved when a green sword light flashed and pierced his sleeve. Then, a talisman was nailed to the carriage wall behind him. The golden talisman was very strange. There were talismans written on both sides of the talisman. Not only that, there was a black-armored immortal general and a white-armored immortal general on both sides of the talisman. It was a talisman of the day and night wandering god that had long been lost in the world. Li Baozhen sighed and said to the old coachman, "Stop. There's no need to fight. I, Li Baozhen, will just wait for death." Zhu Lian said anxiously, "Don't, big brother. Let's fight. Don't delay my young master and your master's business." The old coachman nodded and swept toward Zhu Lian. Chen Pinggan walked to the side of the carriage. Li Baozhen was sitting in the carriage, looking like he was ready to kill. Chen Pinggan looked at the carriage curtain. "I thought it was a clever house, but the ghost overlooks the house." It turned out to be another sentence in the book. In the carriage, Lu Qingfeng said, "There's no door to fortune or misfortune, but people call it themselves." Chen Pinggan didn't say anything else. Scholars actually understood the big and small truths. Especially Lu Qingfeng, who had read books and poems since childhood and had been in the officialdom. But Zhu Fengxian, a Jianghu hero, was actually easier for onlookers to see through. Life and death, honor and disgrace were straightforward. Li Baozhen looked at Chen Pinggan. He was sitting and Chen Pinggan was standing. They just happened to look at each other. Li Baozhen asked politely, "No matter how you found me, after you kill me tonight, how will you go back to Dali? Are you going to give up your ancestral home in Nipping Lane of Longquan Commandery?" Chen Pinggan looked at the disciple of the Li family from Fulu Street, whom they had never met before, but who wanted to kill Chen Pinggan. They were also a family, but why was he so different from Li Shixing and Little Treasure Bottle? Seeing that Chen Pingan didn't speak, Li Baozhen said with a smile, "I'm just a scholar, and I can't withstand your punch. Every dog has its day. But it's only been a few years, and it's changed too fast. If I had known that you'd changed so much, I would have drawn Zhu He to my side. Then I wouldn't have left my hometown and died in another place." One punch. Li Baozhen hugged his abdomen with both hands and curled up, almost vomiting bile. Chen Pingan only used the cultivation of a second-realm martial artist. Chen Pingan reached out to grab Li Baozhen's hair bun, pulled him out of the carriage, and threw him away. Li Baozhen rolled away on the yellow mud road. In the end, he spread out his hands and feet, and his face was full of tears. But it was not sadness or regret, but pure physical pain. Li Baozhen laughed and said, "I never thought that I would have such a day. Lu Qingfeng, remember to collect my body and send it back to Longquan Commandery of Dali." Chen Pingan squatted down. Li Baozhen looked at him. He saw a pair of familiar yet strange eyes. This kind of eyes was different from the bottomless abyss of imperial tutors Cui Dong. Li Baozhen was glad that he could not see the bottom. Otherwise, he would probably be a corpse. Because it was unlucky to see the fish in the abyss, he was far from qualified to pry into the thoughts of the embroidered tiger. But the only similarity between Chen Pingan's eyes and the Dali imperial tutor's eyes was deep in Li Baozhen's memory. Vaguely, one was an abyss, and the other was an ancient well, and there were evil dragons hiding in them, wanting to raise their heads. Li Baozhen's eyes were suddenly full of pleasure, and he whispered, "Chen Pingan, I'm waiting for you to become a person like me. I'm looking forward to that day." Chen Pingan grabbed a handful of soil from the ground and tapped Li Baozhen's Adam's apple with one hand. When Li Baozhen involuntarily opened his mouth, he stuffed the soil into his mouth, and then covered Li Baozhen's mouth with his palm, asking, "Is it delicious?" Li Baozhen struggled with his hands and feet, his face flushed. Chen Pingan turned his head slightly. "What are you talking about? I can't hear you. Why don't you speak louder?" Li Baozhen suddenly stopped struggling and swallowed the large mouthful of soil bit by bit. Her eyes were fixed on the indifferent young face. Chen Pingan raised his hand, and Li Baozhen's face twisted as he mumbled, "It's not bad." Chen Pingan nodded. "It's not easy to eat shit right now, so what's so difficult about eating soil?" Just like before, after Li Baozhen ate a large handful of soil, he once again covered Chen Pingan's mouth. This time, Chen Pingan increased his strength, and the back of Li Baozhen's head began to sink into the mud. After Chen Pingan let go, Li Baozhen's chest heaved up and down, and he found it difficult to breathe. Then, he began to cough violently, spitting out soil from his mouth. Chen Pingan raised his right hand and gently waved his sleeve, scattering the soil that splashed towards him. At the same time, Li Baozhen wailed. Chen Pingan's left hand gripped Li Baozhen's left hand, making a cracking sound. Li Baozhen's hand, which had quietly clenched into a fist, opened up, revealing a jade pendant that he had secretly taken from his waist. The ancestral piece of fine mutton fat jade engraved with the two ancient words, Dragon Palace, was originally inconspicuous, but now it was crystal clear, and there was a thin thread of light flowing quickly on it. After Chen Pingan crushed Li Baozhen's wrist bone, Li Baozhen's arm collapsed to the ground. The jade pendant, which was only one step away from being activated, was held in Chen Pingan's hand. "Thank you." Flying Sword 1 and 15 returned from between Lu Qingfeng's eyebrows and the outer wall of the carriage, respectively. The rare talisman, which the common people might not recognize but Chen Pingan could see through at a glance, was put away by him together with the Dragon Palace jade pendant. In the authentic alchemy works, this talisman of the day and night wandering god was a very high-grade talisman, and it was recorded in detail on the third last page of the book. Li Baozhen covered his left wrist with his right hand and smiled miserably. "You win. I'm afraid of you. Of these two things, the Dragon Palace Jade Pendant was one of the Li family's life-saving talismans, and the talisman was a parting gift from his elder brother, Li Shixing. The most important thing was that these two priceless treasures had to be opened by Li Baozhen himself, so that outsiders could take the opportunity to see what was inside. Otherwise, no matter if one was an earth immortal or below the 5 states, they would be worthless dead objects if they took them. Chen Pingan kicked Li Baozhen's waist, and the latter was swept across the reeds and fell into the lake. It took 100 days to recover from a serious injury. Lu Qingfeng got up and walked out of the carriage. No matter what the reason is, I still have to thank Child Qin for not killing Li Baozhen. Chen Pingan asked, what about the Lion Garden and Lu Qingshan? Lu Qingfeng said, I've already found a way out for them. Chen Pingan looked a little tired. Originally, he did not want to say much to the eldest son of the old assistant minister. However, when he thought of the limping young scholar, he asked, I believe that the result you want is most likely good. Remember this, so that you won't think that God is first, the imperial tutor is second, and I'm third. Lu Qingfeng didn't say anything. Li Baozhen sat in the back of the carriage, shivering. The carriage slowly moved forward until it left the reed marsh and entered the official road. They didn't meet Chen Pingan and the others again. Lu Qingfeng said indifferently, first, I advise you to go back to the Lion's Garden. Otherwise, when we arrive at the county government office, I have to take care of you who is sick. Second, I advise you again to remind myself that those who hurt people with words are good for knives and axes, those who hurt people with skills are poisonous to tigers and wolves. Li Baozhen's lips were pale. He stared at this guy, teeth chattering, and asked, Lu Qingfeng, do you know what I lost when I met Chen Pingan? Do you need to say these words? Lu Qingfeng asked, is your life important? Li Baozhen grinned and said, not really. He turned to the old coachman and shouted, turn back to the Lion's Garden. Lu Qingfeng began to close his eyes and rest. It was not until this moment that Li Baozhen really regarded the person in front of him as an equal ally. Or, Li Baozhen admitted that he was indeed not as good as Lu Qingfeng. His name was Qingfeng. His heart was like dead ashes, but there were signs of revival. People who were focused on dealing with the world would not be shocked by the thunder. He never thought that such a person could be born in the small Qinghuan country. Shi Ro was the most relaxed one. He inexplicably left the city in the middle of the night and said that he was going to meet a fellow villager. Pei Qian didn't take it seriously, but Shi Ro felt the strange aura hidden in Chen Pingan. It was killing intent. Sure enough, Zhu Lian started a fight with someone. Fortunately, Chen Pingan and Zhu Lian returned and said that everything was fine. Shi Ro didn't ask much. As long as Chen Pingan said that everything was fine, she believed it. If it was Zhu Lian who said that there was nothing to worry about, Shi Ro wouldn't believe it. Although Pei Qian didn't understand, the faint smell of blood on Zhu Lian's body was still very scary. Pei Qian asked softly, Master, is it an enemy from your hometown? Chen Pingan thought for a moment and spat out a mouthful of turbid qi that had been accumulated in his chest for a long time. He took off the blade-strengthening gourd and drank the misty fog wine he bought in the capital of Qinghuan country. He smiled and said, don't worry about it. It's over. Pei Qian nodded and then asked with a smile, Master, did you gain or lose this time? Zhu Lian knew that Chen Pingan obtained a talisman and a jade pendant. Although he didn't look carefully, Zhu Lian was sure that Chen Pingan's fellow villager, as long as they wandered around outside, were probably not ordinary people. For example, Jing Dafeng of Old Dragon City and Li Er who hurriedly showed up and left. One was at the 9th level and the other at the 10th level. Therefore, the two things that Chen Pingan stole from that guy were definitely valuable. But Chen Pingon said, "It's not a loss or a gain. I just happened to give the two things that I got to someone who is more suitable to hold them." Pei Qian made an "oh" sound. It's good that nothing happened. She turned her head and looked at the distant capital of Qinghuan country. She held the walking stick in one hand and the small gourd in the other. Zhu Lian turned his head and Shi Rou also looked away. Zhu Lian smiled and asked, "Miss Shi Rou, are you worried about me?" Shi Rou kept her mouth shut and did not speak. Zhu Lian clicked his tongue. "Miss Shi Rou, you don't know. The person that I fought with was a martial grandmaster of the far-traveling realm. His cultivation had reached the peak of perfection and his strength was extremely strong. With one punch, he could shatter mountains and split the earth. Another punch could move mountains and overturn seas," Shi Rou said mockingly. "If that didn't kill you, then wouldn't you, Zhu Lian, be invincible in the world?" Zhu Lian chuckled. "You don't know this, but that big brother was too polite. From start to finish, he wasn't willing to exchange lives with me. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to stand by your side in one piece. Miss Shi Rou would have to see the miserable state of my skin and flesh being torn apart and my arms being reduced to bones. At that time, Miss Shi Rou would be saddened by the sight and cry. I would definitely be heartbroken. I would definitely go back and gather the pieces of that big brother's body that were scattered all over the place and whip his corpse." Shi Rou ignored his words. Chen Pingon suddenly said, "After this trip to the Cliff Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom, we might have to find a wedding dress ghost whose mansion is hidden in the mountains on our way back to Longquan County. Her cultivation isn't weak, but we might not be able to find her." Zhu Lian said in surprise, "Young master, is that wedding dress ghost pretty? What did Miss Shi Rou look like when she was alive?" Chen Pingon smiled and said, "When I first saw her, she was wearing a bright red wedding dress. Her face was deathly pale. I only felt that it was terrifying. I didn't pay too much attention to what she looked like." Pei Qian secretly swallowed his saliva. He took out a talisman and stuck it on his forehead. Chen Pingon asked softly, "About that old man of the 8th realm, how much strength did you use to defeat him?" Zhu Lian was a bit embarrassed. "Young master, when I'm fighting with someone, when my hands get hot, I'll always use all my strength. So if young master had told me to stop a moment later, that big brother really would have been cut into 8 pieces. Whether or not he'd become a water ghost, that's hard to say." Chen Pingon said helplessly, "That's a good habit." Zhu Lian was resentful. Pei Qian gloated and said, "Old chef, why aren't you flattering me this time? Didn't you say you learned it from my master?" Zhu Lian chuckled and kicked Pei Qian's butt. Pei Qian's body fell forward, but he subconsciously used the mountain walking staff to poke the ground. His body quickly spun around the mountain walking staff. He wasn't in a hurry to curse Zhu Lian, nor was he in a hurry to ask why he didn't fall. Pei Qian only pulled out the mountain walking staff that he had relied on for a long time and ran to Chen Pingon's side. He said in confusion, "Master, why hasn't this mountain god master of mine broken yet? Look, there isn't even a crack. Could it be that I've picked up a treasure from the start? Is it really an immortal tree planted by some mountain god master?" Chen Pingon smiled and didn't say anything. Zhu Lian guffawed. "Young master helped you refine this mountain-traversing staff with the immortal small refinement technique. Otherwise, it would have been smashed to pieces. How could an ordinary branch withstand the ravages of your demonic sword technique?" Pei Qian scratched his head. "I see." He seemed surprised, but it was only natural. Then, Pei Qian, whose thoughts were more imaginative, raised his head and looked at the night sky. "Why isn't it raining yet?" Chen Pingon asked as he walked, "Why is it raining?" Pei Qian also practiced the white ape back swordsmanship, temporarily using the mountain walking staff as his sword. He answered, "It's raining, so I can hold the umbrella for master." Zhu Lian kicked again, but Pei Qian nimbly dodged. Zhu Lian laughed and scolded, "You're a short winter melon who only knows how to eat but doesn't grow. How can you hold the umbrella for young master?" Pei Qian was in a dilemma and said dejectedly, "That's true." Chen Pingan comforted, "It's just the thought." Zhu Lian smiled and said, "This money-losing thing, all that's left is the thought." Pei Qian glared at Zhu Lian, "If it weren't for the fact that you're injured, I'd definitely let you have a taste of my self-created crazy demon swordsmanship. Come, let's practice." Zhu Lian took a step forward. Pei Qian laughed loudly and started to run around Chen Pingan. Shi Rou was a little absent-minded for a moment. Pei Qian, who had always been around Chen Pingan, was still a little piece of charcoal even though she was in the mountains and in the water. But when she ran on the bright moon in the sky, the bright and clean road, the little girl's body was suffused with a faint layer of bright light. Who knows, one day, when Pei Qian walked the Jianghu alone, would it be a completely different scene? Like a blazing sun, looking at it from afar, others would feel that it was burning their eyes. It's just that with this kind of complicated emotion, as they trekked through mountains and rivers together, Shi Rou began to regret having such a senseless idea. This Pei Qian is really too wild. It's been some time since summer, and they're about to reach the immortal ferry on the eastern border of Qingyuan country. This day, deep in the mountains and forests, Pei Qian ran to a place a little further away to pick up withered branches to use for cooking. When she came back, she was covered in mud and grass. She caught a gray hare and pulled it by the ear. She ran back and stood beside Chen Pingan, shaking the poor hare with all her strength, and said excitedly, "Master, look what I caught. It's the legendary mountain jump, it runs so fast." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Today we're only eating vegetables and no meat, let it go." Pei Qian was stunned, and then she was a little reluctant to let it go. She painstakingly caught it, so she asked, "Master, can we fatten it up and then kill it to eat? I'll find a long rope to tie it up and I'll carry it all the way." Chen Pingan waved his hand, "If you really want to eat meat, I'll ask Zhu Lian to catch a wild boar for you later." Pei Qian thought for a while, it's still a profitable deal, so she'll let it go. She nodded, took a deep breath, turned her body, and threw the hare out with all her strength. With a whoosh, it's unknown whether it was lucky or pitiful, the hare disappeared in an instant. "Fly, little brother." Shi Rou put her hand to her forehead. Pei Qian clapped her hands, squatted beside Chen Pingan who was building the stove, and asked nicely, "Master, what day is it today? Is it particular? Like it's the birthday of some powerful mountain god or something, so we can't eat meat in the mountains?" Chen Pingan just smiled and said, "It's not particular." The immortal fairy at the border was the most unpretentious one Chen Pingan had ever seen. Not only was there no hidden mountain and river restrictions, but they were also afraid that the rich people of the secular world wouldn't be willing to go, so they started to attract business from dozens of miles away. It turned out that this ferry had many strange routes. For example, if you wanted to go to a certain immortal's cave near Qingyuan, you could go to the fishing platform at the peak of the mountain, and throw a rod into the sea of clouds to fish for some rare birds and flying fish. So the route was bustling with activity, packed with people. Chen Pingan heard a lot of news from the capital. For example, the emperor of the Tang family followed the people's will and made Confucianism the foundation of the country. As for who would be ranked second between Buddhism and Taoism, it was said that they still had to wait. A small Taoist temple in the capital called Baiyun Temple suddenly became the Taoist temple used by the Qingyuan royal family to burn incense and worship gods. In the White Water Temple, an originally unknown young monk began to preach to the world. Inside the temple, on the main road, and in the marketplace, it was rumored that his preaching was extremely simple and crude, so that even young children could understand it. He smoothly boarded the average-sized immortal ferry. Pei Qian seemed to be in low spirits and was in a bad mood. After copying books in Chen Pingan's room, she quietly returned to her room. Compared to the Pei Qian of the past, she was like a different person. Chen Pingan went to ask Zhu Lian, but Zhu Lian didn't say anything. He could only ask Shi Rou, and Shi Rou told him her opinion. So on this day, Pei Qian finished copying books and wanted to leave. Chen Pingan called her and brought her out of the room to the bow of the ferry to enjoy the scenery of the sea of clouds. The two of them stood by the railing of the ferry. Chen Pingan took off the blade-strengthening gourd and prepared to drink wine. Pei Qian took out the small gourd in her hand and raised it high above her head, looking left and right. Chen Pingan still didn't drink and put the good wine gourd at his waist. He turned his head and asked with a smile, "Something on your mind?" Pei Qian stood on tiptoe and leaned against the railing, asking softly, "Master, will you only like that little treasure bottle who calls you little martial uncle and not me when we get to Cliff Academy?" Chen Pingan looked into the distance and shook his head. "That won't happen." Pei Qian sat on the ground and crossed her arms. "I don't believe it." Chen Pingan sat beside her. He lifted his foot and gave Pei Qian a look. When Pei Qian saw the boots on his feet, she immediately smiled and shook the small yellow gourd. "Master, let's drink." Chen Pingan laughed and took off the blade-strengthening gourd again. He clinked it with the small gourd and drank a mouthful of wine. Pei Qian pretended that there was wine in his little gourd as well. He raised his head and drank. Then, he stood up and took a few steps back. He seemed to be dizzy like a drunkard, swaying back and forth. "Oh, master, I drank too much, I drank too much." Chen Pingan looked at this scene and couldn't help laughing. Chen Pingan was about to remind her. Pei Qian lightly bumped into a tall and sturdy man who was walking by. That man had a long saber at his waist and sneered, "You blind little thing, get the hell away from me." That man pressed his palm on Pei Qian's head and twisted his wrist, wanting to throw Pei Qian out. But before he could increase his strength, his wrist was grabbed by the back of a young man who was carrying a sword. Pei Qian hurriedly said to that person, "Sorry, I didn't see you pass by." "I'm so sorry." The man frowned, probably because he felt embarrassed that his attack was blocked. He didn't believe it and suddenly increased his strength. He wanted to use his aura chi to push away this embroidered pillow who didn't know whether she was dead or alive, and then throw little charcoal who was in the way out. In just an instant, a sharp pain came from his wrist. The tall and sturdy man with the long saber actually knelt on the ground with a thud, sweating profusely. Chen Pingan smiled at Pei Qian, indicating for her to stand behind him. Chen Pingan held the gourd behind him with one hand, while his other hand went from holding the pure martial artist's wrist to grabbing the top of his head. He bent over and asked expressionlessly, "Do you want to die?" His 5 fingers were like hooks. That tall and sturdy man's face was deathly pale. He gritted his teeth and didn't beg for mercy. Unable to bear the pain, the man said sternly, "A grudge has been formed. This matter isn't over." The 7 or 8 people who were traveling with him on the ferry swarmed over. They wanted to have some fun with their numbers and beat up this big and small pair to relieve their boredom. In the end, the 2 flying swords just happened to hover between the brows of the man who was charging at the front. As a result, everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. In the middle of summer, their bodies were cold all over. Among all the sword cultivators in the world, they were the most righteous when killing people. However, that group of people probably didn't know that Chen Pingan didn't lack in the matter of swordsmanship. In terms of making enemies, Chen Pingan really didn't lack in the matter of swordsmanship. It was just that those archenemies of his all had powerful backgrounds. Therefore, Chen Pingan was the least afraid of this matter. Chen Pingon lifted up the tall and sturdy man who was kneeling on the ground with one hand, then kicked him in the chest. He flew backwards, knocking down several of his companions. It was a mess, and then the two of them desperately fled together. Chen Pingon turned his head and smiled at Pei Qian. Don't be afraid. In the future, when you roam the Jianghu and get bullied, go home and find your master. 399. It was a farce at the bow of the boat. The thunder was loud but the rain was small. Because the sword cultivator had used his natal flying swords, and two of them were abnormal, but there was no blood in the end. The onlookers felt that it was not very satisfying. There were about 200 people on the ferry, and there was a lot of discussion. To the people of the Qingyuan kingdom, whether it was an immortal teacher who went down the mountain to travel, a cultivator who ran around for benefits, or a high official who brought his family to expand their horizons, it was not strange to ride on the immortal ferry. The picturesque scenery of rolling clouds and soaring red-crowned cranes was nothing to them. Instead, it was better to witness this kind of conflict with their own eyes. Everyone had their own opinions. Compared to the two parties involved, one was calm and the other was secretive. They chatted very enthusiastically. Their opinions were mixed. In the end, they generally reached a consensus that the young sword cultivator was too domineering. For such a small matter, there was no need to hurt people. He could have settled it with his identity as a sword cultivator, but he had to kick the man to the ground. If this was not bullying, what was it? Only a little girl who was brought by her parents to travel the mountains and rivers said in a daze, wasn't the guy who was beaten in the wrong first. The adults who were watching and talking nearby, including her parents who were well matched in social status in the Qingyuan kingdom, pretended that they did not hear the child's naive words. They continued to guess the origin of the young sword cultivator. Was it Li Tuanjing's Wind Thunder Garden? Or was it Qingyang Mountain with sword aura? Otherwise, they mocked and ridiculed, saying that the legendary sword cultivator was amazing. He was so young but had such a temper. Maybe one day he would meet an even more unreasonable earth immortal, and he would suffer sooner or later. The little girl said timidly, if the big brother who wore a white robe with a sword on his back did not have the ability to protect himself, wouldn't he have been bullied by that big group of people? The adults still ignored the childish view of the child. What could a child know? No one paid attention to her. The little girl was a little angry. She ran to a place near the railing of the bow where there were fewer people. She stood on her tiptoes and looked out. Those clouds were like the biggest in the world. She was envious. She reached out her hand and made a few grabbing gestures. Then, she stuffed them into her mouth and patted her stomach. Satisfied, she stopped sulking with those adults. She actually wanted to play with the person who looked like little charcoal, but she was too embarrassed to do so at that time. Moreover, her parents had warned her that she could not be as casual as she was at home when she boarded this ship. Later on, when such a big incident happened, she did not dare to go over. The little girl suddenly realized that the man beside the railing not far away was especially good-looking. Compared to the big brother who was protecting charcoal, he was even more in line with the description of a handsome man in the books. That person was about 30 years old, but he still gave off a vague impression of being young and full of vigor. He turned his head and looked at her. The little girl quickly turned her head and pretended to enjoy the scenery. The man smiled and imitated the little girl. He stretched out his hand towards a floating white cloud that was shaped like a mountain near the ferry. Then, the snow-white mountain swayed slightly, and a white line that shone brightly under the sunlight swam into the man's hand. He kneaded it into a ball of string with both hands. He smiled and reached out to the little girl, as if asking if she wanted to try it. The little girl shook her head vigorously, and the man threw it into his mouth. The little girl gasped in admiration. Her mouth was wide open in admiration. He was a good-looking immortal. That person leaned on the railing, doing nothing. This time, he took leave to go out. Not only did he want to relax, but he also wanted to take a closer look at the young man who was very likely to be from the same sect. He was the governor of Qingyuan country, Wei Liang. He was not only the earth immortal cultivator who set up the trap to suppress yellow ox and kill wild cultivators, but also the gatekeeper of the capital for the debate between Buddhism and Taoism in Qingyuan country. The debate between Buddhism and Taoism had yet to truly end. Therefore, Wei Liang, the governor who was older than the emperor of Qingyuan country, the right-hand man of the founding emperor of Qingyuan country, and the #1 strategist in the past, resigned from the current emperor. No matter how unwilling Tang Li was, after all, without Wei Liang overseeing the capital, and with the situation of Qingyuan country extremely complicated, the emperor of the Tang family could only bite the bullet and agree. After Qingyuan country's great ancestor established the country, he built lofts and hung portraits of the 24 founding officials. Wei Qian's ranking was actually not high, but the grandsons of the other 23 civil and military officials' grandsons were all dead, and Wei Qian only changed his name to Wei Liang. The immortal fairy named Green Clothes looked similar to the warships of the mortal dynasties on the huge lakes and rivers, but it was not fast and would take detours. Its purpose was to let half of the passengers on the ferry go to the famous immortal mountains for fun. They would go to a fishing platform high above the sea of clouds and use fishing rods made of special wood to catch birds and flying fish that were worth thousands of gold coins. They would go to a mountain peak full of inns to enjoy the magnificent sunrise and sunset. They would go to a certain immortal sect to buy seeds at a high price and then hand them over to the farmer cultivators to cultivate and plant. After they got back, they could either put them in their own yard to admire or bribe them in the court. There were also some mountains that deliberately raised some celestial birds and ferocious beasts. There would be cultivators in charge of bringing rich people who liked to hunt. They would accompany them all the way up the mountain and into the water, taking risks to capture them. In the years when Qingyuan was full of flowers, Wei Liang had actually always been alone. In the governor's mansion, every time he married a wife, it was just a cover. Therefore, he had no children. In a trance, it had been so many years. Wei Liang squatted down and smiled. "Little girl, what's your name?" The little girl hesitated for a moment. "I'm called Yuan Yanqiu." Wei Liang nodded. Words must have substance and order. Wei Liang turned his head and asked with a smile, "Do you know who's more willing to listen to others' reasoning?" The little girl shook her head. Wei Liang then asked and answered his own question. In the beginning, children listen to their parents. After that, students listen to their teachers. When they grow up, the weak listen to the strong, the poor listen to the rich, and the subjects listen to the king. For example, the people at the foot of the mountain listen to the people at the top of the mountain, and the people at the top of the mountain listen to the people at the bottom of the mountain. Then here comes the problem. If what the strong say is wrong, but the weak take all the words and reasoning of the strong as their standard, what should they do? Benevolence and righteousness are already very difficult to be effective, so there needs to be a law. There must be something in the world that is more revered than all the immortal spells on the mountain. It can make the so-called strong feel their hands and feet tied. It can make these people fear their parents' reprimand like a teacher's feather duster and ruler. Once they make a mistake, they will immediately be hit in the palm of their hand, and they will know the pain. Wei Liang smiled brightly. "You don't really understand, right?" Of course she didn't understand. Her little brain was a mess, yes. Wei Liang laughed and said, "Actually, you've heard it. It's just that you don't understand it for the time being. However, you've taken it all to heart. You're better than many adults. Often, after they've suffered losses, they've only learned some small tricks to deal with the world. Little girl, although your cultivation aptitude is average, your family background is good now. You don't have to worry about food and clothing. It's unlikely that there will be a huge change in your temperament. In the future, if you marry a good man, your life won't be too bad. Yuan Yanqiu was a little shy. When it came to marriage, she had played with her peers before. Every time, they would find a piece of red satin and cover the head of the bride. If the husband was the little bookworm in the Lu residence next door, she would smile more. If it was the little fat boy in the Ma residence, she wouldn't be willing to smile. Wei Liang stretched out a finger, seeing that you're so smart and sensible, remember one thing. When you grow up, if you encounter a huge crisis that you think your family can't handle, remember to go to the governor's office in the south of the capital and find a person called Wei Liang. Yes, if it's urgent, you can send a letter. Yuan Yanqiu timidly said, Teacher, that's many years in the future. Let's just forget about it. Wei Liang shook his head and smiled, You can't think like that. Time is like water. In the blink of an eye, you'll grow up. In another blink of an eye. She might have already died of old age. It's just that Wei Liang didn't say such inappropriate words out loud. Wei Liang smiled, A kind person will be bullied by others. In the future, the Yuan family, which was only a second-class family in the capital of Qingyuan nation, would still help them once if they were in trouble, even if the letter couldn't be sent to the governor's mansion. However, the little girl named Yuan Yanqiu had already lost an immortal opportunity to embark on the path of cultivation. However, Wei Liang also knew that for Yuan Yanqiu, this might not be a bad thing. It was already very difficult to have a stable life in the world. After going up the mountain to cultivate and become a qi cultivator, once they started to wrestle with the heavens, it would be difficult to have a good ending as long as one's mind wasn't strong enough. Chen Pingan held Pei Qian's hand and returned to the room on the ferry. For the first time, Pei Qian said that she wanted to copy 500 more words today. Chen Pingan didn't stop her. He only reminded her that the extra words she wrote today couldn't be counted as tomorrow's. Pei Qian puffed out her chest and said that of course. When she was copying the book, she placed the small yellow gourd beside her hand. Chen Pingan sat across the table and continued to flip through a legalism book that he bought after Cui Dongshan's reminder. It wasn't a unique rare book, but it was one of the fundamental, orthodox books that supported the 3 religions and the 100 schools of thought. Regarding reading, Chen Pingan remembered the advice that Lu Tai gave to him. Chen Pingan remembered it all in his heart. For example, the way to read books that were thick and thin first, as well as follow the vine to find the melon, as well as the trick to choosing books. Although the knowledge of the 100 schools of thought was diverse and filled with books, in fact, only the knowledge of the 3 schools of thought, which were the most widely circulated books, could be added up to no more than 50 books. All the mortals in the world who were 70 or 70 years old could read them carefully and repeatedly. Therefore, Chen Pingan only chose the 3 legalism books to ensure that there were no mistakes in the printing. What made Chen Pingan most gratified about today's matter was still what Chen Pingan said to Pei Qian previously about following one's heart. If one did something wrong, one should first sincerely apologize to others. Furthermore, the current Pei Qian was completely different from the Pei Qian he met for the first time at the Lotus Flower Blessed Land. For example, from the beginning to the end of the storm, Pei Qian's only thought was to copy books. She didn't turn around and curse that group of people to die a horrible death. Chen Pingan asked, Pei Qian, aren't you angry when that guy pressed your head and almost threw you out? I'm angry. On the way here, I've already cursed them to death in my heart. 8 big bad guys, each of them died in a different way. For example, the guy who was taught a lesson by master accidentally sprained his ankle when he went out and fell off the ferry. With a bang, he was smashed to pieces. According to the physiognomy that old chef taught me, the bitch called Sleeping Silkworm thick and bulging suddenly quarreled with someone and then was slapped left and right. In the end, she was beaten until her teeth couldn't be found. And the one with a pointy mouth and monkey cheeks had a stomachache. There was no doctor on the ferry to treat him, so he was rolling on the ground and screaming. Pei Qian was busy copying books and accidentally said what was in his heart. He suddenly woke up and said with a bitter face, "Master, it's up to you to hit my chestnut or pull my ears." Chen Pingan didn't get angry. He asked with a smile, then if Pei Qian seemed to know what Chen Pingan wanted to ask. She straightened her back and said, "Master, don't worry. I'm just thinking about it for fun. Even if I master the peerless swordsmanship and invincible fist arts one day, I won't really do anything to those guys when I meet them. At most, I'll be like Master and kick them." Chen Pingan asked curiously, "Why?" Pei Qian said with a look of righteousness, "I'm Master's disciple, and I'm your first disciple. If I lower myself to their level, won't I be embarrassing Master? Besides, it's not a big deal. When I was young, I was beaten and kicked many times. Now I'm rich and half a Jianghu man. I'm magnanimous." Zhu Lian just pushed the door open and entered with Shi Rou. He gave her a thumbs up and said, "Heroine Pei's flattery is getting better and better." Pei Qian continued to copy books. She was in a good mood today and didn't want to lower herself to old chef's level. Chen Pingan said to Zhu Lian, "Those people will definitely come to apologize later. Help me stop them and tell them to get lost." Pei Qian suddenly asked, "Master, why don't we talk to them?" Zhu Lian smiled and said, "What do you know?" For the first time, Pei Qian didn't talk back. She just grinned. Last time on the path out of the lion's garden, she caught a fart for Zhu Lian and Shi Rou to guess. "Old chef, you really know nothing." Zhu Lian stood beside Pei Qian and watched her copy books. Her writing style was probably learned from Chen Pingan. Now, her writing could be considered proper. Zhu Lian said as he watched her meticulous writing, "Master, if you talk to these people properly, they'll be convinced in front of you. They'll say things like they won't do it again. But when they turn around, they'll take advantage of you. Maybe they'll take pride in it and tell everyone they meet that they don't know each other. Once they get off the boat, they'll continue to mingle in Jianghu. They'll have a sword cultivator friend that everyone on the boat can vouch for. How can they not be afraid? Do you think it's a small matter?" Pei Qian raised her head and asked in confusion, "How are we friends? Aren't we enemies?" Zhu Lian sat on the side and said indifferently, "We know, but Jianghu doesn't." Pei Qian stopped writing. She was so angry that she slammed the table with her other hand. "How can Jianghu be like this?" Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Copy the book well. Try to finish it in one go. It's best if you don't dawdle in the middle." Pei Qian nodded and continued to copy books. As expected, there were footsteps in the corridor outside the door. Most of them were pure martial artists of the 3rd or 4th level. Only one was of the 5th level. They started to knock on the door. Zhu Lian opened the door and kicked them out. "Don't disturb my master's peace. If you're an eyesore again, I'll slap you to death." That group of people trembled in fear. They bowed their heads and left like a swarm of bees. In this corridor, almost half of the rooms nearby were opened. They were all very curious to see if what would happen next would be blood splattering 3 feet away. Or if it would be the so-called Jianghu anecdote in the book. In the end, it was such a scene. Everyone felt a little bored. But there were a few mountain and lake cultivators who felt a little better. If that group of boorish people really profited from their misfortune and managed to latch onto such an unfathomable young sword cultivator, wouldn't they die of jealousy? looking at Qin Pingan, who was quietly watching Pei Qian copy books, checking every stroke for mistakes. Shi Rose suddenly had a feeling that her hundreds of years as a ghost had been wasted. Wasn't he not even 20 years old yet? He shouldn't be able to see through the minutiae of people's hearts so clearly. Qin Pingan suddenly turned his head and asked with a smile, "You've been looking at me for a long time. What are you doing?" Shi Rose was a little embarrassed and shook her head. Seeing Qin Pingan's strange expression, Shi Rose was afraid that he would misunderstand and mistakenly think that she had some improper thoughts. Shi Rose became more and more uncomfortable. She suddenly stood up, twisted her waist and walked away. Qin Pingan was confused. He just felt that being stared at like this by Du Mao gave him goosebumps. Zhu Lian gloated, "Young master is really a dragon among men. If a woman in the world meets someone like you, won't she be ruined for life?" Qin Pingan sighed, "Zhu Lian, sometimes your flattery is not as pleasing to the ear as Pei Qian." Zhu Lian chuckled, "After all, when it comes to flattery, Pei Qian is gifted. This old servant just has to work hard." Pei Qian copied the book without raising his head. He only said with an angry expression, "Old chef, just you wait. When I'm done, I'll still lack 125 words. Then you'll be in trouble." Zhu Lian laughed, "What? Are you going to compete with me in eating shit or scolding people?" Qin Pingan couldn't listen anymore. He simply took out the priceless true body talisman of the day and night wandering god talisman and the jade pendant carved with the dragon palace. Because Li Baozhen opened the door and Qin Pingan didn't know how to close the door, the two items kept losing spiritual energy. However, compared to the abundant spiritual energy of the talisman and the jade pendant, it was almost negligible. For example, in the reed-filled lake outside the lion's garden, someone used a hoe to dig a small ditch to release water. This set off the fatal flaw of a purely martial artist's talisman drawing. One was like burning oil in a raging fire, like the rotation of the four seasons. The other was like flowing water, like an immortal's abode, evergreen all year round. Zhu Lian clicked his tongue in wonder. "I can't tell what the jade pendant is, but second young Master Li's treasured talisman should be a magic treasure among magic treasures of immortals." Qin Pingan nodded. "The talisman lineage is a major lineage of Taoism. It is ever-changing and is a mystery of the heavens." She only hated that she could not ride the wind. Otherwise, she could rush over with a swoosh and hit those birds and flying fish with her walking stick, catching them and running back to the ferry. She should be able to sell them for a lot of money. Maybe if she made a few more trips, she would be able to buy a treasure box or even a treasure shelf. Zhu Lian was an 8th-level martial artist. But on this journey with Qin Pingan, he had always been walking. He had never had the experience of riding the wind. Qin Pingan asked curiously, "Zhu Lian, don't you have any thoughts? Don't you feel that you're not treating your realm unfairly?" Zhu Lian shook his head and smiled, "Young master, back in my hometown, I've long been tired of other people's startled gazes. I really can't bring myself to be so rash." Shi Rose was silently admiring the scenery on the side. She was already used to Zhu Lian's thoughts that were different from ordinary people's. While Qin Pingan and the others were admiring the scenery, Wei Liang was sitting at a desk in a room, writing something. Beside his hand was an antique red sandalwood box. Inside it was filled with the gentleman's armament, paper cutter. He took out a yellow bamboo carving knife and used it as a paperweight. Although Wei Liang left the capital, he used the excuse of going sightseeing to relax. But in reality, he was doing one thing along the way. His relationship with Qing country was not big, but it was not small either. He was helping someone compile the immortal master rankings of the Aquarius continent. He needed to make a summary of things. Wei Liang drew up the first draft of a 9th-level system. First level, only the immortal realm of the upper 5 realms of the Aquarius continent could enter this list. Second level, the Jade realm of the upper 5 realms. Or the contribution of the Song clan's iron cavalry to the south and destroying the country. Third level, Yuanying realm. Or the contribution equivalent to opening up a new continent. Fourth level, Jindan realm. Gradually going down, all the way to the 9th level. The specific division was rather complicated. It was not absolutely linked to the realm of the Qi refinement warrior. One had to refer to the Dali imperial court, especially the military's records of the cultivators' contributions during the journey south. Among them was Ruan Tan of the Dragon Spring Sword sect. He was not only the first person in the 2nd level, but also the Song clan's immortal rankings that would be recorded as contributions in the future. He temporarily occupied the first position. In addition, there were the 2 military ancestral courts, Martial Mountain and Wind Snow Temple, as well as the 2 sword cultivator sects, Wind Thunder Garden and Jingyang Mountain. Further down, it was Dali's Eternal Spring Palace, Yunxia Mountain, Qingfeng City's Su family. They all needed 1 or 2 spots to enter this list, and their ranks would definitely not be low. As for the cultivators who had the peace and quiet token issued by Dali's Ministry of Justice, they would definitely be included. After that, the immortal masters who took the lead to surrender to Dali, regardless of their background, immortal masters, or mountain and swamp cultivators, could all be included. Wei Liang had been perfecting the details recently. This required that person to provide him with a large amount of spy information, even the inside story of a country's throne and the life and death of the emperor. Wei Liang put the brush in his hand on the brush holder mountain, stood up, and slowly paced in the room. The reason why he was willing to do this. It was not that Wei Liang was forced by the general situation and had no choice but to surrender to that embroidered tiger. In fact, with Wei Liang's temper, if Cui Dong could not convince him, he could give up on the more than 200 years of operation in Qingwan country and start anew in another continent. For example, the more lawless Ju-Lu continent, or the relatively stable Tong Yi continent. With the foundation of Qingwan country, it would only take 100 or 200 years. But this time, when Cui Dong came to Qingwan country in person, the first person he found was Wei Liang. Cui Dong had a frank conversation with him. After Wei Liang learned about this Dali imperial tutor and the general direction of the Dali dynasty's established national policy, Wei Liang decided to cooperate. Cooperation, not surrender. Wei Liang did not compromise and did not bargain. Cui Dong also did not have any doubts about this. It was undeniable that Cui Dong's request was more far-reaching than Wei Liang's. Therefore, Wei Liang looked forward to the scene that Cui Dong spoke of, appearing in front of his eyes one day. Inscribe the Dali law on a tablet, and erect the tablet on the peak of the mountains of Baoping continent. Wei Liang came to the window, his eyes burning, his heart surging with heroism. It was even better than the rolling sea of clouds that flowed between the 2 mountains beneath his feet. A real man should be like this, only then would he not walk in vain, and not let down what he had learned. Chen Pingan had already sat on the ferry 3 times and knew that this green clothes ferry was originally slow. He did not expect it to take so many detours, purposely going along the northeastern and northern borders of the Azure One Empire, letting off a few batches of passengers. After finally leaving the territory of the Azure One Empire, he originally thought that it would be faster, stopping at a vassal state north of the Cloud Sky Empire. Finally, at noon today, he decided to stop at the middle mountains of this small empire, saying that he would only set sail tomorrow evening. The guests could go to the middle mountains to admire the scenery, especially since it was stone gambling 4 times a year. If there was a chance, it would be a good thing if they were lucky. The light fire stone of the middle mountains of the sky-bearing empire was known as the Little Cloud Mountain. Once you bet correctly, you would be able to obtain a high-quality light fire stone of the middle mountains of the Azure One Empire at a low price. As long as it was the size of a fist, it would be a good thing to become rich overnight. 10 years ago, there was a mountain cultivator who used his remaining 26 snow stones to buy a light fire stone that no one cared about. In the end, he obtained a light fire stone that was worth 30 small summer coins. Of course, if the guests were unwilling to disembark, they could rest on the green clothes ferry. After Chen Pingon heard the explanation of the maidservant, he was speechless for a moment. After the maidservant left, Chen Pingon walked to the window and looked at the so-called middle mountain not far away, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. In addition, whenever a customer bought a lantern stone and asked the shop to help open it, the two would stop and look from beginning to end with a solemn expression, as if they cared more about the result than the rich people who spent a lot of money to buy stones. Zhu Lian did not have a hard time walking, but his heart was tired. In the end, when Zhu Lian looked up at the sky, he estimated that even young Master Qin had almost reached the foot of the mountain. Shi Rou finally bought a palm-sized lantern stone, and according to the shop's price, she spent 2 snowflakes. The stone that came out was actually a thumb-sized bright red chalcedony. Even the shopkeeper was sincerely shocked. It was not that such a small amount of chalcedony was priceless, but that it was really rare to find so much chalcedony in such a small piece of lantern stone. Shi Rou smiled, not intending to sell the bright red and thick lantern chalcedony. After walking out of the shop, Pei Qian suddenly tugged at Shi Rou's sleeve and whispered, "Sister Shi Rou, can you lend me 8 snowflakes?" Shi Rou asked curiously, "You're not buying stones, why do you need money?" Pei Qian said in all seriousness, "I'm buying stones." Shi Rou was even more puzzled. "We've already finished shopping, and there are so many shops, you still remember which one?" Pei Qian nodded vigorously. Shi Rou smiled and handed the remaining 8 snowflakes to Pei Qian. Pei Qian took a deep breath and began to run. Shi Rou and Zhu Lian looked at each other and quickly followed. They did not know what Pei Qian was up to. In the end, the two found Pei Qian standing in a corner in a large shop with piles of various colored lantern stones, struggling to pull out a lantern stone. She might not be able to hold it with both hands, but the lantern stone was estimated to be very big. Although the lantern stone could not be seen inside, but with hundreds of years of mining history, the few mountain root stone veins in Zhongyue were also very particular, plus the rich experience of not cutting out the chalcedony, the shopkeeper of each shop would have a rough estimate. It was inevitable that there would be some deviation, but generally it was not big. There would occasionally be a small leak, but it was almost impossible to find a big leak. So although many lantern stones were big, the price was very low. Some stones were not big, but the price was high. Pei Qian was squatting, the lantern stone at her feet was quite big, and was only priced at 20 snowflakes. It had been in the shop for more than 100 years, and no one had ever asked about it. Pei Qian began to seriously bargain with the shopkeeper, saying that she only had 15 snowflakes, and that it was all the savings she had painstakingly accumulated over the years. The old shopkeeper felt that this little girl was very interesting. She did not look like the child of a rich family at all. She looked dark and swarthy, but she could have 15 snowflakes, which was worth 15,000 taels of silver. In the counties and cities of the sky-bearing empire, she could be considered a rich man. The old shopkeeper actually felt that it was a good price to cut off 5 snowflakes and 15 snowflakes. Otherwise, this lantern stone, which the shopkeeper privately estimated to be worth 10 snowflakes, could not be sold after another 100 years, and the shop would have been passed down to his grandson. However, the old man still asked for a sky-high price and Pei Qian returned the money on the spot. After fighting and scheming for about half an incense stick's worth of time, the old shopkeeper wanted to see what excuses and reasons this little girl could come up with in order to save money on 5 snowflakes. In the end, the old shopkeeper laughed and agreed. In the end, he saw the charcoal girl take out a handful of snowflakes, put 3 into her sleeve, and gave the remaining 15 to him. The old man's mouth twitched. "Little girl, you're a little unkind." Pei Qian pretended to be stupid, grinning. Shi Rou pretended not to know Pei Qian. Zhu Lian gave her a thumbs up. "You're indeed the first disciple." The old shopkeeper was not angry. Instead, he felt that this mischievous little girl was a good businessman. He smiled and asked, "Do you want our shop to open the stones for you?" Pei Qian nodded. "Of course, otherwise I won't be able to carry such a heavy stone. According to your rules, any lantern stone less than 20 snowflakes will be opened for free. Also, if a good stone is opened, it's up to the buyer to give the shop a reward. If I don't give you a reward, you can't be angry." The old shopkeeper was overjoyed and nodded in agreement. Pei Qian suddenly asked the old shopkeeper to wait and turned to look at Zhu Lian. Zhu Lian understood and nodded. "Open it." "Young master isn't here, but I'm here." Pei Qian tilted her head and smiled brightly. She suddenly turned and waved her hand at the old shopkeeper. "Open the stones." Then she returned the remaining 3 snowflakes to Shi Rou and said softly, "I still owe you 5. I'll pay you back later." After a stick of incense. The entire street at the foot of the mountain was shocked. Pei Qian, who was already carrying a bag, now had another heavy bag. The old shopkeeper behind her beat his chest and stamped his feet in regret. Lantern stone marrow that is hard to come by in 100 years. It's worth 3 snowflakes. Zhu Lian, with both hands in his sleeves, smiled and leisurely followed behind the swaggering Pei Qian. Shi Rou only felt that it was too unimaginable. Chen Pingan had just come down the mountain and reached the end of the street. Seeing Pei Qian, who was the center of attention, Chen Pingan was confused. When Pei Qian saw that familiar figure, she immediately dashed over, panting. Chen Pingan asked with a smile, "What's wrong? Is it Zhu Lian or Shi Rou who picked up a bargain?" Pei Qian just smiled. Zhu Lian and Shi Rou came to the master and disciple's side. Zhu Lian said with a smile, "Young master, this is a waste of money. You used 15 snowflakes to open a piece of lantern stone marrow worth at least 3 snowflakes." Chen Pingan smiled and touched Pei Qian's head. "So amazing." He was happy, but not shocked or surprised. Pei Qian's eyes narrowed into crescent moons. Tilting her head, she took off the bag with some difficulty and handed it to Chen Pingan. "Master, I'll give it to you." Chen Pingan smiled and waved his hand. "Keep it for yourself. Later when you save money to buy a treasure shelf, you can put it in the most conspicuous place. Isn't that good? Anyone who sees it will be envious and know that you're a little rich man." Pei Qian shook her head vigorously and explained, "I remember, the day I caught the mountain jump and let it go was your birthday. This can be my birthday gift to you." Chen Pingan was stunned. After a long silence, he put his palm on Pei Qian's little head and smiled. "So it's like this, then master will accept it?" It was the first time Zhu Lian saw Chen Pingan so happy. When Chen Pingan reunited with Zhang Shanfeng and Su Yuanxia, he was naturally very happy, but not as happy as Chen Pingan was now. Pei Qian nodded and said apologetically, "But master, on the 5th of May next year, I may not be able to give you such a good gift." Chen Pingan took the bag and put it in the bamboo box on his back. Then he took Pei Qian's hand and walked together on the street. Pei Qian happily talked about the scene when everyone's eyes widened after opening the stone. Chen Pingan smiled and listened to Pei Qian's chatter. The sun was setting. The afterglow elongated the big and the small figures. Zhu Lian still had his hands in his sleeves. Shi Rou's eyes were gentle. 10. $400. The group originally planned to stay at the inn at the foot of the mountain, but unexpectedly, it was overcrowded. Most of the rooms were empty. Chen Pingan was worried that Shi Rou wouldn't be able to protect Pei Qian alone, so he could only take the flying boat and return to the floating ferry, Qin Yi. Zhu Lian asked about the incense at the Yu ancestral temple at the top of the mountain. Chen Pingan said that they did not go in to burn incense and only circled around the mountain. However, along the way, they passed by a few Taoist temples. It could be seen that they spared no effort in fighting for pilgrims. The Taoist temples invited the third-rank high officials of the sky-bearing empire to erect a monument at the entrance of the temple. The temples invited famous calligraphers to write a plaque. Other than that, the mountain roads leading to the temples were abnormally flat and shaded by trees. Yu Mountain was the same. The competition for incense between the 5 mountains of the empire was even more intense. It could be said that they were unscrupulous. The gods of Yu Mountain would often invite the 5th realm qi cultivators to cultivate. Even if they did not show up, the thatched cottages would be enough. They would even invite the poets to tour their mountains, leave behind poems and calligraphy, and send people to the secular dynasties to add fuel to the fire. There were all kinds of tricks. It was said that in Yu Mountain of the sky-bearing empire, there was a famous minister known as the Banana Scholar. When he was sheltering from the rain in Yu Mountain, he wrote a popular and wonderful poem. It was highly praised by the deputy head of Lakeview Academy and was compiled into a poem collection. It was also the finale. Even 100 years later, Yu Ancestral Temple was still benefiting from this qi. Chen Pingan did not like these businesses that had nothing to do with qi of immortals, but he would not be against them either. Perhaps in the future, if he wanted to establish a small sect in his hometown in Longquan County, he would have to follow these methods. Before the flying boat took off, Zhu Lian said softly, "Young master, do you want me to show my skills?" Pei Qian obtained that piece of lantern fire chalcedony. It is inevitable that there will be people coveting it. Chen Pingan shook his head and smiled. "Now, we are not causing trouble, and it is not that we cannot stop ordinary ghosts. How can there be good people guarding against thieves at night and beating drums and gongs? If someone really comes knocking on our door, you, Zhu Lian, will help the people get rid of the evil." It was rare that Shi Rou took the initiative to speak, but we have treasures on us, that is why people coveted it. Chen Pingan explained patiently, "You're wrong. Firstly, it's wrong to be tempted by the sight of money and have the intention to kill for the treasure. Secondly, it may seem like we are the ones who are guilty of treasuring treasures, causing others to be envious of us, but that is not the case. It is the evil people who have evil in their hearts first. Today, they see the lantern chalcedony. Tomorrow, they see the treasures and spirit artifacts. Later, they see the good fortune of others. These are all reasons for them to take risks and disregard the law." Chen Pingan had already broken down the logic and explained it in detail. Shi Rou nodded her head, expressing her approval. Chen Pingan finally smiled and said, "The Jianghu is already foul enough. Let's not blame the good people anymore." Zhu Lian clicked his tongue and said, "The money loser has finally stepped on dog shit. It's rare for him to make such a large sum of money. His waist is even harder than the walking stick." The airship slowly rose into the air. Pei Qian sat beside Chen Pingan, trying hard to hold back his laughter. Zhu Lian asked, "Why not buy a few more lantern stones, and try your luck? If you still have 3 pieces of snow left to spend money, you can let Shi Rou sell that small lantern chalcedony. Using small to gain big, the more you earn, the more gold and silver you will have." Wouldn't you have made a fortune in this treasured land? Not to mention this year's birthday gift for your master, maybe next year and the year after that will be appropriate too. Pei Qian stretched out 2 fingers, his face full of pride. Zhu Lian smiled, "Tell me, I am all ears." Pei Qian imitated Qin Pingan and said slowly, "Firstly, Master has taught me the way out of Lion's Denver. A gentleman does not take what others like. Therefore, I will not ask Shiro to sell the lantern Chalcedony. Secondly, in Jianghu, know when to stop. This is also what Master taught me." Zhu Lian cupped his fists. I have learned. I wonder when Heroine Pei or Teacher Pei will open a school to teach. When the time comes, I will definitely support." Pei Qian threw a punch to scare Zhu Lian, but seeing that old chef did not move, he resentfully retracted his fist. "Old chef, why are you so childish?" Zhu Lian threw a punch. Pei Qian leaned back instantly, avoiding the punch, and laughed loudly. Zhu Lian and Qin Pingan looked at each other and smiled. Shiro was not a pure martial artist and did not know the profoundness of this. After the group of them boarded the ferry, the rumors of a young sword cultivator with 2 natal flying swords were too intimidating. It was far more attractive than the 3 grains of grain rain coins. Thus, until the ferry left the sky-bearing empire, no one dared to test the capabilities of a sword cultivator. However, the slow speed of the ferry, the roundabout route, and the various methods to earn money made Qin Pingan prostrate himself in admiration. On this day, there was another ferry hovering, and the flying boats scattered out to cross the single-plank bridge of an immortal mansion. Even Qin Pingan could not help but laugh and scold, "We are really on a pirate ship." That immortal sect was only a third-rate sect in Aquarius continent, but between 2 mountain peaks, they built a single-plank bridge that was tens of miles long. It was high above the sea of clouds all year round, and the scenery was not bad. However, they were not careless in collecting money, and a single trip would cost 3 snow coins. It was said that the Beatail 5 Realms wild cultivator had once crossed the single-plank bridge, and coincidentally saw the scene of the sun rising from the east. Due to a spiritual connection, he comprehended the Tao and broke through, becoming a Jindan Earth Immortal. It was because he took this step that he was able to stand proudly at the peak of Aquarius continent with the identity of a wild cultivator. Qin Pingan still obediently took out 12 snowflakes to spend. At first, Pei Qian wanted to run back and forth 7 or 8 times. However, a young maidservant who was fortunate enough to be cultivating in an immortal residence reminded everyone with a smile that there was a particular rule about this single-plank bridge. They could not turn back. This made Pei Qian stomp his feet in frustration. Did he lose money again? Although it was called a single-plank bridge, it was actually not narrow and difficult to cross. The bridge that the Beatail wild cultivator had taken was indeed dilapidated. Later on, the sect sold everything they had and rebuilt it to its current scale. Not only was it wide and stable, it was also rebuilt to be exquisite and beautiful. After that, the ferry bypassed the Aquarius continent that was in full swing, and made a veritable big circle. So much so that the map below the ferry was the dragon path that Qin Pingan once took to the south. At that time, Qin Pingan separated from Zhang Shanfeng and Su Yuanxia, and went south alone. This time, he was accompanied by Pei Qian, Zhu Lian and Shiro. During this period of time on the ferry, Qin Pingan had to divide half of his time to meditate and look inside himself, absorbing the aura and nourishing the water residents. The more one was involved in the path of cultivation, the deeper one would feel the after-effects of cultivating qi and practicing martial arts. Qin Pingan roughly came to a conclusion: this path would have a short path of benefits after Qin Pingan reached the 7th realm of martial arts, the cave realm of qi cultivator. But after that, especially after the completion of the refining of the natal item and the formation of the Jindan realm, the conflict between the two would become more and more irreconcilable, causing the path of martial arts to be bumpy, and advancing to the Yuanying realm would be even more difficult. But these were all matters for the future. He still had to punch now, and he still had to do his best to absorb and refine the aura of heaven and earth. After Chen Pingon punched the most rudimentary six-step stance 1,000,000 times on the Great Wall of Sword Chi, he left the inverted mountain to the Tongya continent, then to the Lotus Flower Blessed Land, then to the Great Spring Dynasty, the Green Tiger Palace, and the southernmost Old Dragon City in the Aquarius continent, and now from the Qinghuan Kingdom in the southeast to the Great Sui Kingdom in the north. He punched about 400,000 times. After the Tsing-Yi ferry left, 3 old men climbed up the mountain and arrived at the single-plank bridge. It was already the time of the summer when people were boiling under the sun. There were few tourists. Other than the female disciples who collected money at the 2 ends of the single-plank bridge, there were almost no guests on the bridge. A short old man in hemp clothes, who looked like a bandit, slapped the shoulder of an old man with the same temperament. "Sun, what are you waiting for? Pay up." The old man with the surname Sun was busy asking the young lady about the uniqueness of the scenery here. After his shoulder was pressed, he immediately took out 9 snowflakes and paid for it. The old man who paid was the senior Sun that Zhu Lian mentioned. In the dusty medicine shop in Old Dragon City, he gave Zhu Lian a few novels about immortals fighting. Zhu Lian was very impressed with this senior's knowledge. His knowledge was very profound. After that, Sui Yu went to the Jade Gui sect of the Tongyi continent where this old man was. After Du Mao of the Tongyi continent failed to ascend, his vitality was greatly damaged. The Jade Gui sect was now fully deserving of being the leader of a continent. The remaining ordinary-looking old man wanted to say something but hesitated. He wanted to persuade this carefree old friend of his. "Old Senior Sun was kind enough to cross the continent to visit you, but you didn't give him any face from the beginning to the end. If it was well managed, it would become a small blessed land of the divine grandeur sect that could double the cultivation progress of the disciples with half the effort. Generally speaking, cultivators of 5th realm wouldn't easily enter the broken grotto heaven. However, nothing was absolute. Moreover, the Confucian sages of the vast world had a group of sages who specialized in expanding the territory. They would search for the ruins floating at the bottom of the river of time. After salvaging it, they would either stabilize it as a new grotto heaven or gradually integrate it into the territory of the vast world. In history, there were many Confucian sages who completely fell in the river of time because of this, and there were even more who lost their great Tao for this reason. However, these dangers and sacrifices were all the human world didn't know. After Li Huai went to the Cliff Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom to study, although he was bullied at first, the sky cleared after the storm. After that, not only did no one in the academy find trouble with him, but he also made 2 new friends who were of the same age as him. One of them was a talented child of the Frigid clan named Lu Guan. The other was a tycoon of the Great Sui Kingdom named Ma Lian, who had been born for generations. Lu Guan, who came from a poor background, was extremely daring and always had some wild ideas. On the contrary, Ma Lian, who came from the best family, was timid and didn't dare to do anything. He became a little follower of the two and only cared about hanging out with Lu Guan and Li Huai all day long. Because Ma Lian's family was a top tycoon of the Great Sui Kingdom and had a marriage alliance with the Gao family of Guiyang, Ma Lian was the eldest grandson of the first wife. Now, he was hanging out with Li Huai and Lu Guan. Therefore, he was excluded by the other peers of the Great Sui Kingdom and was ridiculed as a bootlicker and a money bag. When summer came, 3 children of the same age sneaked out of the dormitory after the curfew of the academy to cool off by the lake. If they were caught by the headmaster, they would be reprimanded for copying books and punished for standing and being caned. Tonight, Lu Guan took the lead and walked with swagger like a teacher of the academy patrolling at night. Li Huai looked around and was more cautious. Ma Lian lowered his head and carefully followed behind Li Huai. The three of them smoothly arrived at the lakeside. Lu Guan took off his boots and placed his feet in the cool lake water. He felt that the scenery was not beautiful enough, so he turned his head and said to one of his companions who was relieved of a heavy burden, "Ma Lian, it's hot and stuffy in the summer. Isn't your Ma family known as the best Tibetan fan family in the capital? When you go back, take out 3 and give 1 to Li Huai and me." Ma Lian said with a bitter face, "My grandpa's most precious fans are all his treasures. He won't give them to me." Lu Guan rolled his eyes and said, "Then steal a few fans that your grandpa doesn't play with often. If he finds out, he won't beat you to death, you grandson." Ma Lian wanted to cry but had no tears. Li Huai tried to smooth things over and said, "Forget it. Ma Lian is timid and can't hide things with his face. If he really goes home to steal a fan, his parents will see through him as soon as he gets home." Ma Lian nodded vigorously. Lu Guan sighed and said, "It's a waste of such a good family background. He can't do this and he doesn't dare to do that. Ma Lian, when you grow up, I can see that you won't be able to do much. At most, you'll just live off your past. You see, your grandpa is the Minister of Revenue of the Great Sui Kingdom. He holds the title of Scholar of the Ying Palace University. When it comes to your father, he's only a county governor. Although your uncle is an official in the capital, he's just a small talisman. When it's your turn to be an official in the future, you'll probably only be a county magistrate." Ma Lian sighed and didn't talk back. He didn't have the courage to argue with Lu Guan, and more importantly, he felt that Lu Guan was right. Although the teacher scolded Lu Guan the most, even a blind person could see that the teachers actually had the highest expectations for Lu Guan. Ma Lian was not bad, and Li Huai, who had been at the bottom for 10,000 years, had a slightly better academic performance. Li Huai patted Ma Lian's shoulder and comforted him, "Being a county magistrate is already very good. In my hometown, in the early days, the highest-ranking official was the supervisor of kills. Only now did we have a county magistrate. Besides, aren't all officials my and Lu Guan's friends? When you're young, Lu Guan and I will definitely still treat you as a friend. But don't stop treating us as friends when you become a senior official." Ma Lian hurriedly promised, "I won't. I'll treat you guys as my best friends for the rest of my life." Lu Guan smiled and said, "Then between me and Li Huai, who's your best friend?" Ma Lian was stunned and speechless. He felt that no matter how he answered, he wouldn't get anything out of it. Although he admired Lu Guan's intelligence and wisdom, as well as his decisiveness in everything he did, deep down, Ma Lian still preferred to get along with Li Huai. He was easy to talk to, wouldn't use words to stab him, and wouldn't make him feel inferior. After Li Huai put his feet into the water, he sucked in a breath of cold air and shuddered. He laughed and said, "I'll be second. I won't compete with Lu Guan for first place. After all, Lu Guan is first in everything." Lu Guan put his arm around Li Huai's neck and said with a smile, "You make it sound like you're deliberately letting me win. You little brat, can you win against me?" Li Huai hurriedly begged for mercy, "I can't win against you, Lu Guan. Why are you competing with someone who's at the bottom of the class? Don't you feel embarrassed?" Ma Lian secretly laughed. The 3 children were still living a carefree life after all. Then, a teacher's angry roar came from afar. Lu Guan pushed Li Huai and Ma Lian's shoulders, "You guys run first. I'll hold that brandy-nosed teacher Han back." Without another word, Ma Lian sprinted away, barefooted. Li Huai helped Ma Lian take his boots and asked, "Then what are you going to do?" Lu Guan stared and said, "Let's go quickly. The three of us will be defeated together. It'll be worse tomorrow, and the punishment will be heavier." Li Huai hurriedly put on his boots, but Ma Lian ran more steadily. After all, they came all the way from Dalilongquan County to the Great Sui Kingdom Academy. In the end, it was Lu Guan who bore the anger of Teacher Han, who was on night patrol. If it weren't for the fact that Lu Guan's answers were flawless, Teacher Han would have punished Lu Guan to stand by the lake for the whole night. Lu Guan returned to the school. Li Huai opened the door and asked, "How was it?" Lu Guan stretched out his right hand and snapped his fingers. He said proudly, "There's no problem in the world that I, Lu Guan, can't solve." Li Huai was observant and asked, "Aren't you left-handed?" Lu Guan immediately cursed. He sat at the table and opened his left hand. It turned out that his palm was red and swollen. He said angrily, "Old drunkard Han must be angry. It's not that the price of alcohol in the capital has increased. It's his two unfilial sons who caused trouble again. He deliberately took it out on me. Today, he hit me especially hard with the ruler." Lu Guan had a big heart and was a guy who could sleep easily. While Li Huai and Ma Lian were anxious and worried that they would have to suffer tomorrow, Lu Guan had already fallen into a deep sleep. Lu Guan slept on the outermost straw mat on the bed, while Li Huai's bedding was closest to the wall. Ma Lian lived in the room. Li Huai was not sleepy. Under the moonlight, he sat against the wall, holding a painted puppet in his hand and muttering. Ma Lian asked softly, "Li Huai, why don't you play with Li Baoping recently?" Li Huai said casually, "I've been afraid of her since I was young. Besides, it's not good to play with a girl all the time. If people misunderstand that I like Li Baoping, there will be rumors. I'll definitely be beaten half to death by Li Baoping." Ma Lian said, "Oh," and was a little disappointed. He thought that the girl in the red cotton-padded jacket was really beautiful. If he could see her from afar in the academy one day, he would be happy for the whole day. Ma Lian was silent for a long time. Li Huai was still rocking the painted puppet, pretending that he was the commander of the army. He was having a lot of fun. Ma Lian knew that Li Huai's small green bamboo box contained a lot of Li Huai's favorite things. Ma Lian suddenly asked, "Li Huai, you often talk about that Chen Pingan. You've been at the academy for almost 3 years. Why hasn't he come to see you?" Li Huai stopped his movements and was lost in thought. Finally, he smiled and said, "He's busy." Ma Lian found that Li Huai quickly lay down on the mat and put the painted puppet beside his head. In the past, Li Huai could play for half an hour, but today was an exception. Li Huai actually opened his eyes wide and looked at the moonlight outside the window. There was a green bamboo box, a pair of straw sandals, and a jade hairpin carved with the shadow of a locust tree made of black jade. These 3 things were the rarest for Li Huai. Li Baoping and Lin Shi each had a hairpin. Chen Pingan had given it to them, but Li Huai felt that their hairpins were not as good as his. There was also a book bought from Red Candle Town, The Great Water Cliff, which Chen Pingan had paid for. Then there was the painted puppet that Li Huai often took out to play and show off. It and the delicate yellow wooden box were obtained from Wei Pai, the local lord of Chiduan Mountain. The puppet was Li Huai's #1 general. At that time, Li Huai wanted to give it to Chen Pingan, but Chen Pingan did not accept it. He just asked Li Huai to keep it. Then he put it in the book, The Great Water Cliff. There was also a set of lifelike clay figurines, which was given by the Wei and Jin dynasties of the Wind Snow Temple. They were not as tall and majestic as the painted puppet. The 5 clay figurines were only half a finger tall. There was a knight-errant swordsman, a horsetail whisk, an armored general, a woman riding a crane, and a gong and drum watchman. They all gave Li Huai nicknames, according to the title of a certain general. Back then, Sword Immortal Wei, who was flying here and there, had said some things that Li Huai had long forgotten. Although it seemed to gradually grow and become a cheerful stream like Li Huai, a river like himself that began to rise and fall, or a lake like Li Baoping that chose to stop and wait, or a deep well and underground river like Yu Lu and his. But looking back, in the beginning, everyone was noisy and bumped into each other. Everyone's legs were covered in mud, straw shoes, bamboo boxes, and people were on duty at night. Lin Shi sighed. He could not go back. At first, Yu Lu did not have any classmates living in the academy. Later, a prince, Gao Xian, moved in. The two of them were inseparable and had a close relationship. However, not long ago, Yu Lu became a loner again. This was because Gao Xian had quietly left Cliff Academy and went to Linlu Academy on Cloud Splitting Mountain in Dragon Spring region. He said he was seeking knowledge, but as for the truth, anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was merely a hostage. After the Song clan and the Great Sui Kingdom's Gao family signed the Mountain Alliance, besides Gao Xian, there was actually the gatekeeper of the Gao family in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. Together with the old dragon from the Huangting country who had resigned and retired to the mountains, they became the deputy headmasters of the newly built Linlu Academy in Dali. Yu Lu sent Gao Xian to the foot of the academy and did not send him off. This morning, Yu Lu knocked on the door of a small courtyard for the first time. The person who opened the door was Xie Xie. Yu Lu saw Xie Xie with a broom in her hand. Even though Cui Dongshan had left the academy for a while, it seemed that she was still diligently doing the work of a maid every day. Xie Xie asked with a straight face, "What are you doing here?" Yu Lu smiled and said, "I suddenly remembered that we haven't seen each other for a long time, so I came to take a look." Xie Xie asked, "Now that you have seen it, then?" Yu Lu said helplessly, "It's not too much to go in and have a cup of tea, right?" Xie Xie hesitated for a moment, but still let Yu Lu, the young man whom she should respectfully address as the crown prince, enter the courtyard. The courtyard was not big, and it was very clean. If it was autumn when the leaves fell easily, or early spring when it was easy to fall, it would be more tiring. Xie Xie pointed to the main room. The door was tightly shut, and the corridor under the eaves was paved with strings of green bamboos, like a big summer mat. Yu Lu could even imagine the young man in white with a mole between his eyebrows lying lazily on his side to watch the stars in the cool night. Xie Xie reminded him, "Remember to take off your shoes before going down the stairs, or else I will have to wipe it again after you leave." Yu Lu took off his shoes and sat on the green bamboo floor. It should be the green bamboos that were planted by a farmer chi refinement warrior in a certain immortal mansion in the Great Sui Kingdom. It was considered extravagant for an ordinary noble in the Great Sui Kingdom to use it to make a pen holder. The red-padded jacket girl, Li Baoping, was the most interesting. No one hated her. Xie Xie had the most backing. Li Huai's talent in learning was the most mediocre, but they could not afford to offend him. And Yu Lu was always the one who did not attract attention. He was easily forgotten. Even after becoming friends with Prince Gao Xian, people still did not think that the young Yu Lu was worth paying attention to. Instead, people looked down on him. He was just a young man who liked to play tricks and climb up the social ladder. Yu Lu suddenly opened his eyes. "Your young master said that Chen Pingan is already a fifth realm martial artist who is about to break through. His real combat power is even higher." Xie Xie gloated. "Why, are you afraid of being kicked out?" Yu Lu shook his head. "I will definitely be kicked out." Xie Xie frowned. "Very soon." Yu Lu nodded. "So soon that it's beyond your imagination." Xia asked again, the blessing of martial arts. Yu Lu shook his head. It has nothing to do with that, so I feel a little melancholy. Xia was speechless. He did not know what Chen Pingan would look like the next time they met. Xia could not imagine it. Probably still carrying a bamboo box, wearing straw sandals, and just a little taller. Li Baoping also lived alone in the academy. This was the only thing that Mao Xiaodong and Cui Dongshan, the two sworn enemies, did not argue about. This was because the academy was a four-person bed. Logically speaking, the academy should be empty for a girl in a red cotton-padded jacket who lived alone. However, the truth was that other than her own bed, the other three places were filled with piles of papers, neatly stacked and stacked. Because of this, the teachers could not help but complain to the mountain chieftains of the academy. The girl had already finished copying books that could be punished more than 100 times. How could she be punished? The teachers on night patrol did not know whether to laugh or cry. Almost every night, they could see the girl copying books by the light. Her pen flew like the wind. She was too diligent. At first, some old teachers felt injustice for the girl. They mistakenly thought that the teachers in charge of teaching Li Baoping were too harsh on the girl. They complained in private, but the answer made them dumbfounded. The teachers said that it was the girl's hobby. There was no need for her to copy so many sages' chapters. Li Baoping occasionally skipped classes to daydream at the peak of Xiaodong Mountain, or sneaked out of the academy. After that, according to the academy's rules, she was punished to copy books, but there was no need for so many. The problem was that the girl liked to copy books. How could they stop her? For other academy students, especially those of the same age who were impulsive, the teachers used boards and rulers to force them to copy books. This girl, on the other hand, copied a mountain of books. Fortunately, this girl was well known in the academy. Other than making the teachers angry by skipping classes from time to time, she was still very popular. Of course, other than those strange questions, she also often gave the teachers headaches. Why are there so many strange ideas in her little head? Why do the rivers in the world like to twist and turn? Teacher, do you know the answer? When it rains heavily, will the mosquitoes outside the school be killed by the raindrops? Teacher, do you know? Anyway, I searched for a long time after the weather cleared, but I couldn't find a single mosquito corpse. Teacher, you still don't know why the fish in the lake don't die after drinking so much water, right? Did the book mention it? I can go and read the book myself. As a result, the teachers who taught the little girl had a headache and chatted casually, wondering when they could compile a collection of Li Baoping's questions. Today, Li Huai did not follow Lu Guan and Ma Lian. He said that he needed to go to the toilet and went to the peak of Eastern Mountain alone. Coincidentally, he saw Li Baoping, who was wearing a red dress, sitting on a tree branch. Li Huai did not dare to greet her. He leaned on the stone table at the top of the mountain and looked at the guy who often came here to climb trees. After Li Baoping woke up from her daze, she skillfully held the tree trunk and slid down to the ground. Then she ran quickly. She also saw Li Huai, who had his arms raised high but was unable to speak. Li Baoping only shot a glance at Li Huai before he turned around and ran down the mountain like a gust of wind. Li Huai felt sad and wronged. He found a branch and squatted down to draw in circles. Li Huai's eyes lit up. He remembered that this time he wrote father and mother. They really came to the academy to see him. Then, would it work if he wrote Chen Pingan's name? Li Huai grinned and began to write Chen Pingan's name. Without waiting for him to finish writing, she reached out a hand and erased all the words that were left unfinished. Li Huai was confused. He did not know when Li Baoping came back. Li Huai wrote Chen again in a fit of pique. Li Baoping reached out to erase it. If it was in the past, Li Huai might have flinched. But today, he seemed to have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. He braced himself and started to write again. Li Baoping did not speak. Li Huai rode with a branch and she reached out to erase it. In the end, even after Li Huai broke off the branch, he still couldn't write a complete chin on the ground, let alone the two words, pinyin, at the back. Li Huai threw away half of the branch and began to cry. Li Baoping ignored Li Huai. She picked up the branch and continued squatting. Her chin, which was already a little sharp, rested on one of her arms. She began to write the words junior uncle. After she was done, she nodded her head in satisfaction. Li Huai wiped his face carelessly and sobbed, Li Baoping, if you continue to bully me, I will complain to Chen Pingan when he comes. If he gets angry, he might not be willing to be your youngest uncle. Li Baoping changed the font and continued to write, youngest uncle. She stared at the ground attentively and turned a deaf ear to Li Huai's threat. Li Huai suddenly squeezed out a smile and asked carefully, Li Baoping, can you let me write 3 words? It's so effective. Maybe Chen Pingan will come to our academy tomorrow. I'm not lying to you. This time I miss my parents. If I write this, the 3 of them will come. You know that. Li Baoping did not raise her head and just passed him the branch. Li Huai was very excited. However, just as he started to write with the branch, Li Baoping suddenly frowned and said, write properly. Li Huai was so frightened that his hands trembled. He immediately twisted and turned unreasonably. He cried out, what are you doing? Li Baoping helped to erase the traces. Li Huai smiled through his tears and began to write the word chin seriously. After he finished writing, Li Baoping looked around. Where is he? Li Huai said with a sad face, how can he be so fast? Li Baoping got up and ran to the big tree. She stood on the branch and looked into the distance. Li Huai's eyes turned quickly. He knew that it was not good, so he threw the branch and began to run. However, he could not outrun Li Baoping. Li Baoping quickly caught up with him. Li Huai was so scared that he squatted down and covered his head. However, Li Baoping did not beat him this time. She ran along the mountain road to the gate of the academy and wandered the streets of the capital city of the Great Sui Kingdom. When Li Baoping was hurriedly touring the streets of the capital city and Li Huai was returning to the academy after surviving the disaster. At the gate of the Cliff Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom, a group of 4 people was travel-worn. A young man in white with a sword and a bamboo box on his back handed the pass to an old Confucian at the gate with a smile. The old Confucian looked at it for a long time. The seals of the 2 continents and various countries were densely printed. The old Confucian was surprised and looked up with a smile. Child Chen has traveled to so many places. The young man who visited the academy smiled and nodded. 14. "401, Happy National Day." The old Confucian returned the passport to the young man named Chen Pingan. The headmaster of the academy had a very good impression of him. The old Confucian looked at Chen Pingan again. He was carrying a long sword and a box of books, which was very pleasing to the eye. Carrying a book and wielding a sword, traveling 10,000 li to study, is what we scholars can do, and it is also the best thing we can do. Chen Pingan asked, "Do you know a girl named Li Baoping? She likes to wear a red cotton-padded jacket and a red skirt." The old Confucian laughed and said, "Who in the academy doesn't know this girl? Not to mention the academy, even the capital city of the Great Sui Kingdom has been visited by her. She is full of vigor every day, which makes us old guys who can barely walk envious. Today, she skipped class and sneaked out of the academy. If you had come an hour earlier, you might have met her. Chen Pingan asked. She left the academy alone. The old Confucian nodded and said, every time. Seeing Chen Pingan's worried look, the old Confucian smiled and said, don't worry. The girl has been out so many times and has never made a mistake. After all, she is a disciple of the academy. Moreover, the capital city of the Great Sui Kingdom has always been peaceful and simple. Besides, the minister of the Ministry of Rites is the hill master of the academy. He often comes to this small eastern mountain to drink tea with several deputy hill masters. Nothing will happen. Chen Pingan was slightly relieved. The old Confucian asked, why? Are you visiting the Cliff Academy to find little Baoping? Looking at your passport, you are also from Longquan County of Dali. Are you not only a fellow villager but also a relative? Chen Pingan smiled and said, just a fellow villager, not a relative. A few years ago, I came to the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom with little Baoping and the others, but I didn't climb the mountain to enter the academy. The old headmaster felt a little strange. Years ago, when this group of children from Longquan County entered the new Cliff Academy to study, the elite cavalry was first sent to the border to pick them up, and then the emperor himself came to the academy. It was a very grand occasion, and the emperor was very pleased and bestowed gifts to all the traveling children. Logically speaking, even if this young man from Dali named Chen Pingan did not enter the academy, the old headmaster should have seen him once or twice. The headmaster asked, are you going to wait here for Li Baoping to return to the academy? Chen Pingan nodded. Of course, he hoped that the first person he saw at Cliff Academy would be Little Treasure Bottle. Li Huai, Lin Shui, and Yu Lu thanked him. Chen Pingan also wanted to take a look, especially the youngest, Li Huai. However, they were not little girls who wore red cotton-padded jackets in autumn, winter, and spring, and red dresses in summer. Chen Pingan never denied his selfishness. He was the closest to Little Treasure Bottle, and it was the same when he traveled to the Great Sui Kingdom. Later, when he went to the inverted mountain alone, he also only sent a letter to Li Baoping, and then asked the girl who received the letter to help him, the youngest uncle, to deliver the rest of the letters to them. On the top of Osmanthus Island, the painting by the painter of the Fan family was also only given to Li Baoping, and Li Huai and the others did not have one. Lin Shui, Yu Lu, and Xia were definitely aware of this difference, but they might not care. Lin Shui was a jade of cultivation, and Yu Lu and Xia were important figures in the Lu dynasty. As for Li Huai, who was good at being unreasonable, he probably still felt that Chen Pingan and Alliance were the closest to him. The old master waved his hand and smiled. I advise you to put your things in the guest house of the academy first. Every time Li Baoping sneaks out, even if she leaves early in the morning, she still comes back at dusk at the earliest. There is no exception. If you wait for her at the door, you will have to wait at least 6 hours. There is no need. Chen Pingan thought for a moment, and turned to look at Pei Qian and the others. If he was alone, he would not mind waiting here. He turned to look at the end of the street. Zhu Lian had been looking at the building of the academy behind the mountain gate. It was built against the mountain. Although it was built by the Ministry of Works of the Great Sui Kingdom, it was built with great care, and created a simple and elegant atmosphere. This Cliff Academy, which was moved from Dali to the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, was one of the 72 Confucian academies in the past. This was the first Confucian academy that Zhu Lian saw after leaving the Lotus Flower Blessed Land. The sage's lecture hall was famous all over the world. When the Cliff Academy was first built in Dali, the first master of the mountain proposed an enlightened preface to learning. He advocated that learning and thinking should be divided into 4 parts. While Zhu Lian was looking at the academy, Shi Rou did not dare to breathe. Although Shiro possessed the body of an immortal and was able to resist the formless aura of righteousness, her instincts as a ghostly otherworldly item still made her feel terrified. Pei Qian did not say a word, as if she was even more nervous than Shiro. When they got off the boat in Old Dragon City, Pei Qian still wanted to meet Li Baoping. However, when they arrived at the gate of the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, she began to feel weak. When they arrived at the gate of the Cliff Academy, she was even more nervous. Chen Pingan smiled and asked, "Sir, if we want to visit the master of Mao Shan after we enter the academy and stay in the guest house, do we need to inform him in advance and wait for his reply?" The old man smiled and said, "Actually, there's no need to inform him. The main reason is that our master of Mao Shan does not like to entertain guests. In recent years, he has declined almost all visits and social engagements. Even the minister may not be able to meet him when he comes to the academy. However, Master Chen came from afar and is from the Longquan County, so he should be able to say hello. Although our master of Mao Shan is strict in his studies, he is actually easy to talk to. It's just that the famous people of the Great Sui Kingdom have always valued profound conversations, so we can't talk to him." Chen Pingan still did not enter the academy immediately. He asked, "If I remember correctly, the yamen that is in charge of the security of the Great Sui Kingdom is the yamen that is led by the infantry?" The old man understood that he was still worried about Li Baoping. He smiled and said, "That's right. The youngest son of the yamen's master is now studying in the academy." Chen Pingan breathed a sigh of relief again. Chen Pingan asked some more trivial things about Li Baoping before he bid farewell to the old man and walked into the academy. Pei Qian walked with heavy steps, especially after he passed through the gate. The gentle slope of the mountain road made him feel like he was wading in the river or trekking in the snow. The academy had a guest house that was specially used to entertain students, relatives, and elders. Back then, Li Er, his wife, and his daughter, Li Lu, stayed in the guest house. The academy only charged them some copper coins as a token. Each guest house only cost 10 coins a day. After knowing that there were not many guest houses left, Chen Pingan asked for 4 adjacent guest houses at once. After putting down their luggage, Pei Qian came to Chen Pingan's house to copy books. Chen Pingan took down the bamboo box, the blade-strengthening gourd, and the semi-immortal weapon, Sword Fairy, from his waist. Zhu Lian came to ask if they wanted to tour the academy together. Chen Pingan said not for the time being. Pei Qian was copying books and did not pay attention to Zhu Lian. Zhu Lian went to knock on Shiro's door. Shiro, who was feeling uncomfortable, was not in a good mood. Zhu Lian continued to say weird things outside that had a perverted flavor. Shiro rewarded Zhu Lian with the word scram. Zhu Lian had to wander around the academy alone. Li Baoping might have been born and raised in the capital, so she knew more about it. She had been to the Tianchang Gate in the south, which was nicknamed the Grain Gate by the people. The grain that came through the canal was checked by the officials of the Ministry of Revenue and stored in the granary. It was the place where grain from all over the country gathered. She had once squatted at the ferry for half a day, watching the busy officials, as well as the sweaty porters. He also knew that there was a fox immortal temple there that was filled with incense. It was not an orthodox temple recognized by the Ministry of Rites of the Imperial Court, but it was also not an obscene temple. It had a strange origin. It enshrined a section of a shiny new foxtail. There was also a crazy old woman who sold talisman water. There was also a bone-touching master from Guanxi of the Great Sui dynasty. The old man and the old woman often argued. She had been to Changfu Temple's temple fair. It was a sea of people. She coveted a kind of tubular snake made from cow horns. There were a lot of rich people coming here, even those young masters of influential families, who were arrogant and haughty-looking, liked to wear black dyed rodent fur coats, which were mixed with mink fur coats. Li Baoping had also been to the edge of the imperial city. She had squatted there for many afternoons and learned that there were many husbands and embroiderers. These people who were not from the palace could enter and leave the imperial city as well. They just needed to carry a token with them. There was a Huaguan that compiled the history of the previous dynasties and compiled history books. Many outside were hired. Li Baoping went to the back gate of the imperial city in the north, which was called the Dijiu Gate. Li Baoping went there more often because it was more lively there. Once, he saw a noisy disturbance in a silver shop. It was a soldier catching a thief, and it was very aggressive. Later, she asked the shopkeeper of a nearby shop. Only then did she find out that the shop, which did not do clean business but was able to make a lot of money every day, was a den for selling stolen goods. The items sold were mostly items stolen from the Great Sui Imperial Palace for royal use. There were some hidden pouches and sachets. Even the tin sheets used to repair the ditches in the palace were stolen. The leftover scraps from the palace were also coveted by peddlers outside the palace. Many shops reported losses, and the profits were even greater. She sat on the steps under the overpass and listened to the stories of the storytellers. She passed by peddlers carrying poles and shouting countless times in the streets and alleys. She even helped the children who were fighting on the ground to separate them. The little girl heard the melodious pigeon whistles in the sky of the capital. The little girl saw beautiful swaying kites. The little girl ate wontons that she thought were the best in the world. The little girl hid from the rain under the eaves, hid from the sun under the trees, and huffed in the wind and snow to warm herself. Today, Li Baoping went to the bookstore again. On the way there, she ate lunch at a cheap and delicious small restaurant. On the way back, she changed to an alley noodle restaurant with ancestral craftsmanship. The old shopkeeper and the lady boss were very familiar with her. They often asked her to give them a discount or not to take any money at all. However, Li Baoping did not agree. She said that she might give them a discount next time. However, the two restaurants did not have such an opportunity. Over time, they just thought that the little girl was being polite and did not want their small business to earn less money. However, they actually wanted to laugh. With such a cute and sensible customer, even if it was not easy to earn money, they would not care about that little bit of money. In the twilight, Li Baoping's running figure appeared on the street outside the Cliff Academy. The little girl felt that the books said that time flew by, but it did not seem right. Alas, why was it that when it came to her, she walked so slowly and anxiously? A little girl in a red dress who seemed to only have eyes in the distance quickly greeted the old man guarding the door and rushed past. The old man who was dozing off remembered something and shouted at the back of the figure, "Little Baoping, come back." Li Baoping did not stop. She waved her hands and walked on the spot. She turned her head and looked at the old man who was waving at her. Then she ran backwards. Unexpectedly, she ran quite fast. Li Baoping ran backwards to the door and stood still. She asked, "Mr. Liang, is there anything I can help you with?" The old man surnamed Liang asked nicely, "Did you meet any acquaintances on the way?" Li Baoping widened her eyes and shook her head, "No." The old man smiled and asked, "Then did you not turn in from Bai Mao Street today?" Li Baoping nodded and said, "Yes, what's the matter?" The old man smiled and asked, "Baoping, before answering your question, you have to answer mine first. Do you think I'm very knowledgeable?" Li Baoping thought for a while and said, "The Maoshan sect master is younger." The old man was suddenly choked by this honest little girl and was speechless. However, from another perspective, the little girl compared him to a sage of the Confucian Academy. No matter what, it was a compliment, right? Therefore, the old man was in a good mood and told Li Baoping that a young man came to the academy to look for her. First, he stood at the door for a long time. Then, he went to the guest house to put down his luggage. Then, he came here twice. The last time he came was an hour ago. The old man smiled and said, I advised him not to worry. Our little treasure bottle is as familiar with the capital as walking around her own home. She definitely won't get lost, but that person still walked back and forth on this street. Later, I was worried for him and told him that you usually turn around from White Thatch Street. He was probably waiting for you at White Thatch Street. Seeing that you weren't there, he walked forward a little bit, hoping to see you earlier. That's why the two of you missed each other. Don't worry. You just wait here. He will be back soon. Li Baoping suddenly turned around and was about to run away. The old man said anxiously, Little Baoping, are you going to Bai Mao Street to look for him? Be careful that he is far away from Bai Mao Street to look for you. What if he doesn't go back the way he came? Won't you miss each other again? What, are you going to play hide and seek? Li Baoping was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. She walked in circles on the spot. This was a scene that the teachers of the academy had never seen before. Li Baoping was about to cry. Suddenly, she shouted, Youngest uncle. The old man was shocked. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the end of the street. A figure in white came into view from Bai Mao Street like a white rainbow. Then, he rushed over at an even faster speed and arrived in the blink of an eye. When the young man stood still, his two snow-white sleeves were still fluttering in the wind. He looked like an elegant immortal. He stood in front of the little girl in red and smiled brightly. He said softly, Youngest uncle is here. "402, Li Baoping had accumulated a lot of things to say, but when she saw Chen Pingan, the words that were about to come out of her mouth fell back into her stomach. Chen Pingan gestured on Li Baoping's forehead, You've grown a lot taller. Li Baoping jumped and frowned, Youngest uncle, how did you grow faster than me? I can't catch up. Chen Pingan helped the little girl wipe away her tears, but Li Baoping suddenly bumped into his arms. Chen Pingan was caught off guard and could only hug the little girl gently, smiling knowingly. It seemed that she hadn't grown much. Old Master Liang looked at this scene. How should he describe it? It was as if he was admiring the world's freshest and warmest painting. The spring breeze to the willows, the green hills to the clear water. There was a good poem, golden wind and jade dew meet, surpassing countless things in the human world. Therefore, old Master Liang was quite happy and cheerful. After greeting old Master Liang, the two of them entered the academy. Li Baoping was like a little oriole, chattering non-stop, telling Chen Pingan about the situation in the academy. When the two of them arrived at the guest house, Chen Pingan saw a tall old man and Pei Qian standing at the door. Pei Qian quietly opened his mouth, but didn't say anything, only mouthing the word Mao. Chen Pingan, who had been in Jianghu for a long time, subconsciously wanted to give a fist salute, but he quickly stopped and imitated the Confucian scholar to bow to the deputy hill master of Cliff Academy. Mao Xiaodong nodded and stepped forward, Chen Pingan, let's talk. Only the 12-year-old Li Baoping and the 11-year-old Pei Qian were left at the door of the guest house. One was in a red dress, the other was in a black charcoal. Li Baoping looked at Pei Qian, who didn't know where to put his hands and feet. He lowered his head, not daring to look at her. Li Baoping walked around Pei Qian, then stood back and asked, You're Pei Qian. Youngest uncle said that you're his first disciple, and that you've walked a long road together. Pei Qian lowered his head and nodded. Li Baoping asked, Youngest uncle said that you are very talented in martial arts. You are very smart and can endure hardships just like me. He also said that your biggest dream is to ride a donkey and travel Jianghu in the future. Pei Qian raised his head and glanced at Li Baoping. Then, he lowered his head and nodded. Li Baoping thought for a moment and said, "Well, I'll give you two things as a greeting gift. Come with me." Pei Qian swallowed his saliva and did not dare to move. Although Pei Qian knew that this young lady who liked to wear red was definitely not a bad person, he was still afraid of walking into that dark alley. Li Baoping turned around and put a sack on himself. She would throw him to a corner of the capital city of the Great Sui Kingdom outside the academy. Li Baoping had already turned around and ran a few steps. She turned around and saw Pei Qian standing there like a wooden man. She said considerately, "Youngest uncle said a lot about you and said that you're timid. Well, stick the yellow paper talisman on your forehead and then come with me." Pei Qian quickly took out a demon-suppressing pagoda talisman and stuck it on his forehead. Only then did he gain some courage and slowly walk forward. Li Baoping walked very fast. However, in order to take into account Pei Qian's walking speed, she had to take small steps. Her arms were like swinging on a swing. She ran back to Pei Qian and said, "Pei Qian, your youngest uncle's first disciple. Alas, even if you're unfamiliar with this place and are afraid of meeting strangers in the academy, you have to pretend to be brave. Besides, with me here, no one dares to bully you. Don't worry." Pei Qian squeezed out a smile and took out a light-lifting talisman. He handed it to Li Baoping. He was indeed a fence-sitter. He wanted to please Li Baoping first. As for his original ambition to arm wrestle with Li Baoping, he had long forgotten about it. However, as soon as he took it out, Pei Qian regretted it. He felt that he would be looked down upon by Li Baoping. Unexpectedly, Li Baoping directly took his hand, dipped it in her saliva, patted it on her forehead and laughed loudly. Pei Qian also laughed along. Pei Qian could even see through the abbot's divine sense of the ancestor of Taiping Mountain. Therefore, she could actually see some people's ups and downs. Some people were like a mass of ink with dark hearts and livers. Some people were like a mass of paste with no ideas of their own. For example, the female ghost Shiro was like a golden seed that was not easily seen by others. It had just sprouted and had a little bit of green. Another example was Zhu Lian, who was particularly frightening. He was like a bloody storm with thunder and lightning, but there was only a vague beautiful attic with a noble aura. However, some people were as pure as glass, just like this little sister in red. Therefore, Pei Qian felt particularly ashamed. Seeing that she still walked slowly, Li Baoping gave up the idea of running back to her own guest house. She accompanied Pei Qian for a walk and asked casually, "I heard from youngest uncle that you met Cui Dongshan. Did he bully you?" Pei Qian did not dare to tell the truth and only said that it was okay. Li Baoping grabbed something with one hand and put it to her mouth to breathe. "This guy needs to be taught a lesson. When he comes back to the academy, I will teach him a lesson for you." Pei Qian turned her head and peeped at Li Baoping. She immediately admired her. Except for her master, from Old Wei and Little Bai to Sister Shiro and even the yellow bull monster, who was not afraid of Cui Dongshan. Pei Qian was even more afraid. There seemed to be a huge dark pool in Cui Dongshan's heart, but it was not the kind of stagnant water that was lifeless. There was a shadow of a so-called flood dragon that Pei Qian had seen in books and portraits. There was a shadow outline that was slowly swimming. Every time the flood dragon's body approached the water's surface, it would bring about chilling ripples. Fortunately, there were piles of golden and silver books beside the pool, so it did not seem so gloomy and scary. Otherwise, Pei Qian would not dare to get along with Cui Dongshan. The tall old man with the ferrule hanging on his waist was the real backbone of Cliff Academy, Mao Xiaodong. Mao Xiaodong led Qin Pingan all the way to his own study. On the way, he did not exchange any pleasantries with Qin Pingan. After the two sat down, Mao Xiaodong, who had been expressionless, suddenly smiled. He stood up and bowed to Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan hurriedly moved aside. He knew that he could not accept this sudden Confucian bow. Mao Xiaodong stood up and smiled. If it were not for your protection in the past, our Cliff Academy would have lost half of its heritage. The teachers liked Li Huai more, and they were also worried that Li Huai was too protective of his children. For a period of time, they didn't even dare to say a harsh word. So I reprimanded those teachers. After that, they were on the right track. They were beaten and reprimanded when they needed to be beaten. This is the attitude that teachers' disciples should have. Qin Pingan asked, after that incident, did Li Huai and the other children have any side effects that they themselves didn't notice? Mao Xiaodong said with a smile, with me around, and at the very least, with Cui Dongshan, that bastard with a belly full of evil tricks keeping an eye on them, they didn't cause any trouble. This kind of thing is inevitable. It is also a part of learning etiquette and knowledge. Don't worry too much about it. Qin Pingan nodded and said, it's easy to control and not go to extremes. It's just that Mountain Master Mao has to be more careful. Mao Xiaodong complained, is it so difficult to call me Senior Brother Mao? What's wrong? Do you think that I, Mao Xiaodong, am far inferior to Qi Jingchen and Zhuozhua, or even Cui Shi and Cui Dongshan, so you don't want to call me Senior Brother Mao? Qin Pingan shook his head and said, it's not like that. Please understand, Mountain Master Mao. When it came to the cultural pulse, Qin Pingan couldn't be polite and perfunctory. Mao Xiaodong seemed to be a little dissatisfied, but he was secretly nodding. If it was a young man who changed his mind when the so-called saints of Cliff Academy tried to please him, Mao Xiaodong would be qualified. However, if he wanted to be teacher's last disciple, Qi Jingchen and Zui Yu's little junior brothers might not be suitable. One could see the situation from a small clue. Mao Xiaodong still had this bit of insight. Back then, among the 4 direct disciples of the sage of literature, the first disciple, Cui Shi, was the most knowledgeable, while Qi Jingchen was the most knowledgeable. She was the most knowledgeable, and she was the one who advocated that the great Tao moves on its own. She was a late bloomer, and her cultivation was the highest. There was also a fellow who seemed to be slow-witted and was the slowest to become a talent, but he was the teacher's favorite other than Qi Jingchen. In fact, after the defeat of the 3rd and 4th disciple, the sage of literature's lineage, which was at the peak of its power, gradually fell into silence. Only this person followed the teacher from beginning to end, accompanying the teacher who imprisoned himself in the forest of merit. Among all the nominal disciples, Mao Xiaodong and the others weren't considered outstanding. From this, it could be seen that the literary sage's lineage was the center of attention and brilliant literary fortune. Mao Xiaodong felt that it was a pity. Outstanding people were always blown away by the wind and rain. Qi Jingchen left the central divine continent and came to the Aquarius continent to establish the Cliff Academy. Outsiders said that Qi Jingchen wanted to restrain and intimidate his old senior brother Cui Dong, but Mao Xiaodong knew that wasn't the case at all. He was even more decisive, leaving the human world and going out to sea to visit immortals alone. The only one rumored to be able to chase Alliance around the streets was a one-track mind blockhead. He had been silent for more than 100 years. Mao Xiaodong put away his messy thoughts and finally fixed his gaze on this young man. Now, teacher had taken in this disciple who inherited the knowledge of the literary pulse. In the 3 years after Qin Pingan entered the academy, Mao Xiaodong was curious and worried. He was curious about what kind of scholar teacher had taken in. He was also worried that this young man, who came from the Pearl Grotto heaven and had high hopes for Qi Jingchen, would disappoint him. However, Mao Xiaodong used the scholarly sage's ability to watch Chen Pingan's words and actions from afar. He wasn't surprised, but he wasn't disappointed either. He just felt that this poor disciple named Chen Pingan was the disciple that teacher would take in. He was the junior brother that Qi Jingchen was willing to take in on behalf of his master. That was the right thing to do. After that, Chen Pingan asked Lin Shi in detail if there would be any conflicts between his cultivation and learning. He asked if Gao Xian and Yulu's friendship would be impure. He also asked if there would be any problems with her state of mind after she became Cui Dongshan's servant. Mao Xiaodong answered them one by one, occasionally flipping through the customs documents. After knowing more or less everything, Chen Pingan was truly relieved. Mao Xiaodong finally smiled and asked, "Aren't you tired of thinking so much about your own and other people's?" Chen Pingan shook his head and said honestly, "Not at all." Mao Xiaodong nodded and said softly, "Learning and practicing the sword are actually the same. They both need to accumulate strength. A gentleman will do great things when he's successful, but when he's not, he'll be like a dragon. Therefore, when you have a strange idea, it's as if brilliant literary talent has come from the heavens and the world has never seen it before." Chen Pingan felt that his words were a little too exaggerated. He was a little nervous. Mao Xiaodong suddenly asked in a low voice, "Has teacher ever mentioned me?" Chen Pingan wanted to say something but hesitated. He answered honestly, "I don't think he's ever mentioned you." Mao Xiaodong slapped his knee and said angrily, "There's actually such a biased teacher in the world." Mao Xiaodong didn't give up and asked, "Think about it again. Could it be that you've missed something?" Chen Pingan shook his head decisively. Mao Xiaodong stroked his beard and smiled. He said confidently, "I think teacher has a disciple in his heart. Of course, he doesn't have to mention me all the time." Chen Pingan was relieved. The Mao Mountain chieftain in front of him was definitely a disciple taught by teacher Wenxing. Pei Qian probably thought that Li Baoping was easier to talk to. She walked faster and faster, her footsteps lighter and lighter. However, when Pei Qian arrived at Li Baoping's dormitory and saw the stacks of copied books on the bed, she almost knelt down and kowtowed to Li Baoping. It was no wonder that when Pei Qian boldly showed off that he copied books every day, Li Baoping only responded with an "oh" and did not say anything else. At first, Pei Qian felt that she had finally turned the tables a little. She was a little proud and straightened her back a little. Li Baoping poured a cup of tea for Pei Qian and asked her to sit anywhere she wanted. She climbed onto the bed and moved the small bamboo box that was leaning against the wall to the table. She took out the narrow saber, lucky talisman, and the small silver gourd that Al Liang had given her. Li Baoping said, "They're for you." Pei Qian looked at the narrow saber and the small calabash. She was more knowledgeable now. She looked up at Pei Qian and asked, "Is it very expensive?" Li Baoping didn't deliberately hide anything. She said in detail, "I heard from Alliance that this auspicious symbol saber is of average quality. It's a half-immortal weapon. This small calabash that was abducted from Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple is better. It's one of the 7 sword-nourishing calabashes on the calabash vine that the Taoist ancestor planted during his early cultivation. The swordsmen in the world use this to nourish their flying swords." "Pei Qian, haven't you started to learn swordsmanship? Then you can use it." Pei Qian was tongue-tied. She said vaguely, "But I've just started to practice swordsmanship. I'm not a swordsman. I'm not a swordsman. I may not be able to cultivate a natal flying sword in my life." Li Baoping asked directly, "Do you like the auspicious symbol and the small calabash?" Pei Qian nodded timidly. Li Baoping scratched her head and sighed in her heart. Why did little martial uncle find such a silly disciple? Pei Qian became more and more uneasy. She glanced at the mountains of books on the bed and then looked at the narrow saber and the silver sword nourishing calabash on the table. Pei Qian suddenly had an idea. She whispered, "Sister Bao Ping, I dare not accept such expensive gifts. Master will scold me." Li Baoping blinked her eyes. "Then you can tell Master that I'm borrowing them from you. I'll borrow them for 1 year, 10 years, 100 years, or 1,000 years. Anyway, I won't ask you for them. You can take them to travel in Jianghu with a clear conscience. Isn't that enough?" Pei Qian lowered her head. "Yes." Li Baoping changed her position and sat on the bench next to Pei Qian. She comforted her, "Don't feel stupid. You're young. I heard from youngest uncle that you're 1 year younger than me." Pei Qian felt that it made sense. She immediately looked up and smiled. She put her hands on the table and asked carefully, "Sister Baoping, can I touch them?" Li Baoping suddenly stood up, giving Pei Qian a fright. Li Baoping signaled Pei Qian not to panic and then asked him to watch carefully. However, Pei Qian saw Li Baoping unsheathing her saber. She took a deep breath and slashed at the calabash. Pei Qian looked like a little dumbfounded goose. Li Baoping's slash was more domineering. However, the small calabash was smooth and fell toward Pei Qian. Pei Qian subconsciously slapped it away. The silver sword nourishing calabash hit Li Baoping's face with a bang. There was a bang. The calabash fell to the ground. Li Baoping, who was stunned for a moment, began to have a nosebleed. Pei Qian felt that he was doomed. At this moment, Li Baoping was still holding the auspicious symbol in her hand. "He is Chen Pingon, the one who gave me my book box and made my straw sandals. You know what I said. He would definitely come to the academy to see me. Do you believe me now?" Lu Guan rolled his eyes. It turned out that this guy was Chen Pingon, the one Li Huai kept talking about. Ma Lian hurriedly bowed to Chen Pingon. Li Huai laughed unscrupulously and suddenly stopped. "Have you seen Li Baoping?" Chen Pingon nodded and said, "When I arrived at the academy, I saw the little treasure bottle first." Li Huai nodded hard and said, "Let's go find Li Baoping together later. She has to thank me. I invited you to the academy. When she was at the top of the mountain, she wanted to beat me. How can a little girl run faster than me? What a joke. I, Li Huai, have mastered the divine skill and can run as fast as flying. I can leap over roofs and vault over walls." Chen Pingon coughed. Li Huai suddenly realized that Lu Guan was rejoicing in his misfortune and Ma Lian was bashful. Li Huai slowly turned his head and saw Li Baoping behind him, as well as a little girl who was as black as charcoal beside her. Li Huai felt that there was fate between them at first glance, because they resembled the time when he first met Chen Pingon. Li Baoping crossed her arms and sneered, "Li Huai, I'll let you run 100 steps first. It's up to you whether you want to hide in a tree or on the roof." Li Huai said resentfully, "Li Baoping, since Chen Pingon really came to the academy, let's call it a tie." Li Baoping smiled and said, "A tie." Li Huai thought for a while and said, "Okay. Let's call it a regretful loss." Li Baoping didn't want to argue with Li Huai for the sake of her martial uncle. Li Huai saw that Li Baoping didn't want to teach him a lesson, so he immediately became arrogant. He pulled Chen Pingon's arm and said excitedly, "Where are you staying now? Do you want to come to my place?" Pei Qian's eyes brightened. This Li Huai is a kindred spirit. They went to the guest house where Chen Pingon was staying. Ma Lian actually wanted to follow Li Huai, but Lu Guan dragged him to have a meal. Zhu Lian was still traveling and hadn't returned. Shi Ro stayed in her guest house and didn't see anyone. She was in a Confucian academy. Even if you were an earth immortal otherworldly item, who would dare to show off in such a place? Ro felt that every time she breathed, she was blaspheming the academy. She was full of guilt and reverence. This was the vast world. Chen Pingan, Li Baoping, Pei Qian, and Li Huai. They sat around a table and ate the special meal that the academy would give them. Li Huai, who was sitting opposite Chen Pingan, was the loudest. As long as Chen Pingan was there, he didn't need to be afraid of Li Baoping. Li Huai asked, Chen Pingan, do you want me to take you to Lin Shi after dinner? That guy is rarely seen nowadays. He's very happy and often leaves the academy to play outside. I'm so jealous. Because the second Taoist master would definitely kill them directly. The remaining souls would most likely be pulled into his palm, the purest thunder purgatory in the world. The world was huge. Even if a mortal teacher liked to travel in his lifetime, he might not be able to travel to the end of a country. Even if he became a cultivator, he wouldn't dare to say that he could travel to the end of a continent. Similarly, the peak immortals who were lucky enough to reach the upper 5 states also wouldn't dare to say that they could travel to the end of the world. Li Baoping didn't like to talk much when eating. Pei Qian didn't dare to say it. So it was Li Huai who was making a fuss. Li Baoping glared at Li Huai. She had told Li Huai many things about the academy. How could she tell her youngest uncle? Li Huai shook his head. He was still provoking Li Baoping recklessly. This was called smashing a broken jar. Anyway, he would definitely be punished by Li Baoping in the future. Chen Pingan didn't say much. He ate slowly and chewed slowly as usual. Most of the time, he picked up food for the 3 children. Li Huai suddenly asked, Chen Pingan, why did you change your clothes? You're not even wearing straw sandals. Be careful, it's hard to go from extravagance to frugality. Before Li Huai finished speaking, he began to bend over and wail. Li Baoping and Pei Qian each gave Li Huai a kick under the table. Chen Pingan smiled and said, actually, I thought about it. When I came to the academy, I changed into my old clothes and straw sandals. But I didn't want to embarrass you. Now, I have to be very careful when I'm in the Jianghu. Plus, wearing it can help my cultivation. So I'm used to wearing this Taoist robe. But I don't feel uncomfortable wearing it before. Li Huai grimaced and said, when I was outside the academy, I almost couldn't recognize you. Chen Pingan, you're much taller and not as dark as before. I'm not used to it. Chen Pingan joked, Li Huai, you haven't changed. Do you feel sleepy as soon as you read? Li Huai sighed and said, Chen Pingan, you don't know how hard it is for me to study now. It's even more tiring than when we were on the road. Especially when the teachers were teaching, I had to hold my pee. Li Baoping tapped the table with her finger, indicating that Li Huai should pay attention to his words. Li Huai was annoyed and said, annoying. You have more rules than the teachers. They had almost finished eating and there was not much left on the table. Chen Pingan said, I have to go to Mount Mao's place later. I have some things to discuss. Then I'll go find Lin Shi and Yu Lu to thank them. You guys can walk around by yourselves. Remember not to violate the academy's curfew. Li Huai asked, Chen Pingan, how many years are you going to stay in the academy? Li Baoping smiled for the first time. Pei Qian's face was bitter and he was trembling. Chen Pingan laughed angrily and said, I won't stay for too long, but I won't leave in a few days either. Li Huai made an "oh" sound. When Li Baoping and Pei Qian were cleaning up the dishes, he asked, Chen Pingan, why don't you stay in the academy to study? We can go back to Longquan County together in the future. What's wrong? Have you been wandering outside for too long? Even if you don't take Li Baoping seriously, the academy has me, Li Huai. We're good brothers who have been through thick and thin together. Maybe I'll have to call you brother-in-law in the future. Can you bear to leave me, your brother-in-law, in the academy? You know, back then Alliance cried and begged to be my brother-in-law, but I didn't agree. Chen Pingan said helplessly, don't say this in front of Lin Shi and Dong Shuijing. Li Huai sighed heavily. These two fellows, one is a taciturn person who doesn't know how to speak frankly, and the other is a blockhead who doesn't understand. I think it's unlikely that my sister will like them. As for my mother, she likes Lin Shi more, and my father likes Dong Shuijing more. But what's the situation in my family? I, Li Huai, have the most say. Even my sister listens to me. Chen Pingan, let's make a deal. You only need to accompany me in the academy for a year. All right, half a year is enough, and you'll be my brother-in-law. You don't even need a damn betrothal gift. Chen Pingan laughed and scolded, scram. Li Huai slammed the table. Chen Pingan, talk properly to your brother-in-law. Don't say I didn't warn you. Li Baoping's slap made Li Huai shrink his head back. In an instant, Li Baoping's arrogance disappeared. Li Huai took advantage of the time when Li Baoping and Pei Qian took the bowls and chopsticks to the kitchen outside the guest house. He came to Chen Pingan's side, leaned on the table, and whispered, Chen Pingan, my sister is very beautiful now. I didn't lie to you. Chen Pingan rubbed the little fellow's head. I really don't need you to act as a matchmaker. I already have a girl I like. Li Huai's expression dimmed. Chen Pingan said softly, not being your brother-in-law doesn't mean not being friends. Li Huai said weakly, but I'm afraid. This time I'll be gone for 3 years. What about next time? Will it be another 3 or 5 years? How can you be a friend? When I was bullied in the academy, you weren't there. Chen Pingan was speechless. According to the plan in his heart, they might not be able to meet again in 3 or 5 years. He was prepared to go to the Dragon Spring Prefecture and Book Lake, as well as the Colorful Clothes Nation and Shu Shui Nation. Then he would go to the north, even further north than the Dali dynasty in the Aquarius continent. Li Huai sniffled, raised his head and laughed, forget it, we are all adults. Don't be so wishy-washy. Let's talk about tomorrow's matters tomorrow. Chen Pingan patted Li Huai's head. Pei Qian seems to be afraid of Aquarius. You can accompany Pei Qian in this period of time. Li Huai immediately laughed and said, that piece of charcoal, no problem. What's so shameful about being afraid of Li Baoping? I'm also afraid. Whoever is afraid is a hero. To be able to say such a shameful thing so confidently and heroically, only Li Huai could do it. After that, Chen Pingan went to Mao Xiaodong's study. They began to discuss the matter of refining the second natal item. Mao Xiaodong had already received Shui Dongshan's secret letter. His plan was even more watertight than Chen Pingan's. He had already bought most of the treasures needed to refine the golden script gallbladder. Some had not been sent to the academy, but he would definitely be able to collect all of them before autumn. Chen Pingan said that he might have to pay back the money later. Mao Xiaodong was not pretentious. He said that he would pay according to the market price and try to settle it within 20 years. Because it was a very special golden script gallbladder, as one of the 5 elements natal items, Mao Xiaodong carefully studied the golden script gallbladder that Chen Pingan took out from the Fangzuan item. Before that, he had already studied the history of the Cai kingdom and the county records of the city god pavilion. Shen Wen, who finally determined that the civil official had become a god, had used the essence of incense and the Great Spirit. It was very likely that he had also used the influence of the seal personally refined by the great celestial master and the thunder method to create this extraordinary golden script gallbladder. Therefore, Mao Xiaodong planned to take Qin Pingan to visit the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, the Confucian Temple, and other places in private. However, the final refining location would definitely be at the Cliff Academy where he could guard the fate. The two of them continued to polish the details. Mao Xiaodong was more and more pleased. Even when it came to the foundation of cultivation, Qin Pingan was still calm and collected, which made Mao Xiaodong very satisfied. Qin Pingan's answers to many of the seemingly casual conversations, as well as the questions he took the initiative to ask about some of the books, did not amaze Mao Xiaodong. Instead, he felt determined and vaguely revealed his tenacity. That was enough. Especially when Qin Pingan looked at the sky and said that he wanted to visit Lin Shi and Yu Lu first, instead of talking about more important business in one go. Mao Xiaodong agreed with a smile. After Qin Pingan left with an apologetic expression, the tall old man, who had always given everyone the impression of being old-fashioned, sat alone in the study room. He could not help but cry, but he was smiling happily. In Mao Xiaodong's opinion, 10F** King talented Cui Dong could not compare to one Qin Pingan. Without Li Baoping by his side, Pei Qian became angry. All of a sudden, Pei Qian became unrestrained and high-spirited. Not long after they arrived at Li Huai's dormitory and sat down, not only Li Huai, even Lu Guan and Ma Lian were shocked to the point that their eyes widened and they looked at each other in dismay. Pei Qian already had a bamboo sword hanging from his waist. He sat on the bench facing the three fellows sitting side by side. She was telling them about her experience in Jianghu. The opening speech was very intimidating. You should have seen that I, Pei Qian, as my master's disciple, am a very cold-blooded Jianghu person. I have killed and subdued countless monsters in the mountains and lakes. The gadfly that was killed by her crazy demon swordsmanship, the toad that was kicked away by her on the mountain path, the dog that she pressed down on its head, and the mountain leaper that she caught. She imagined all of them to be monsters in the future. Lu Guan, who was skeptical, served tea. While Heroine Pei was drinking, Ma Lian quickly took out some sunflower seeds and pastries. Li Huai hugged the painted puppet with a silly smile on his face. Although it couldn't compare to the best immortal residences and grotto heavens, it contained more spirit qi than the best houses in the immortal inns of the secular dynasties. The world was silent. Xie muttered to himself, stars light up the four directions, in the middle of the Milky Way. Is it cooling down? The immortal cottage is so cool. Qin Pingan smiled. Which immortal poet of the Lu dynasty wrote it? Xie shook his head slowly. A long time ago, on a night like this, my master was casually reciting a poem. She said that the poem was poetic excess. It's just a small Tao, just like calligraphy and chess. It's not worth mentioning. Qin Pingan said, at Inverted Hanging Mountains Lingji Zhai, I originally prepared a gift for you and Lin Shi. Your gift, at that time, I mistook it for a broken Du armor that couldn't be repaired. I bought it at a very low price. Later, I found out that it was one of the 8 ancestral armor pills of the deity Du armor. I even repaired it for a friend. When I met Cui Dongshan in Qinghuan Kingdom, Cui Dongshan told me not to give you such an expensive gift. Our friendship wasn't that good, and you might misunderstand that he had ulterior motives. I felt that it made sense, so I thought that I could save it first. It wouldn't be too late to give it to you when we become true friends. So today, I'll give you this first. Take it. Xie turned his head and reached out to take a small piece of finely carved mutton fat jade. It was the white ox Ganoderma. Qin Pingan smiled. It's a small gift from Inverted Hanging Mountains Lingji Zhai. Hope you don't mind. Xia smiled and said, "Are you hinting that as long as I become friends with you, Chen Pingon, I will be able to obtain a priceless military treasure?" Chen Pingon smiled and didn't say anything. Xia held the warm and delicate jade piece and said to himself, "You're not that kind of person." Chen Pingon raised the blade-strengthening gourd and held back his laughter. "Thank you." Xia glanced at Chen Pingon. "Yo, you've only been gone for a few years, and you've learned to be glib. I really have to look at you with new eyes." Chen Pingon fastened the blade-strengthening gourd to his waist and covered his sleeves with his hands. He sighed. When Li Huai was bullied by outsiders, Yu, Lin Shui, and Yu Lu all stood up for him. I was really happy when I heard about it. That's why I told you about the sweet dew armor, not to show off, but because I really hope that one day, I can become friends with you. I actually have a selfish motive. Even if we can't be friends, I still hope that you can become good friends with Little Treasure Bottle and Li Huai. You can take care of them in the academy in the future. There was another reason that Chen Pingon couldn't say out loud. No matter how many twists and turns there were, Chen Pingon was still Cui Dongshan's teacher in name. It was very suspicious that he didn't discipline him well. Lin Shui suddenly smiled and asked, "Chen Pingon, do you know why I'm willing to accept such a valuable gift?" Chen Pingon stopped, turned around and asked, "Why do you say that?" Lin Shui, who would never leave people in the academy, walked to the table for the first time and poured 2 cups of tea. Chen Pingon then returned and sat down. Lin Shui, who had already become an elegant young master, was silent for a moment and said, "I know that I'll definitely return the favor in the future." Chen Pingon smiled and nodded. Sure enough, he hadn't changed. This guy was still cold. Lin Shui turned to look at the bamboo box, the corner of his mouth raised. "Also, I'm very grateful to you for one thing." "Take a guess." "You've already made such a move, what's there to guess?" Chen Pingon said helplessly, "Didn't I just give you a bamboo box?" Although it was made from the bamboo transplanted from the Green Immortal Mountain in the past, to be honest, it definitely can't compare to the Thunder Magic Taoist book now. Lin Shui smiled and shook his head. "Guess again." Chen Pingon recalled that trip and asked tentatively, "That time when you stayed at the inn?" Lin Shui still shook his head and laughed heartily. He got up and began to chase him away, joking, "Don't delay my cultivation just because you gave me a gift." Chen Pingon left the school in confusion. After meeting the 3 people, he didn't return the way he came. After delivering the gift an hour earlier than expected, Chen Pingon took a slight detour and walked in a quiet area of the Cliff Academy. Just as he passed by the guest house, Chen Pingon saw Li Huai sneaking over alone. Seeing Chen Pingon, Li Huai quickened his pace and said hurriedly, "Chen Pingon, I came to ask you a question, otherwise I can't sleep." Chen Pingon smiled. "About Pei Qian." "Ask away." Li Huai whispered, "At first I thought that Pei Qian was bragging, but the more I listen, the more I feel that Pei Qian is extraordinary. Chen Pingon, tell me the truth from the bottom of your heart. Is Pei Qian really a princess living among the common people?" Chen Pingon could completely imagine Pei Qian's stiff face and secretly happy appearance when she was telling this lie. She might even laugh at Li Huai and the others for believing it. Were they stupid? Not to mention Li Huai, even the 3 experienced constables in Hure Town at the border of Daquan could be fooled by Pei Qian's nonsense. It would be strange if Li Huai, Lu Guan, and Ma Lian didn't fall for it. Chen Pingon didn't intend to expose Pei Qian's bragging in front of Li Huai. It was just a naive prank between these children. Chen Pingon patted Li Huai's shoulder. "Guess it yourself." Li Huai nodded vigorously and said in realization, "Then I understand." Chen Pingon smiled and asked, "What do you understand?" Li Huai crossed his arms and rubbed his chin with one hand. No wonder this little charcoal had a look of disdain when she saw my painted puppet. This won't do. I have to compete with her tomorrow. An expert's move wins in momentum. When the time comes, we'll see who has more treasures. So what if she's a princess? Isn't she just a little charcoal kid? What's so great about her? TSK, carrying a bamboo sword at such a young age. Who is she trying to scare? Oh right, Chen Pingon, what does the princess like to eat? Chen Pingon reached out and pressed Li Huai's head, gently twisting it in the direction of his dormitory. Quickly go back and sleep. Li Huai was satisfied after asking the question. He turned and ran back to his dormitory. Not long after, an angry roar came from afar. Needless to say, it must be Li Huai who was caught red-handed by the night patrol teacher. Chen Pingon was just about to help Li Huai out when he saw Li Huai swaggering over with Zhu Lian by his side. It turned out that Zhu Lian had already found an excuse, saying that he was Li Huai's distant relative. He didn't know the way in the middle of the night and needed Li Huai's help to return to his dormitory. Li Huai gave a thumbs up and said to Chen Pingon, "This big brother Zhu is really loyal. Chen Pingon, you're really lucky to have such a butler." Then Li Huai turned his head and smiled at the stooped old man. "Big brother Zhu, if Chen Pingon treats you badly in the future, come find me, Li Huai. I'll help you get justice." Zhu Lian looked left and right. This brat named Li Huai really didn't look like someone who was good at studying. Xing Dafeng, Li Er, Li Baozhen, Li Baoping. It was rare to meet someone who came out of Lizhu Grotto Heaven who wasn't a freak. Zhu Lian felt that he needed to cherish him, so he suddenly felt that Li Huai was much more pleasing to the eye. So he became even more benevolent. Wait a minute. Why does this Li Huai look a bit like the 10th realm martial artist who came to visit in Old Dragon City? Li Er, Li Huai, both surnamed Li. Could they be family? Only he, as a pure martial artist, could know the horror of an ultimate grandmaster. No matter how conceited Zhu Lian was about his martial arts talent, he only dared to say that if he was born and raised in the vast world and his talent remained the same, it wouldn't be difficult for him to reach the peak of the 9th realm in his lifetime. Reaching the 10th realm was impossible. Zhu Lian turned his head and looked at Chen Pingon with questioning eyes. Chen Pingon smiled and nodded. Zhu Lian was so angry that he kicked Li Huai's butt lightly. Wandering around like a lonely ghost in the middle of the night, get out of here. Li Huai was shocked. After he ran out, he pointed at Zhu Lian from afar and said, "Help me this time. Kick me and we'll settle our grudges. If we meet again in the academy tomorrow, whoever runs away first will be the boss." Zhu Lian made a movement of lifting his foot. Li Huai soon disappeared without a trace. At Li Baoping's school. Li Baoping and Pei Qian copied books at the same table and sat opposite each other. One wrote quickly. The other was crawling. Every time Li Baoping finished copying a piece of paper, he would shout, "Go," and then put down the brush, twisted his wrist and came to Pei Qian to take a look. Pei Qian was speechless and sweating. In the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, adjacent to the capital city of Feng State, a very senior guest came to the mansion of the Kai family that had just moved in. It was Cui Dongshan, who won himself the nickname of Ancestor of the Kai family, in the Cliff Academy with the help of numerous magic treasures in a nearby object. In the middle of the night, a young man in white hammered the gate of the Kai family's mansion and shouted loudly, Little Kai, open the door." A handsome young man with a red mole between his eyebrows was followed by a short man with a yellow ox beside him. The old immortal of the Great Sui Kingdom, who used to be stationed near the Cliff Academy, walked out of the secret room with a pale face. He jumped up in the yard and landed on the street outside his house. If you have time, go to your family's ancestral grave and take a look. I'm sure the smoke is billowing. If any of the ancestors of the Kai family visit you in your dreams and thank me with tears and snot, you can tell them that there's no need to thank me. Kindness and charity have always been the foundation of my knowledge. Kai Jingshan kept a straight face and turned a deaf ear. The yellow ox demon of the earth ox species had long gone to the ox pen to rest. Wei Xian, on the other hand, had been sitting at the table where Cui Dongshan and Kai Jingshan were, drinking without saying a word. Wei Xian followed Cui Dongshan to his residence. After they sat down, Cui Dongshan used the golden flying sword to draw a lightning pool, blocking Kai Jingshan's prying eyes. Cui Dongshan kicked off his boots and sat cross-legged on the chair. He smiled and said, "Help me make the final conclusion with a sentence or two." Wei Xian said slowly, "A bird that flies high dies because of delicious food. A fish in a deep spring dies because of fragrant bait." In Wei Xian's opinion, Kai Jingshan and the others were indecisive and not worth mentioning. Under the general trend, even an earth immortal of the nascent soul realm would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Before they entered the provincial capital, Cui Dongshan had shown Wei Xian a lot of intelligence reports on the inside of the Sui dynasty. Compared to the secret hidden by the Gao family's old minister of offerings, Kai Jingshan, the matter of Kai Feng's conspiracy in the capital was a small matter. The great Sui kingdom's Gao family was able to join forces with the Lu dynasty to suppress the rise of Dali, who had the imperial tutor, Cui Dong, and the Cliff Academy. It was not as simple as the great Sui kingdom's Gao family's foresight. Back then, Dali had the help of the school of Mo and the school of Yin and Yang from the school of Lu to build the replica of the Beko Keikyong building. The Great Sui Kingdom and the Lu dynasty also had the shadows of the 100 schools of thought behind the scenes. Kai Jingshan was a chess piece that was buried deep and at the same time, a more important one. Although Kai Jingshan appeared to be cowardly tonight, the situation was completely under Cui Dongshan's control. In fact, even when Kai Jingshan resigned in a fit of pique and moved his family out of the capital, it seemed that he could not bear the humiliation, but it should have been instructed by the expert. Currently, the Great Sui and the Great Li had formed a mountain alliance of the highest rank. One side used Mount Donghua, where the Mountain Cliff Academy was located and where the Qi of the Dragon Vein was gathered, while the other side used the newest dynasty's northern peak, Mount Biyun, as the place for the Mountain Alliance to worship the heavens and announce to the earth. The Great Sui dynasty did not have to fight the Great Li Iron Cavalry head-on and won a great opportunity to recuperate for more than 100 years. They only had to cede the Huangting Kingdom and its vassal states, while the Great Li was able to preserve their strength and go all out to the south, killing their way to the border of the Zhuiying dynasty. But behind the peace, the Song clan and the Gao clan of the Great Sui Kingdom naturally had their own plans. Especially after the death of Emperor Dali Song Yongchen, even if the central government of Dali kept it a secret, the Great Sui Kingdom might have already sensed it. That was why they were ready to make a move. Now, although Dali's Iron Cavalry was unstoppable and included half of the Aquarius continent, it was not stable. Once Dali and the Great Sui Kingdom's backyard were in trouble at the same time, and Lakeview Academy and the Zhuiying dynasty suddenly showed their strength, Dali's seemingly favorable chess game would be destroyed in an instant. By then, the entire northern territory that was trampled by Dali's Iron Cavalry would be a piece of juicy meat that could be rightfully placed in their mouths. Cui Dongshan's trip was without a purpose to Wei Xian. Depending on the situation, whether it was to attract, kill, or be used as bait, it all depended on how Kai Jingshan responded. Wei Xian did not dare to say that Cui Dongshan could definitely win against those top figures behind the scenes. But Kai Jingshan was definitely not a problem. He would only be played by Cui Dongshan. That was why Wei Xian said that birds and fish were greedy for bait. Cui Dongshan shook his head. Cui Dongshan stretched out 2 fingers and wrote the same 16 words in the air. A tiger is inferior to its power, it will attack. A fox withdraws its body, it will take it. Wei Xian frowned and said, "Is the Great Sui Kingdom really going to tear up the alliance and stake it all on one throw? Does it want to replace Dolly?" Cui Dongshan laughed and pointed at himself. Wei Xian was stunned and cupped his hands. The imperial tutor's foresight is not something that ordinary people can compare to. Cui Dongshan complained, "In the future, just call me Mr. Cui. Calling me the imperial tutor makes me feel that you, the founding emperor of the Nanyuan kingdom, are taking advantage of me." Wei Xian sighed and said, "The small Nanyuan kingdom is just a few provinces of Dolly. In the past, there were also banished immortals who left behind a few words. That was why I ordered the alchemists of the Nanyuan kingdom to search the mountains and sea for immortals. But if you don't really come to the vast world, you can't really imagine the true vastness of the world." Cui Dongshan smiled and said, "There is a very powerful scholar in the Central Plains. He once lamented about a drop in the ocean and a mustard seed on the continent. If there is a chance in the future, I will take you to meet him. At that time, you can be a frog at the bottom of a well and sigh." Cui Dongshan held the armrests of the chair with both hands and shook it. The chair began to move. Cui Dongshan sat there as if he was riding a bumpy horse. It was extremely comical. But Wei Xian had been with Cui Dongshan for a long time and was already used to it. In this matter, Wei Xian and Yu Lu were far more used to it than Cui Dongshan. This was probably the breadth of mind of the emperor and the crown prince. Cui Dongshan said slowly, "I have already told you the answer. Anyway, the people behind the scenes of the Great Sui Kingdom and Dolly are competing with each other. The life or death of pawns like Kai Feng, and the surrender of Kai Jingshan and the like won't make any waves. Then, the reason why I stayed in the capital and didn't go to the capital academy is actually not as complicated as you think. My master loves little Bao Ping the most. Mao Xiaodong is a person who can't keep secrets. When I arrived at the academy and saw the Maoshan master's ruler and the words engraved on it, I was enlightened and felt that I was on the right path. It was just that I was in a daze and followed my instincts. I had no idea where I was going. You may not know, but I, Chen Pingan, am most afraid of that kind of. Chen Pingan began to think about how to phrase it. Zhu Lian said tentatively, drawing the sword and looking around, "The heart is at a loss." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "That's a little interesting. As long as I see someone standing somewhere far away or high up, no matter how far or high up, I am not afraid." Chen Pingan used his finger to write lightly on the table and said slowly, "The sages said, follow your heart and do not overstep the rules. This is the remedy for the illness." Zhu Lian raised his wine bowl and felt that it was not right to drink, but it was also not right to not drink. Chen Pingan laughed and said, "Do I need a reason to drink? Let's drink." The two of them finished the wine in their bowls. Chen Pingan felt that since martial artists and mortal enemies were the most beneficial for cultivation, then he himself, as a qi cultivator, could use this to sharpen his heart and find joy in the midst of hardship. Was it not a bad idea to use this as the dragon-slaying platform for cultivation? Just like in Zhongyue of Sky Bearing, Zhu Lian threw a punch at Pei Qian on the ferry boat and Pei Qian dodged it. Shi Rou was not a pure martial artist. She did not know what was so amazing about Pei Qian's instinct to dodge a punch from a level 4. Zhu Lian was also not a cultivator. He did not understand the horror of earth immortals who saw their inner demons as their mortal enemies. Therefore, he did not understand how high Chen Pingan's realm was. After drinking the wine, Zhu Lian began to calculate out of habit and said, I heard from Shi Rou that last time on the wall of Lion's Den, young master almost fought with that woman from the saber room, Lu Boqi. You almost pulled out the sword on your back. However, Shi Rou was behind you and found that even though young master only held the sword hilt, your palm was burned afterwards. You had no choice but to withdraw your hand into your sleeve to prevent Lu Boqi from discovering the truth. Chen Pingan nodded and said, can't help it. Half-immortal soldiers are just that hard to please. Zhu Lian was puzzled. Chen Pingan had talked about the battle with Ding Ying in the Lotus Flower Blessed Land in detail. It could be considered a replay of the chess game between the master and servant. Chen Pingan explained, the long qi sword I told you about before was of a higher grade, but most of the restrictions were broken by that big sword immortal. Otherwise, I would not have been able to pull out the sword until I died. As for the Fu family of Old Dragon City, as the sword immortal, they wanted to watch the show. They knew that if they gave it to me, it would mean that the so-called half-immortal weapon would be useless for a long time. Moreover, it was in line with the rules. They helped to break all the restrictions, which meant that this immortal sword was like a house without a key. It could be used by me, Chen Pingan. If it accidentally fell into the hands of others, they could still enter and leave the house freely. It would be an unpredictable move. Chen Pingan stretched out his hand and grabbed the immortal sword on the bed. I have been using the small refining method to slowly unravel those secret restrictions. The progress is slow. I probably need to reach the 7 realms of martial arts to be able to break all the restrictions one by one and use them freely. Now that I have pulled it out, it is equivalent to sacrificing 800 to kill 1,000 enemies. Unless it is absolutely necessary, it is best not to use it. Zhu Lian suddenly understood. He drank a mouthful of wine and then slowly said, Li Baoping, Li Huai, Lin Shi, Yu Lu, thank you. The 5 of them were all from Dolly. Assassinating Yu Lu was not significant. Thank you had already revealed his identity. He was a remnant of the Lu family. Although he was once a cultivation genius of the Lu family's #1 immortal mansion, this identity determined that thank you did not have enough weight. The first 3 all came from the Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven and were the direct disciples that Mr. Qi carefully taught in the past. Among them, Little Treasure Bottle and Li Huai had the best identities. One of them had a nascent soul realm ancestor who was worshipped by Dolly. The other's father was even a great grandmaster. If anything happened to any of them, Dolly would not let it go. One was unwilling, the other did not dare. Chen Pingan did not mention Li Huai's matter to Zhu Lian, so Zhu Lian gave the did not dare to Li Huai, whose father was Li Er. Back then, Li Shixing's cultivation as a 6th realm qi refinement warrior confronted a 9th realm sword cultivator with an innate sword embryo at Mud Bottle Alley. His defense was watertight and he was not at a disadvantage at all. Later, he drew talismans on the bamboo building of Luopa Mountain. Every word was heavy and it even caused the entire Luopa Mountain to sink. In fact, these were not important to Chen Pingan. Li Baoping's safety was the most important. Chen Pingan poured another bowl of wine for Zhu Lian. Why do I feel that you've never had a peaceful day with me? Zhu Lian gulped down the wine and wiped the corners of his mouth. He smiled and said, Young master, if you had entered the Lotus Flower Blessed Land earlier and met me at my best, you wouldn't have said this. Life and death have always been in the blink of an eye. Chen Pingan smiled and said, back then, I was able to win against Ding Ying because he was too arrogant. If I met someone like you who didn't care about the demeanor of a grandmaster, the one who would die would probably be me. Zhu Lian quickly finished the wine in the bowl and licked his face as he held out the wine bowl. Young master's words alone, I should drink another bowl of wine as punishment. Chen Pingan really poured another bowl of wine for Zhu Lian. He was a little emotional. I hope that you and I, whether it's 10 years or 100 years, will often have the opportunity to drink together like this. Julien grinned and said, "What's so difficult about that?" Chen Pingan drank a lot tonight, far more than usual. After the two parted ways, Chen Pingan went to Mao Xiaodong's study to talk about the refining of the natal item in detail. In the night, Chen Pingan walked alone. Before the lights went out in the school, Pei Qian blushed and said, "Sister Baoping, I don't sleep well." Li Baoping thought for a moment, then went to move the small mountain of books that occupied one of the beds to another small mountain of books. I don't mind if youngest uncle has a girl he likes, but how can I like someone more than youngest uncle? Right, Pei Qian? Pei Qian nodded quickly. Li Baoping was very satisfied with Pei Qian's attitude. She patted her on the shoulder and said earnestly, "In the future, when you follow youngest uncle to travel Jianghu, you have to work harder and be more sensible. It's okay to be naughty, but don't be naughty all the time and make youngest uncle work hard. My youngest uncle, your master, didn't fall from the sky. Youngest uncle also has troubles and needs to drink to drown his sorrows. So you have to be more sensible. Can you do it? You see, youngest uncle didn't drink in the past, but now he drinks. This shows that you, as the first disciple, have not done enough, right?" Pei Qian still nodded and was convinced. As for the auspicious symbol of the small silver gourd and narrow saber, Li Baoping said what her master Chen Pingan said to Zhong Kuei. The general meaning was the same. At that moment, Pei Qian admitted that Li Baoping called Chen Pingan youngest uncle for a reason. The two slipped down the tree one after another. Li Baoping wanted to listen to the foreign teacher's lecture, so she ran away quickly. Among the group of old teachers and young students of the academy, Li Baoping was undoubtedly the youngest. She was also wearing bright red, which was very eye-catching. Pei Qian went to Li Huai and the other two's school when their class ended. The three were still walking together. Lu Guan asked, "Ma Lian, tell me, if someone in the family is an official and has received an imperial edict, is it really like what Pei Qian said? Is there so much to pay attention to just the placement?" Ma Lian nodded hard. "There are some small differences, but it's generally like what she said. Also, Pei Qian said that she slept on a step bed when she was young. Is it really big enough to put so many things on it?" Ma Lian still nodded. "Yes, my sister has one." Lu Guan said helplessly, "Well, she's really a noble princess. Then the next time we meet, how should we greet her? Is it enough to bow to her? We can't kneel down and kowtow, right?" Ma Lian looked embarrassed. "His Majesty, the prince, and the princess have been to my house before, but I was too young to remember." Li Huai said happily, "What's wrong with the princess? She's Chen Pingan's disciple. It's okay, when you see her, just like me. We'll treat it as a meeting in Jianghu. We'll sit on equal footing and bow to her." Lu Guan nodded. "That's good. Anyway, she said she's from Jianghu, so we don't have to lose face." They saw Pei Qian at the door. The three of them bowed together. Pei Qian raised his eyebrows and returned the bow. They entered the school. Pei Qian quickly described a Jianghu conflict to the three of them. A group of reckless bandits rushed out from the bushes. There were dozens of burly men with swords, spears, clubs, and all kinds of weapons. The leader of the group was holding a huge axe. But his master would stop in the heavy rain and move the stones away from the road. Under the pitch-black curtain of rain, his master, dressed in white, was busy. They once stopped beside a wooden bridge that had been repaired for a long time on the Tea-horse path. His master stood there foolishly and looked at the wooden bridge for a long time. Then, he ran deep into the mountains alone, chopped a large piece of wood and carried it back. He chopped it into pieces of wood, threw away the hatchet and replaced it with a hammer. Ding ding dong dong, mending the bridge. 10. However, the headmaster's most impressive point was his comprehension of climbing the tower and overlooking the sea. He advocated using poems and prose to meet the ancient people. After hundreds and thousands of generations, they could still resonate. He then went on to further elaborate and introduce his heavenly knowledge. However, the headmaster was very detailed in his lecture this time. He only chose a Confucian classic as the subject of his exegesis. He did not bring out the specialty of his branch. I was a little disappointed. If I was not in a hurry to find youngest uncle, I would have asked the headmaster when he would talk about the heavenly knowledge and the human heart. Chen Pingon thought for a while and asked, "Is this headmaster from the Goose Lake Academy in the South Saw Continent under St. Lu?" Li Baoping smiled brightly and said, "Youngest uncle, you really know a lot." Of course, the ancestor of this headmaster Zhao was the St. Lu who was known as the heart of the world, heart of the sea. Chen Pingon remembered the record of the annals of the mountains and seas that he gave to Yu Lu. St. Lu had a good relationship with the mellow scholar Qin. He wondered if Lu Xianyang had a chance to meet him. Pei Qian had been wanting to interrupt and say something, but he heard nothing from the beginning to the end. He was afraid that if he spoke, he would be treated as a fool by his master and sister Baoping. He was a little disappointed. Fortunately, Chen Pingon pulled Pei Qian's ear and lectured, "See, your sister Baoping knows so many schools of learning and the essence of the principles. Although you are not a student of the academy and studying is not your profession," Pei Qian stomped his foot and said, "Master, she is Sister Baoping. Alas, how can I be like her? If it was someone else, like Li Huai. He has been studying in the academy for so many years. I am at a disadvantage compared to him." Chen Pingon stopped nagging and laughed loudly. He let go of his hand and patted Pei Qian's head, "You are smart." When they returned to the guest house, Yu Lu had been waiting there for a long time. He stood side by side with Zhu Lian under the eaves and seemed to have hit it off with Zhu Lian. With Yu Lu here, Chen Ping and felt more at ease. During the incident in the academy, it was Yu Lu who made the final decision. He beat up the sage Li Zhongying in front of a swordsman and had to be carried down Mount Donghua. After dinner, Chen Pingon went to Mao Xiaodong's study to talk about refining his natal item. He asked Yu Lu to help him look after Pei Qian. Yu Lu agreed with a smile. After Chen Pingon left, Li Baoping said she wanted to go back to the academy to take notes for today's lecture. Pei Qian found an excuse and did not go. Then she went to Chen Pingon's guest house to take out the bamboo box and the treasure box. She and Li Huai had a private grandmaster battle on the peak of Mount Donghua. Yu Lu accompanied Pei Qian up the mountain. Zhu Lian had already left silently. Mao Xiaodong laughed and said, "The world is used to looking down on the Aquarius continent. When you travel to other continents in the future, if you say that you are from the smallest Aquarius continent, you will be looked down upon." When the Cliff Academy was first built, do you know what Qi Jingchen did in those 20 to 30 years? Chen Pingon shook his head, "I don't know." Mao Xiaodong laughed, "It was the hard work of nurturing a group of scholars for the Dali dynasty, but all of them wanted to go to the more famous Lakeview Academy to study. For that, Qi Jingchen did not stop them. The funniest thing was that Qi Jingchen even had to write letters of recommendation to those young scholars, to speak good words for them, so that they could successfully stay in the Lakeview Academy. Chen Pingan was startled. Mao Xiaodong's expression was indifferent. At that time in the Dali dynasty, almost all of the scholars felt that your Aquarius continent sage's teachings were better than the Cliff Academy's Mountain Lord. The study room was silent for a long time. Mao Xiaodong turned his head to look out of the window and said self-deprecatingly, "So, from our teacher to Qi Jingchen, and finally to me, Mao Xiaodong, no one can say for sure who is the real direct disciple, how many of them are the real inner disciples, and who is the real last disciple. Nobody can say for sure. Chen Pingan, don't you think it's fun? On the other hand, the rest of the big branches, they are all very orderly, with strict laws. What a gathering of stars, a magnificent sight." Chen Pingan did not know what to say, and could only take down the blade-strengthening gourd and drink the wine. Mao Xiaodong walked to the window, and unknowingly, it was already night time. The tall old man turned his head, and saw the young man who was unwilling to admit that he was his junior brother, and was hesitating whether to continue drinking. 14. Before Chen Pingan accompanied Mao Xiaodong down the mountain to the Confucian temple in the capital to try their luck, he made arrangements for the people in the academy in case someone took advantage of the loophole. If the bait failed, the enemy would be lured away from the mountain. First, he asked Pei Qian to move out of the guest house and live in the house where Xie was staying. Accompanying him was Shi Rou. Chen Pingan gave the golden demon binding rope to her. Lin Shui had been cultivating in Cui Dongshan's house during the day. Since Du Mao had moved in, Lin Shui decided to live in the house after chatting with Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan asked Zhu Lian and Yu Lu to secretly look after Li Baoping and Li Huai. Zhu Lian and Yu Lu. One was a hunchbacked old man who would smile whenever he saw a girl, while the other was a tall young man who always had a smile on his face. Who would have thought that they were two pure martial artists in the golden body state? Li Baoping and Pei Qian would live in Cui Dongshan's house at night. Cui Dongshan would not have any objections, nor would he dare to. Xie and Lin Shi each lived in a side house. Shi Rou was an otherworldly item and could be the night watchman. Li Huai and Lin Shi shared a room. Zhu Lian did not need to live in the house. He could sleep in the guest house. However, Yu Lu had to partner with Shi Rou to keep watch at night. Chen Pingan did not believe that Shi Rou could deal with unexpected situations. On the other hand, Yu Lu was always reassuring. In Mao Xiaodong's academy, there were always civil and martial artists among the night watchmen. For example, Dong Jing, the great Confucian who favored Lin Shui, was an old golden core cultivator who was proficient in the thunder spell. There was also a nascent soul earth immortal who came from Dali like Mao Xiaodong. He was the old man with the surname Liang who guarded the gate of the academy. At critical moments, he could replace Mao Xiaodong to guard the academy. In the end, Chen Pingan called Li Baoping to one side and gave her the two items he got from Li Baozhen. One was a jade pendant engraved with the words, Dragon Palace, and the other was a high-level talisman of the day and night wandering god. Li Baoping was a little puzzled. Chen Pingan did not hide anything and told Li Baoping about his encounter with Li Baoping in Qinghuan Kingdom. Finally, he rubbed Li Baoping's head and said softly, "In the future, I will not take the initiative to look for your second brother. I will try my best to avoid him. However, if Li Baozhen does not give up or feels that he was humiliated in the lion's garden, I will not be merciful to him in the future. Of course, this has nothing to do with you." Li Baoping was a little depressed, but her eyes were still bright. "Youngest uncle, you and my second brother can follow the rules of Jianghu and distinguish between kindness and hatred." Li Baoping stopped and asked, youngest uncle, can I write a letter to my eldest brother to persuade him to stop? Chen Pingan thought for a while and nodded. Okay. Li Baoping was about to say something and was about to give the jade pendant and the talisman to Chen Pingan. Before youngest uncle went down the mountain, he had already told them about the current situation. Li Baoping wanted to let youngest uncle have 2 more items. Chen Pingan was already smiling. I was in the lion's garden with a very powerful Dharma saber female Taoist. We worked together to capture an extremely rare monster that was equivalent to a living treasure bowl. The harvest was quite bountiful. The Taoist female Taoist monopolized the monster. As compensation and reward, she gave me 62 grains of grain rain money. So I want to borrow the true body talisman of the day and night wandering gods from you, not to buy it, but to borrow it. It's a bit like a pawn shop, but we'll do the opposite. You give me the talisman pawns, and I'll give you the divine rain money. Because this talisman's grade is very high, and it can be used repeatedly. As long as the divine rain money can support it, the 2 day and night wandering gods can always exist in the world. Even after the spiritual aura golden body is dispersed, as long as the person who drew the talisman has the ability to add the finishing touch to the talisman's gallbladder, he can still order the 2 gods to appear. To be honest, 62 pieces of divine rain money is a lot of money, but it's still not enough to buy this priceless talisman. So I'm not buying the talisman. After holding it in for a long time, Li Baoping couldn't help it and said seriously, youngest uncle, I'm very sad that you treat me like an outsider. Chen Pingan explained patiently, I don't treat you and your brother as outsiders, but I still need to treat the holy family of Fulu Street as outsiders. After you pawn the talismans in youngest martial uncle's temporary pawn shop, you can ask Mao Shan Mountain Lord to help you send the Guyu money to Longquan County. Your grandfather is now a nascent soul immortal born and raised in our hometown. He probably doesn't lack all kinds of magic treasures. After all, when it comes to the skill of picking up scraps in Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven, the 4 great families and 10 great clans are definitely the best at it. As for the immortal money, your grandfather must have more of it now. Although the magic treasures at home can also be sold for money, for chi cultivators, they are generally not willing to sell them unless it is a spiritual weapon or magic treasure that is incompatible with their own great Tao. Li Baoping beamed with joy. It turns out that youngest uncle is still thinking for me. I've wronged you, youngest uncle. I've been rude. I've sinned. Li Baoping began to bow and apologize to Chen Pingan. After Li Baoping stood up straight, Chen Pingan stretched out his hands and pinched her cheeks. He joked with a smile, hurry up and pinch the little bottle before it grows up. Li Baoping stood still. Her pair of bright eyes narrowed into crescents as she smiled. Chen Pingan finally watched Li Baoping run away. They went to the gate of the academy. Mao Xiaodong had been waiting for a long time. The 2 left the academy, walked through the main street, and turned into the white thatched street. Only then did Chen Pingan quietly pass the talisman to Mao Xiaodong. Mao Xiaodong glanced at it and kept it in his sleeve. The tall old man asked Chen Pingan through the ripples of the Heart Lake, I've never seen this talisman before. The material is also strange. Is there any explanation? Chen Pingan replied through the condensed sound of a pure martial artist, it's an ancient talisman from the authentic works of alchemy. It's called the talisman of the real body of the day and night wandering god. The essence is in the word real body. The book says that it can connect with the deity. Mao Xiaodong sighed softly, do you know how the sages view the depth of a certain school of thought? Chen Pingan laughed, of course I don't know. He subconsciously took off his wine gourd. These heartfelt words of Mao Mountain Lord tasted very good when paired with wine, giving Chen Pingan endless aftertaste. Mao Xiaodong stretched out his hand and pointed at the people on the bustling street. He smiled and said, for example, Confucianism makes people go on blind dates, while legalism makes people go far. Chen Pingan was deep in thought. Mao Xiaodong said, this is just a thought of mine. It may not be correct. If you think it's useful, then take it and chew on it as a side dish. If you think it's useless, then throw it aside. It's fine. There are so many priceless words of wisdom in the books, but I've never seen the people of the world cherish or fully comprehend them. My half-baked knowledge really isn't much. Chen Pingan drank his wine and said nothing. Mao Xiaodong was silent for a moment. He looked at the endless stream of people on the streets of the capital, and for some reason, he thought of a certain little bastard's casual remark. The things that push history forward are often beautiful mistakes, certain extreme thoughts, and a few inevitable coincidences. Mao Xiaodong's thoughts drifted far away. When he came back to his senses, Chen Pingan still did not speak. The old man turned his head and said in surprise, shouldn't you say something like, Mao Mountain Lord is extremely knowledgeable and shouldn't belittle yourself? Chen Pingan was speechless. Mr. Qi, sword immortal, Cui Dong. Then there was the tall old man beside him. Chen Pingan felt that the difference between the disciples taught by old Mr. Wensheng was too great. But when he thought about it, his disciples, Cui Dongshan and Pei Qian, seemed to be in a similar situation. If possible, with the addition of Chao Qinglang from the lotus flower-blessed land, everyone would be different. He remembered that a book once said that spring was when 100 flowers bloomed together. It made sense. In the twilight, Chen Pingan and Mao Xiaodong had not returned to the academy. Cui Dongshan's courtyard was crowded for the first time. Li Baoping, Li Huai, Lin Shui, Yu Lu, Xie Xie, Pei Qian and Shi Rou. Lin Shui and Xie Xie sat at the two ends of the green bamboo corridor, each doing breathing exercises. Shi Rou, who was restrained, only felt that there was no place for her in the academy. In this courtyard, she was even more uneasy. Chen Pingan had mentioned Li Huai and the other's background and cultivation strength intermittently. Shi Rou had seen Li Baoping's second brother, Li Baozhen, before. He was an extremely shrewd and ruthless person. Li Huai's father was said to be a 10th realm martial artist. He once almost killed the vassal of Dali, Song Jianqiang. He even climbed the mountain alone with his 2 fists to tear down the ancestral hall of the Tongyi sect. Cui suddenly change his mind and leave the Kai family to rush to the capital? Why did you stop here? This was a question that Wei Xian could not understand. Cui Dongshan did not raise his head and did not give an answer. Instead, he asked, do you think the human heart is complicated? Wei Xian nodded and said, naturally. Cui Dongshan was once a master of calligraphy in the Central Plains. Even Wei Xian, who was watching from afar, felt that his calligraphy was pleasing to the eye. Cui Dongshan continued to write the summary of all the intelligence reports and said slowly, the human heart seems to be unpredictable. In fact, it is far less complicated than you think. People are greedy for life and afraid of death. This is human nature, even the nature of all living creatures. The reason why humans are different from beasts is that they have deep affection for their children, love for their children, and the rise and fall of their country. Am I right? The more outstanding a person is, the more obvious a certain emotion will be. Wei Xian thought for a moment and said, that's true. But there are more people who have a vague sense of balance. Cui Dongshan stopped writing and put it on the porcelain pen holder. He shook his wrist and sneered, what sense of balance? It's just a muddle-headed person. His mind is wavering and he goes with the flow. When he sees a beauty, he is lustful. When he sees money, he wants fame and fortune. Lu Qingfeng, Li Baozhen, Wei Li, and Wu Yuan, these four people belong to the category of smart melons. But they also have their own shortcomings and problems. Wu Yuan, who is the governor of Longquan County, agrees with my theory and is also my disciple in name. But in her early years, she was indebted to the imperial concubine who practiced Tao in Eternal Spring Palace. She believes that everything she has today was bestowed by the imperial concubine. So, she wavers between personal kindness and national affairs, living a very tangled life. What Li Baozhen wants is not strange, nor is it in line with the orthodoxy of Confucianism like Wu Yuan. It's all for the sake of meritorious service. One day, he will rise to the top. But Li Baozhen does not understand that great wisdom can appear stupid. But the so-called smart people in the world are nothing. They're worthless. Wei Li of Huangting country is the most refined of the four. His heart is the most important, the mountains, rivers, the country, and the common people. But his worldview is still small. He has seen the land of a country and the customs of 100 years, but he is not used to seeing the land of a continent and the great plan of 1,000 years. The small county magistrate of Qinghuan country, Lu Qingfeng, I think the most highly of the four. But unfortunately, he has no aptitude for cultivation and can only live for 100 years at most. Is it because the heavens are jealous of the talented? Wei Xian was a little surprised when he heard this. Mr. Cui was actually willing to describe others as talented. Wei Xian had actually been thinking about Cui Dongshan's so-called theory of the human heart. Cui Dongshan grabbed a stack of classified spy reports from a few tables and threw them to Wei Xian. These are the latest failed poems of the imperial examination scholars of Dali and the Great Sui Kingdom. It's one of the methods I use to relieve my boredom when I'm bored. After Wei Xian caught them, Cui Dongshan said, "You probably want to ask me about the method of determining the depth and direction of a person's heart. It seems feasible, but in fact, the world is unpredictable. A person's heart fluctuates. Maybe a change will cause many temporary changes. It's still very troublesome and difficult to be precise. So it can't be considered true knowledge, right?" Wei Xian nodded and did not deny it. Cui Dongshan smiled and pointed to his head. When cultivating in the mountains, in addition to longevity, your head will also follow the spiritual light. Cui Dongshan then flicked his wrist and scattered a bunch of immortal coins on the tables. The division of the human heart that I mentioned earlier can be supplemented by the calculation of the Shu family of the 100 schools of thought. Judge from 1 to 10. You will find that the so-called ups and downs of the human heart will not affect the final result. Before Wei Xian could speak, Cui Dongshan smiled and said, 1 to 10 is still not accurate enough. What if you can do 1 to 100? Wei Xian sighed. The method of the Shu family has always been regarded as a small Tao in the vast world. Isn't it always praised by merchants with bad reputations? Can Mr. Cui use it like this? Could it be that Mr. Cui is also one of the supporters of the Shu family in addition to Confucianism? Cui Dongshan sneered. Is the Shu family worthy of my praise? Cui Dongshan stood up. I even want to know the difference between God and man, the 3 souls and 6 spirits, and the most minute things in the world. The Shu family of the Shu family of thought is nothing. Wei Xian held the stack of papers filled with the poems of the scholars of the 2 countries and was speechless. Cui Dongshan took a detour and finally returned to the question that Wei Xian had asked at the beginning. I know everything about the academy. The only variable now is the weak Master Zhao. Wei Xian was puzzled. An old scholar and a scholarly sage who is in charge of a small world in the academy. Can the former cause any trouble? Moreover, according to Mr. Cui, Mao Xiaodong is not a rigid Confucian. How can he make a mistake? Moreover, according to Mr. Chui's explanation, the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom would not dare to make a move against Li Baoping and Li Huai unless he is seeking his own destruction. Cui Dongshan looked at Wei Xian in disdain. Think about it carefully. I reminded you before to look at the problem from a higher perspective. Wei Xian was shocked. Cui Dongshan rubbed his cheeks and sneered. The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom is in charge of the country. However, would the people behind the scenes care about Dali and the Great Sui Kingdom fighting to the death and destroying each other? If the assassination of one or two people could decide the direction of the situation of a continent, would you be tempted? The disciples of the Shang family would be happy to see it happen. After all, in a war, you can make a lot of money from the dead. As for those who like to sneak around and hide behind the scenes, they would be even more so. Wei Xian's emotions were surging and his hands were trembling. This was the world that the founding emperor of the Nanyuan Kingdom really yearned for. Chaos and war. Whether it was on the mountain or under the mountain, the emperor, general, minister, immortal, or deity, they would all be wrapped in the torrent of the general trend. Coupled with the so-called explanations that are filled with hidden murderous intent, it just makes things worse. Everyone in the main hall looked at each other in dismay. That person smiled and said, the third step is to make a fuss about personal morality. For example, if you ask someone to be a ghostwriter, you don't need to care about the quality of the writing. You only need a gimmick. For example, Lu Jingting's romantic affair of staying in the nunnery on a stormy night. Or an old man plucking the ashes. Or, for example, the lion's garden and the pretty servant girl's pear blossoms suppressing the begonia. While you're at it, you can also write some catchy limericks and weave them into a storytelling story. That person saw that everyone was shocked and puzzled, but he still explained patiently, don't think that it's useless. Down-and-out scholars without scholarly honors love to read this. Common people who don't care about the truth love to hear this. In the scholarly forest, 3 men make a tiger. In the marketplace, mosquitoes gather and become thunder. The man finally smiled and took out a piece of paper. He walked over to Li Baozhen and handed it over. Looking around, he said, everyone present here may not know the way to print an erotic book, the price, and how much money you should pay to hire a storyteller. I've written down all kinds of trivial matters that are not worth mentioning on this paper, so as to prevent you from being taken advantage of. Moreover, there are many common people who do business. Although their positions are low, they are actually quite cunning and intelligent. Each of them has their own way of living. Once you give them a big advantage in terms of money, they may even look down on you. The person said goodbye and left. When he was near the door, he suddenly turned around and said with a smile, you're all in front of me, so I have the opportunity to show off my small skills. I hope I can help you a little. Everyone stared at that person leaving in a daze. Li Baozhen's mouth was dry and his tongue was dry. He clenched the paper in his hand tightly. The rest of the people felt their scalps tingle. That person was called Lu Qingfeng. He was Lu Jingting's eldest son. 9. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.